What a 2 weeks we've had here in Prague, and it all finishes today. We had a crazy European Cricket Series, Prague CC, the three-peat there. But today we'll find out who will win the International Series. Czechia and Greece in the mix. Cyprus, they need to get something going as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket International Czechia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you, Dobry Den, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Prague for the final time. It's day 14 of our Czech adventure, day 2 of this ECI, and we'll find out who will get to raise the ECI trophy here in this wonderful country. We're at the Scott Page Field in Vinoj, just north of Prague, and today, like I said, kind of 2 still in the mix for me. Czechia, the host, they were good through their first 3 games, but did lose their last game to Greece, which has kept the series alive. First up though, we're going to see Cyprus taking on Greece in match number 6. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, he's with the 2 captains over there. With the coin, let's see who wins the coin toss.
Cyprus to toss.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Yes, we'll bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that Aslam Mohammed has won the toss. He has elected to bowl first. Doesn't really surprise me because Cyprus, they struggled with the stick yesterday, particularly early in the morning against Czechia, where they lost a whole bunch of wickets early, just couldn't get to a competitive score. I actually think their bowling and fielding has been okay. It's just the fact they haven't been able to really come to terms with this pitch, haven't been able to put a competitive score on the board, means they've had nothing to bowl at. Certainly they'll be hoping to find some runs from somewhere this morning, and if they can do that, put that 100 plus on the board, I think they'll be competitive here against a Greek side that went the cycle on day 1, 1 win, 1 loss and 1 no result. In fact, when these 2 teams met yesterday, it was a no result. They had to share the points. So it's kind of put Greece behind the 8 ball because they split their matches with Czechia yesterday, but the fact that they cost that point may come back to haunt them. Let's talk about some of the key players. Of course, Cyprus, I think their captain Rajvinder Brar, he's actually been pretty good with the ball. He's been getting it to do a little bit. Hardeep Singh, a player we saw in the ECS earlier this year, do some very good things. I think he was one of their shining lights yesterday as well. For Greece, the captain Aslam Mohammed, it's hard to believe this guy is 52 years of age. He just continues to pump out the performances. We're likely to see him behind the stumps, but he can kind of do everything. He can bowl seam up, he can bowl some spin, but I think his runs are super important to Greece, who have been a little bit shaky with the bat themselves. I've got to say that I'm always a fan of Georgios Galanis as well with his leg spin. I think he's a very good player. And Sinan Khan, I think he struggled with the pace of this pitch yesterday. Let's see if he can come to terms with it a little bit better today. They've got other good performances across the board, Greece. I think they're certainly looking very enthusiastic in the warm-ups this morning, but I think that they'll have to be perfect if they're going to raise the trophy. Let's talk about the weather today. Now, we had a cataclysmic storm yesterday that swept through and washed out match 3, like I said. Today, there is a slight chance of rain again mid-morning. Hopefully, it stays away. Temperature-wise, I think we'll be okay. About 22 degrees is expected maximum temperature. Currently, about 18 degrees. Well, I've really enjoyed the company of this man over the past 2 weeks as well. Danny Hudacek, it's our final day together. Danny, let's make some more memories. Time for the start of the day. It's match 6, and in the Cyprus versus Greece match, it is Greece. They've won the toss. They've sent in the Cypriots. Let's see if they can handle what's coming at them. Over to you. Let's get ready for the last day of this ECI.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague for the final time for this European Cricket International Czechia, a match between Cyprus and Greece. Should be a really good one. I don't think either team's really got hold of this pitch yet, as we see match summaries from yesterday. Cyprus went down in the first game, 78, just not enough, and the Czech Republic got it in just under 7 overs with Davisi there getting 23. 3 for 8 for Riaz Afridi, and a couple of wickets for Sazibuya and also Sudesh Wickramasekera. So the second game was the Czechs against Greece, and again the Czechs with 103. Not a huge score, but Greece not quite able to get there. Aslam Mohammed with a good effort, 25, but when he went, it was a little bit difficult. Wickramasekera 3 for 16, the pick of the bowlers for the Czechs. Then it was the Greeks against Cyprus, and we only got just over 4 overs before the wind came in. There was no rain at that stage, but it was approaching. So the umpires brought the players off, and then we had thunder and heavy rain, and that match was abandoned, and the points were shared. That was, we're going to see what these 2 teams can do against each other in the game coming up. Then Czechia had a bigger game against Cyprus. Cyprus just not being able to get going in that game. Satyajit Sengupta with 3 for 12, Ruduraj Magari with 2 for 5. Riddick Tomar with 1 for 2. Tore the heart out of the Cyprus batting. And a comfortable win for Czech. And right at the end, the Czechs batted quite poorly. And the Greeks are very, very good in the field, with Arslan with 3 wickets, Azra Azam with 3, and also Spiridon Vasilakis, the left-arm opening bowler, with 2 for 26. Riaz Afridi also picking up a couple, but a good win for Greece. As we see, here are the standings at the moment. The Czechs have played one more match than these other two teams, and won 3, lost 1. The Greeks have played 3. They've won, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, and no result. And Cyprus yet to register a victory. As we see the two teams, it was Greece who won the toss, elected to bowl, which I think is a really good toss to win. I'm sure it'll be Sinan Khan to open the bowling, but also Vasilakis down the bottom. The left armour is an excellent bowler, and they're a really good fielding team, the Greeks. Cyprus will have to play well. As you can see here, Super Computer predicts a Cyprus win, but in this tournament, the average runs for Cyprus is 68 compared to 90 for Greece, and average runs against 122 to 90. So again, I think it's got to do a little bit with this pitch. It's different to what is they normally play on in Greece and Cyprus, and if the Cypriots get used to this pitch early on and put pressure on Greece, then it's definitely a match on. And it's Sinan Khan with the first ball, and just dabbed down to third man for a single. Nice shot, and gets Cyprus off the mark. Mazumdar, I thought he looked dangerous in the first game against the Czechs, and then went after about an over and a bit. Hit big 4 and a nice 4 and a big 6 as well. His opening partner is the keeper for Cyprus. It is Pritash Diol, who also looked really good in that first game. Missed out for most of the other games yesterday, but this is Sunday. It's a new day. Comes Sinan Khan, short, and flashed at it to the batsman. Didn't get bad on it. Just warming up a little bit, I think, Sinan Khan. A little bit short. Cut away just inside that wide line. There's that blue wide line. It's just an indicator for the umpires, and also for all of you out there, just to see what a wide is on the offside. Anything down leg side, past leg stump, that goes past the batsman is also a wide. Comes Sinan again. And, it's a good ball, hitting the covers, and there was a chance for a run out. I think it might have been gone. Let's have a look at this. Really good fielding from the Greeks. Running hard, and the ball comes in, would have been gone by a mile. You saw the tank Riddick Tomar get run out in similar circumstance yesterday. And again, it's just how well drilled this Greek side are. It adds just so much to the bowling, and so much pressure to the batting. Zumda to face Sinan Khan, and he tries to hit him down the ground, doesn't get past the fielder, who gets down to it, comes off his knee, and they take a comfortable single in the end. Tough going for the Cypriots, but he's a very, very good bowler, is Sinan Khan. Handy with the bat as well. We'll see that in the second innings. I said no doubt Spiridon Vasilakis will take the second over. Tall left armour, who's been also excellent in this tournament. Here comes Sinan Khan as well. Again, just lost his run a bit. But Cyprus, they'll want to get a good start. They wouldn't want to take too many risks. I think it's been a positive start from Cyprus, even though it doesn't indicate that on the scoreboard yet. 3 from 4. They've taken the singles well. And again, this one is going to be no run, just dab down into the pitch, and fielded by the bowler. But Cyprus, they really want to get a good start. These two are really the best two batsmen we saw in the lineup for Cyprus, and it's good to see them open. I'm sure the boundaries will come. They are facing a very, very good bowler in Sinan Khan. They might just have to look at some of the the later bowlers. It's not all about the power play. It's not just about building innings, getting confidence up. And that came through a little bit quicker there from Sinan Khan. Nice short ball to end the over at the end of it. Cyprus are 3 for no loss. Really good over from Sinan. As we see, 57 days to go to the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. There'll be 31 nations. It's happening over quite a few weeks from the 25th of September to the 20th of October. The winners of each group, and there are 6 of them, will go to play the Netherlands in Championship Week, which will be great. It's such a fantastic tournament down there. If you can make it down in person, I'd highly recommend it. Some Victoria Cerveza on offer at the bar as you're watching fantastic cricket. Really nice facility. As it is Vasilakis to take the second over. There's a slip and a gully in. And this one's hit to the fielder who can't quite reach it. 4 runs. Just over the mid-off. Bit risky, but a nice shot, especially in the power play, just over the fielder who's quite tall. It's Georgios Galanis there. And first boundary for Cyprus. Mazumdar the man. Vasilakis comes in again. It's a bit short and gets away with it. Top edge, going down the over the keeper for 4. And sometimes in this game, you get the luck going for you. Got to him pretty quickly. It's a bit late on that pull shot, and got enough top edge to make it down to the boundary. So that's 2 boundaries in a row for Cyprus. They won't care how they get them. Vasilakis will continue. Bowling to Mazumdar, who's 10. It's short. And that'll be the one for the over. Not the quickest bouncer you'll ever see, but pretty well directed. Let's have another look at this. What? It cut quite a lot away from the batsman. Don't think it was a wide. All right, Rob Thompson, you're not too late at all. We've just in the second over here. Good morning to you. Well, from here at least. And big swing, called a wide. Again, with this this field, even though we've had a little bit of rain, it's lightning quick. The first few days, though, we saw here, we saw forward defences go to the boundary. It was that quick. Field was no chance. As soon as it got past the infield, it's evened up a little bit though. This is going to be in the gap, hit in the air, not timed, just a single. It'll bring Pritash Diol on strike. He batted quite well against the Czechs in the first game they played, Cyprus. It was one that held the innings together somewhat and got them to a decent total of 78, which hasn't been defended in the tournament here, but at least it was something to bowl to. Vasilakis, 10 so far off the over. Comes in, bowling to Diol. It's going to be called a wide again. And nice conditions at the moment for cricket. There's no breeze. There's it's probably about 18 degrees, maybe 20. We are expecting some rain, possibly, but Vinor has its own ecosystem. As this is hit in the air, should be gone, dropped it. Well, is a good fielder, is Galanis. Made good ground to it, should have been taken, and he's disappointed with himself. Let's have another look at this. So it's just checked his shot somewhat. The batsman, pretty regulation catch there at mid-off. Went to his left and should have taken it. Disappointed. They hold high standards to the Greeks in the field. Vasilakis comes in again. This is turned around the corner, and that'll be another 4, will it? It is going to just make the boundary. That's the fastest part of the ground. It was a pretty good bouncer, just turned it around. Let's have a look at this. Got it off the gloves, I think. And it's pretty quick down there. It's a good effort from Alexis Souvlakis to get there. But the ball won the race, as it has so many times here in Prague over the last 2 weeks. Czechia, as you can see, are up the top of the table. But this is still a very active tournament. The Greeks can catch them. They're on 3 points. They had a good victory against them last night. So the Czechs batted quite poorly. And Greeks managed to get it in the last over with some good batting. It's mainly from their old stager, Aslam Mohammed, who anchored that in somewhat. And it will be Sinan Khan to continue bowling to Diol. And gets lucky there. Dodgy inside edge. And his batting partner Mazumdar. You have a look. It's punching the air at every run they get. I don't know if you'll see Mazumdar there, but he was cheering on. So it's an inside edge. Have a look at the non-striker. When that goes through, he's there. Come on, punching the air. It means a lot to this Cyprus team, who I think underperformed a little bit yesterday. Both of these teams have good batting, but this pitch, actually, the ball's been lost under the covers. I think it's been recovered. Both these teams have good batting, but this pitch is very, very different to what they're used to at home. Used to faster pitches. This one will hold up a little bit and will vary and bounce. And it's just because it's an active clay base, which means that it needs a little bit of moisture in it. It's pretty lively for the faster bowlers, but sometimes keeps low. And it's just hit there to Galanis at mid-off. So it's played very well, this pitch. I don't think I've ever seen it play better than it has. And this outfield's been lightning quick, which was a bit of the criticism from for this field, the seasons we've had here, the series we've had here. It's a pretty new surface, though. As Sinan Khan comes in again, just dab down on the leg side. Another run. 3 balls left to the power play. It's been a pretty good one for Cyprus. They've had a little bit of luck, the drop catch and dodgy inside edge for 4. But at the same time, you make your own luck. And then Mazumdar, you'll want to see out this power play and then go on with a score. The main thing for Cyprus is they haven't lost a wicket yet. Sinan Khan comes in. This is hit firmly down the ground and shy at the stumps. Well, he's a good fielder there. It's Bogdanos, who we saw with a spectacular catch over the boundary, and I think it would have been gone. As the ball comes in, yeah, if he did hit, I think that would have been the end of Mazumdar. But I guess it's a calculated risk with these quick singles to these Greeks. This is to the covers and misfielded, but it's well backed up. It's Andreas Gastaratos, who came in behind the cover fielder. And again, that shows how well drilled this fielding unit is for Greece. They would have liked a couple of wickets by now, especially with their main man, Sinan Khan. He's gone for 9 so far. 1 ball left of his spell. And that's a nice little shot there. Well, it's gone through the fielder as well. I'll be disappointed at that. It's Spiridon Vasilakis down there. Oh, look, a tall man. It's a nice little dab down there to third man, and it took, well, it went straight through the gate. It was nutmegged. It was Vasilakis. So, it's had a pretty good power play. 3 off the first over, 16 off the second, 10 off the third, 29 for no loss. Considering what kind of day they had yesterday, getting used to the conditions, Cyprus, I think it's a really good one. Going at about just about 9.5 and over. And you're facing some different bowling. You often see wickets at the very end of the power play and the very start of the power play, just because the conditions slightly change with the field. And I think Cyprus have to reset and start again with the slightly varied conditions. Only 4 men required in the circle. Now 5 on the boundary as bowler comes in. Turned around the corner just over the backward square leg, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot there from Mazumdar. He moves up to 20 off 9. Just a bit leg side. Got a bit of turn there. The bowler is coming, but the ball's going away from the right-hander. A bit of spin as well. Just didn't quite get it in the right area. Tad short as well. Asrar Ahmed is the bowler. And this is hit. Yeah, but safe. Would have gone to pretty much no one, even in the power play. Not very well struck by Mazumdar. Gets a single. Deal is on strike. He's 11 off 10. Asrar Ahmed is a very tidy bowler. And this is a bit full. Hit down the ground. It's Galanis who does the fielding. The good throw to the keeper. There's no one backing up. So I'm lucky he didn't get a dodgy bounce. Ahmed continues to bowl. Right arm around the wicket. And the batsman uses his feet. Doesn't hit it cleanly. Picked up in the covers. Just another single. It's been a pretty good over from Ahmed so far. There's that one loose ball that was put away behind square. Dial moves on to was on 12. Mazumdar moves on to 22. And again, this one goes past the gully fielder, and that is 4 runs. Lovely shot there. Let's have another look. Just waited on it. Dabbed it down to that vacant area, and that's easy runs, really. Don't know if they're going to put a man back there. So many go down there to the third man region. All it needs is the bowler to bowl outside off stump, and that's it's a real target for a lot of these bowlers. That offside tram line. This is full, slower ball. Batsman had to wait on it. Ended up thinking about 3 times what to do with it. Left it in the end. So when I look at this, just didn't quite know what to do. I did have a little swing at it. So at the end of the 4th over, Cyprus are 40 for no loss. Looking pretty good, going at 10 and over. It was a slow start, but they've batted pretty well since. And they've just grafted these runs. Nothing really fluid about the innings, but they're putting a big fight on against this Greek side, who are also very competitive. The bowler is Sabir Aslan, who gets that one slightly wrong down leg side. You can see it just drifted in. And anything past that leg stump is called a wide. Coming again. They got him that time, straight through him. That's the end of Mazumdar, who missed a straight one there from Arslan. First wicket down for Cyprus. Let's have a look. Well, that's a good ball. And he's not happy with himself, Mazumdar. Just pitched at the stumps. Ball didn't do too much. Bit of angle in. And there goes the castle. So they lost their first wicket, 41. It's a pretty good start from Cyprus, you'd have to say. The Greeks know they're in the game, but Cyprus will really have to keep on batting down the order. The new batsman is Shoaib Ahmed. Yeah. I think he opened the batting and the bowling in the first game. A little bit of drift in. It was well pitched up and Just the wrong shot to play. They don't need to force the issue at this stage, Cyprus. They're looking pretty good. They've got a good base to rack up a decent score. They'd like something well over 100. They're on track at the moment. Again, both these teams still adjusting to this this pitch and the conditions. Just pushed a point for a single. Shy at the stumps. Oh, he was lazy, the batsman. I think he was pretty lucky as well. They'll look for a second, and he'll have to hurry. Well, Shahab Ahmed doesn't look like he likes to run very much. That's all with this first one. So he's just cruising, and that would have been out by a mile if he hit. And then they look for another one. Goes to the keeper, and throws a little bit wide. And in the end, it's 2 runs. Not facing again. This one just reaches from one outside off stump. Possibly going to be a wide. Been a good over so far from Ahmed. Let's have another look. And yeah, I think it would have been a wide. Ended up getting the inside edge, hitting himself in the shoulder with the ball. Well, the gloves. There's the bowler again. Hit high and long, and that will be 6 runs. Got that pretty much out of the middle. Did Ahmed. And just got under it. Galanis was there, couldn't reach it. That's 6 valuable runs here for Cyprus. They were almost to their 50, almost halfway through the innings. And Vinny, welcome to the marshmallow. It's a good game. This is going to be 4 again, or is it going to go all the way? It will be 4. Actually, it's 6 and a no ball and a free hit. You've come in at the right time, Vinny.
Well, come in, and Cyprus go to heaven. They get a 7 here. Yeah, waist high full toss or above will be called. I think for me that's waist height. And Shoaib, he puts it away as well. So, Cyprus, they were stung by their performance yesterday, no doubt, Danny. No, it's tough. It was tough for both the Greek and the Cypriot sides because they've never even played here before. Slightly different conditions. And you see, as I'm just getting the warning from Joe Foster, saying the bowler, he's bowled a high delivery, waist high or above, and that's the first warning for Arslan. But anyway, yeah, good morning. What a time to come in. It'll be a free hit as well. And there's the golden boy, Joe Foster. But hello to everyone in the chat. I know we've got a lot of good chat happening already in there. Eastern European Cricket Network. Hello to everyone on fan code. Hello to Jacob Baranowski. Hello to you. Hello to Morning Chill. I'm feeling a bit morning chill this morning.
Oh, me too.
A little bit of a chill on the ground as well. Just a little one. Free hit, free miss.
Oh, it's well done there from the bowler, who before, or a couple of balls ago, he had very good figures. Got a good wicket, and just got hit for 2, well, a 6 and a 7. So just ruining his figures a bit. And 56 the score now, almost halfway through the innings. It's pretty good for Cyprus. They want to go on from here though. And hit straight down the ground. It should be comfortably fielded there by Bogdanos, who's a really good fielder.
Yeah, he really is. It's fun to watch as we get to the end of the over, and it's 57-4-1. And once again, I want to say hello to everyone, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hood. Have you grown a little bit, Danny?
I think so.
You might have grown
Yeah,
a bit.
I think it was the
This is what happens when it
lamb
rains yesterday. Everyone's going up a little bit. Anyway, hopefully well. And I know it's going to be a big day because the Greeks, they kept the series alive by beating Czechia last night. Pretty gutsy performance. And it's just a bit sad in a way because we've had an excellent couple of weeks here. But also really looking forward to going to Switzerland. I'll be actually going just before the end of play today to make sure I catch my flight there, and I'll be on there tomorrow. Andrew Leonard's going to help out.
We're getting shorter, Vinny.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now we're back. And so we get into the 6th over. It's Vasilakis who is going to come back. And, he's a big, strong left armour. It's a good contest here. I said if Cyprus can somehow get the 100 plus on the board, the Greeks haven't exactly set the world on fire with their batting. There are a couple of exceptions there.
I think that this is turned around the corner. Should be out.
Oh, I cannot believe he's dropped that, and neither can he, Alexis Souvlakis. It just popped up. He was on the move and just shelled it. At international level, I mean, this one just pops up.
At any level, Vinny.
Any level. And it's almost too easy. Anyway, these things happen. They happen to anyone. And Souvlakis knows should have taken that. Shob should have been gone. Next one's a wide outside the off stump.
Yes, I think it's a good move bringing back Vasilakis. He's a very good bowler. Didn't have it all his own way in the first one though. Went for quite a few, but yeah, Vasilakis. He's a good bowler that uses his height well.
Yeah, got good strong action, doesn't he? This is in the air. Is this another opportunity? Maybe not. He's going to have to come in a long way. Awesome catch. Ridiculously good catch from Galanis. We saw an easy one drop. Galanis actually put one down earlier in this innings as well. But that maybe is a bit of a turning point for Greece. And have a look at that. And I love this dismissal because it's caught Galanis, bowled Vasilakis, and it's a fantastic catch running forward.
Really good catch. And you can see how much it meant to him, that celebration. And yeah, he did put down a pretty easy one earlier on. Made really good ground to get there. Took that down low down. And that's the end of another batsman for Cyprus. They are 59 for 2. I think Cyprus would have. I think they'd like the start they've had. They just have to keep on going with this. It'll be Lovedeep Sandhu, the new batsman. But yesterday they, in the first game especially, just kind of swung across the line. And you can't do that on this pitch. As I said, it plays a little bit differently. It doesn't bounce and go through as much as what it does in the pitch in Cyprus. Says, oh, look at this catch again. Low down, really good effort. Considering also they put a couple down that should have been taken, Greece. I think that was excellent. If that had gone down, I think the Greek heads would have gone down with it. But Vasilakis gets his man. It's a big wicket.
Yeah, really good catch. That was a half chance. But anyway, let's see what Lovedeep can do here. Swings all around the first one. It was almost 2 in a row.
That was a beauty. Lovedeep Sandhu had a bit of a swing. Quite well. He knew it was there somewhere, and this one just missed that off stump. I think his length should be about on a length or just short, and angling up to the batsman, kind of like that. This is going to be on the boundary. 6. Just got there, did Lovedeep Sandhu.
Just being the word, and he did everything right there. The fielder is Azra Ahmed, I think, out there on the deep wicket boundary. He went right back. He leaned over. He saw where he was. Knew how far he could go. Just couldn't pull it back in. Lovedeep gets a bit of luck there. Then he carries the fielder. I suppose he hit it that hard. 6 off 2. Now a big swing. So he's 1 for 3 basically. As Vasilakis finishes his spell. Another good effort from the youngster. He takes 1 for 24, and after 6 overs, the score is 65 for 2.
Yeah, with that big 6, I think normally it would have carried pretty easily because the breeze does push it that way, but there's no breeze at the moment.
Let's have a look at what's coming up. And I think I mentioned that I'll be headed to Switzerland. I'll be there tonight, believe it or not. And we're only a week away from the Continental Cup T20 IWs as well, which is going to be great. With Rico doing the honours there, I'll have Andrew Leonard joining me for the first full week, I suppose, working for us here at ECN. And then the ECS will move to Dresden, but there's also T20 International Cricket, both men's and women's through August. There's also some T10 International Women's Cricket in the ECIWs. So yeah, can't wait. Should be a really busy week ahead. Just week, but month ahead. And here's Galanis, who just took a brilliant catch coming on to bowl over number 7.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Galanis. And again, right time to bring him on. They've brought him on towards the end of the innings. And this one's full, hit well, and
no
6
way.
runs.
Oh.
Unlucky again. Great catch.
Here's the bad news. He's definitely touched the rope. He hasn't realised it. He's definitely touched the rope and he hasn't realised it. Oh, look at this. Oh, this guy's so unlucky. Has a brilliant catch. He dives, and in the kind of movement, he's definitely touched the rope. There's no doubt. But because he's moving so quick, he assumes he's fine. But have a look at this. Great catch. But here's a problem. Bang.
Yeah.
He's just touched the rope.
The Greek Superman flies again.
Yeah, the Greek Superman, he's found his kryptonite, and it's the rope. It's a brilliant catch.
He took a fantastic catch yesterday as well, one-handed, and then tried to throw it in. But unlucky.
Got a feel for him. But anyway, Cyprus, their care factor is approximately 0 because they get 6 runs, and they need the runs at the moment. We know they've struggled for runs. And Galanis, the unluckiest bowler in the country right now. Bogdanos. The funny thing is, it's not funny unless you look at the old laugh at funny situations that some people don't find funny. But what about when he did something similar yesterday and then he dropped an absolute sitter straight after? Anyway, have another one. Going back, and this time he can't get there. Maximo. And this morning has had everything so far, hasn't it, Danny Hudacek?
Oh, it's a great fight here from Cyprus, and now we can see what they can do. Yesterday it was a bit, just everything was a bit foreign for them. First time on Czech soil, first time in these conditions, and they didn't play well. But I tell you what, Vinny, they're playing well here. 78 for 2 in the 7th over, and it's a couple of sixes in a row off Galanos, who's a very good bowler. A little bit unlucky though, I'd say.
Yeah, to say the least.
This is hit straight. Just should be just a single.
Yeah, so what do we think of that effort? I mean, the chat will be pretty interested about that, I'm sure. The thing is, he genuinely, it's a really good example. If you asked him, I honestly believe he thinks he's fine there.
Sure.
You know, 100%, unless he's Meryl Streep. You know, he has honestly, so if you asked him if there wasn't the video, I think it probably would have been out. You know, unless the umpire saw the rope move, but you had to be eagle-eyed to see it.
He had his hand under the rope.
Yeah.
So this is hit straight. Player coming around, cuts it off pretty comfortably. That's Shabir Arslan.
So here's the other thing is that it's a bit of a banana peel game for Greece, isn't it? As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score 81 for 2. Let's have a look at it. A little bit of information compiled based on yesterday's matches, and interestingly, it was pretty low scoring. So average score of 93. I think part of it's because you've got 2 teams out of the 3 that haven't played on this pitch, but also the Czechs didn't bat very well at all.
Yeah.
In fact, that 77 lowest score, batting first, that was them in match 5. Having said that, the highest score, Chase 79, lowest score defended at 103. 2-2, so wins batting first, batting second, didn't seem to make too much of a difference. Of course, we had that washout in match 3 between these 2 teams. All right, time for a new over. It's Azra Ahmed. Yeah, so I think that Chris, he honestly believed he was fine. And if you had a normal park game of cricket, I think it probably gets given out.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way he could tell because his hand, it's not as though he felt the rope on top of his hand. He slid under it.
Yeah.
So
He's probably got the,
it was, the ball was
he
in the other
knocked the
hand.
rope up a little bit from under, though, so he did touch it. There's a lot going on. Anyway, there is a lot going on here as well. It's another high catch. This is going to fall safely. Bermuda Triangle situation. In fact, they're going to get 2, or are they? They will. So Cyprus seem to have the better of the luck factor. That could have gone anywhere, but it did fall safely. They're up to 84.
The run rate's almost 12 and over. They'd like to continue that or raise it. And it's been a fantastic effort so far from Cyprus against a very good Greek bowling and fielding side. And this is over the top again towards third man, and that's 4 runs.
Just rolling with the momentum at the moment, aren't they, Cyprus? And this is kind of the first innings we've seen that they're not really in any wicket trouble through the first half. So they can really swing away. They can be a bit fearless. And yeah, banana peel game, I said, for Greece, because they kind of played themselves back as contenders last night by beating Czechia. But if they lose this, they will have undone that good work There's Bogdanos again. I like his mannerisms as well. You know, he wears his heart in his sleeve. He's obviously
absolutely.
super proud. He's a guy that he's grown up in Greece and learned his cricket there, playing in the UK now. You can tell he's a good player. Anyway, this is a one-hand sweep shot as Ahmed gets a little bit leg stumpish, and that one takes Cyprus up into the 90s.
Yeah, a bit of a loose delivery there and put away. It's a bit easy there. If you're coming around the wicket like that, you want to be pushing it across the right-hander, but anything down leg side normally gets whacked down towards that shed or into the car park.
Full toss. Has he got all of this, though? Fielder comes in, takes a catch. That's another good one. Greece, they've had a few, and guess who? It's Georgios Galanis once again. Excellent catch coming forward as Ahmed gets a wicket with his last delivery. And that's going to be Shoaib Ahmed. Big wicket. He goes for 29 into the 8th over. It's 93 for 3.
Yeah, another really good catch there. And as we said, the Greeks pride themselves on their fielding. You can see how much it means to them. And that was another wicket down. Still under no wicket pressure, only 3 down for Cyprus. And that will be Galanis to bowl. Look at this. So not a great start, but it's just continued to mount. It's 11.63 and over.
Yeah, 116 pace. You'd say, based on yesterday and based on who they're playing here, it's probably above par.
I'd say so, but also I think Greece will bat slightly differently as well.
Yeah,
reassessing, thinking, well, how of what's gone wrong with the batting, because they haven't been great with the bat. Been really good with the ball and in the field. And Galanis to bowl the second over. His first one went for 16.
Yeah, well, Georgios, he's a really talented young leg spinner. Get another player that's played all his cricket in Greece. Pretty good location first up as it sneaks inside the tram line. Lovedeep's come out and he's just basically taken out the long handle straight away, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think, you have to do that at some stage in T10s. Galanis comes in again.
Just overcooks it a little bit. That's a wide, but can afford that, I suppose. I think Galanis, notice, hasn't got a lot of side spin in this series compared to when I've seen him bowl before. I thought he would have got a little bit more spin out of this pitch. Anyway, this is pretty much straight up in the air. Fielder comes around and will catch it eventually. Spiridon Vasilakis. Well, I think it was fingertips to shoulder, maybe a bit of chin in there as well. And it's a pretty chiseled chin, but it comes back, nestles in their hand safely. All's well that ends well. As Galanis picks up his first wicket of the day, and Cyprus now 94 for 4. Pretty good hand, though, from Lovedeep, who goes for a quick fire 20.
Yeah, it was a pretty good innings there. 2 new batsmen though now for Cyprus. Still got a couple of overs to increase this score. 94 is the best effort of their tournament so far by quite a way. And it will be Lovepreet Singh he's joining Roshan Sirwadana out there. Neither have faced a ball. So fresh meat for Galanis.
Yeah, Galanis probably likes bowling to the new batter as well. But yeah, having said that Sirwadana, particularly yesterday, is there as well. He was pretty useful. And this one is straight up in there. Should be 2 in a row. That will be taken. So it's going to be a golden duck for Lovedeep Singh. So you've got a pair of Lovedeeps in the bag. There's Georgios. He's on a hat-trick. And Cyprus just falling away a little bit in the 9th. All happening for Greece. It's 94 for 5.
It is a 9th over, but if they can get 10 and over from here, it's 114. And it just wasn't the greatest shot there from Lovedeep Singh. If they get a boundary and over, they should get 10-ish. Well, they should have until the start of this over. But still, 114 is a pretty good score. Anything over 100, I think, is defendable for Cyprus against the Greeks, who haven't really adjusted to the conditions with the bat yet. From a couple, though, the skipper, Aslam Mohammed, looked pretty good. See here, the Hall of Fame for hat-tricks.
Yeah, could we get a Greek name in there? Hat-trick number 23. Just had the one hat-trick here, Piyush Kumar. That was a week ago, exactly. So that was a Sunday. Maybe Sunday's hat-trick day. Let's find out.
So it's left-handed Hardeep Singh, who should have been batting quite a bit higher, I think. Good man to bring in late, though.
Right, hat-trick ball. Goes catchable height, but goes around the bowler. So he won't take a hat-trick, but still, it's been a very good over. Because this is kind of a middle-of-the-road total for me. So these overs matter, where one team wins them by a lot.
Well, still a couple of balls left in this one. He's 2 for 2 from this over. It's Galanis. And down late on it with the batsman. They'll look for 2. A little bit sloppy in the field. Attacked it, but just left the ball behind.
It's very ungrease, actually, that, but that's the way it goes. And so Galanis has to eat the 2, but he does have 2 wickets as well in the over.
So here's Galanis, the final ball of his spell. And
well bowled, really well bowled. Stepping away is going to be tough. And yeah, Georges, he's certainly been in the action this morning, hasn't he? A couple of really good catches, a couple of wickets there. Okay, not everything goes his way, but I think he can be proud of his work in this innings so far. As we'll go to the last over, and the score is 97 for 5.
Yeah, look at this these bowling figures. Sinan Khan is the only one not to take a wicket, but he's probably been the best of the bowlers. 13 from his 2. 2 for Galanis, and each of the rest took 1. Here's Shabir Arslan, who, well, he's the one who's gone to the most. He's there. Went for 17 off his over, took a wicket. Got a bit scrappy towards the end of it. And this one's hit nicely on the leg side.
Good fielding out there.
Just be a single.
It's Georgianis out there, I think, that does it. Nice bit of work patrolling the boundary. Arslan, maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that, just with the angle. The kind of ball, if the bat hits in the middle, he can pick it up and hit it for 6, but didn't quite get it. Another ball pitched up fairly straight. Reasonable over so far. I mean, even this ball, it's fine, but there is a risk with that length because it's not quite the York that the batter can get up and get under it. Hardeep Singh's out there now for Cyprus. He's a good hitter, big left-hander. And he gets a bit of a gift, but he picks out the fielder. Just want to knock it down. Has a throw, but it's well backed up. That'll also bring up the 100 for Cyprus. First time they've reached that milestone in this series.
Yeah, it's. I think it's been a much improved effort from Cyprus. I think they've batted well. They've got a good total on the score. Still 3 balls left. I'd love a couple of boundaries here.
This is a thick bottom edge. Once again, picks out the fine leg. So a couple of these may be a bit fortunate to find the fielder. But this is going to be a cracking run chase.
It's a good game, this.
It really is. And let's see what Greece do with their order. I think you got to shuffle Aslam up. He's been one of the form players. Good morning, Corey Rutgers. Nice to have you with us. And he has got some Greek heritage, Corey, you know. Anyway, this one he does get, but he get it well enough. He does not. Nicely taken. That's Amarpreet. He was the hero last night. Hit the last ball of the day for 6 for the Greeks to get that win against Czechia. And he takes a good catch coming around to his left. So Hardeep, again, that's in his zone. Doesn't quite get it in the middle. And Cyprus lose another with 1 ball remaining, 101 for 6.
Well, I got a question to ask. It's a night series in Portugal.
Yes, it is.
It's an hour behind Prague time.
Yes.
What's Corey doing up at 8:30 in the morning? I thought
That
he'd sleep until
is
3.
a very good question. And it's not a fake Corey either.
No,
That's
not
a
a
real
fake Corey.
Corey, I think, unless someone has changed, one spanner has changed their username to Corey Ruckers, but I highly doubt that. I'm about to find out if that's the real Corey. Anyway, here's the last ball.
Oh,
It'll be a wide.
Oh, almost a run out at both ends too. Well, have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, wide, because down leg side.
It's a dodgy looking shot.
Yeah.
Actually, if he'd got a bit of bat on that, it would have been 4 because there's no one down in that area.
Does he try it again? I
I
would.
think so.
Ball will go further. Oh no, bowl's the same ball. He does the opposite, gets in the way a little bit. He'll come back for 2. Should be an easy run out.
Oh,
And they airmail it. And it's well backed up actually to make sure there's nothing further. So Kanduri gets a pretty entertaining 2 not out for his trouble. And Cyprus then again, 104 for 6 after the 10. And yeah, a bit of everything in the first innings of the day, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's, again, a really good effort from Cyprus. The key to them is that they didn't lose early wickets. They're under pressure from Sinan Khan, who just went for 3 off his first over. And they just dug in there, a bit like a tick, and just didn't let up.
They did, didn't they? Hey, Corey's reply, he said both teams in Group A in the ECC. So Spanish coach, perfect time to snoop. But he also said he just got home. Anyway, 104 will be the score for Cyprus to defend. I did say, can they get 100 plus? If they do, I think they're a shot at defending this. Greece, it feels like a must-win game for them if they're going to challenge this weekend for the trophy. That's they got their work cut out for them. A bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly for them in the first innings of the day. It's some very good catches, some easy drops, some flirts with the boundary rope. It was all there. But Cyprus, one thing I liked about them, they attacked, didn't they? They had the wickets in hand, but they weren't afraid to play their shots. And I think they make their own luck to an extent as they put on the ton.
Agreed, Vinny. But I think also what they did is they picked the bad balls to go after. They didn't take too many risks in saying that. That was a dodgy inside edge for 4. They did probably have the luck of it, did Cyprus, and then quite a few run-outs that might have hit on another day. Just missed the stumps. That was a lovely shot down there, and again, just a little bit sloppy there from the Greeks. There was Vasilakis there on the boundary, and a couple who went just over fielders, a couple of drop catches. Some of them really should have been taken. That's again lovely guided push out there to third man. And this was the wicket there, the bowl, the first wicket to go down. And that was of Mazumdar, who seems the most dangerous batsman in the Cyprus lineup. And you see this one going just over the boundary. It didn't all go Cyprus's way, but to be fair, the Greeks didn't have the luck either. Have a look at this one. Great catch, and then his hand just slipped under the rope, and that was 6 runs. And then the very next ball, couldn't believe his luck there, Bogdanos. This one he couldn't reach. So good effort from Cyprus. So see just more of the highlights. A few wickets went down late. So there's a nice catch out there here from Galanis. He dropped the easiest one he got, and then took 2 nice catches in the outfield. This was another wicket here. But this is the stage where they really had to have a go at it. This is Hardeep Singh, who couldn't get past the fielders. And in the end, 104 for 6, 105 to win for Greece. They'll have to bat well to get there against a really good bowling lineup from Cyprus. I don't think they have the same energy in the field as what Greece does. But I think they've got equal bowlers to the Greeks. As we see here, Mazumdar at the top, 22 off 12, really good innings. And everyone really going on with it a little bit up the top. DL with 16, Ahmed with 29, Lovedeep Sandhu with 20, all pretty quick. And a few runs at the end from the rest. Only 1 ducked out of Lovedeep Singh. 8 extras, pretty disciplined there from the Greeks. See the bowling figures. For me, the pick of the bowler, Sinan Khan, as usual. No wickets, but good economy rate. Kept it really tight up top. The spirit on Vasilakis was a little bit loose at times. But he and Ahmed took a wicket. Arslan with 2, and Galanis, pretty good spell for the leg spinner, also with 2. Good second over. So, this is match 6 in the European Cricket International game here in Czechia between Cyprus and Greece. 105 needed by Greece. They'll have to bat well, considering what we saw yesterday from both of these teams. Cyprus definitely improved from yesterday by a long way, and they'll be up for a good performance. Let's see if they can pick up their first win of the series against Greece. We're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket International Czechia match between Cyprus and Greece. And, well, the weather's coming in a little bit. It's drizzling here. Hopefully we'll get a start to this second innings. There's no wind, which is just which is quite good. It's just a little bit of rain. So as long as the conditions aren't too slippery and dangerous for the players, it'll be uncomfortable. But we'll get play underway. Of course, this game was abandoned yesterday with a storm that came in. But it's not the same kind of conditions as bowler comes in. The first ball, it's down leg side, called a wide. Bit of a stifled appeal from the keeper. It is just a little bit, probably would have hit the batsman if he hadn't got out of the way. I'm just wondering if that went over the leg side, the stump, or was just wide of the leg stump. Bowler comes in again, and that's called wide as well. It's Shoaib Ahmed. Tricky conditions for bowlers. Just a little bit slick underfoot. It'll mess with your run up and your delivery stride. Also the batsman. It's not ideal conditions for anyone out there. And well, looks like they're going to come off. They're going to put the covers on. Rain getting a little bit harder. So that's unfortunate. Hopefully it's not going to delay the game too much. A lot of grey cloud up above. We knew we might get some rain, and a little breeze coming in now. So the umpires are bringing the stumps in. The covers are going to come on, and it's unfortunate because this is all set up to be a fantastic chase from Greece. Cyprus 104, easily the best they've batted in the series, with a little bit of luck, but it's just unfortunate as well, one of the umpires takes one of the covers by himself. Yesterday it was almost like a yacht race with the spinnakers set, but just not the same breeze. Well, in saying that, the wind's got under that cover. Vinny is back in.
Yeah, I'm back, and it's not ideal, obviously. Yeah, you could just feel a few drops of rain. I was worried if we were even going to get a ball in, and we didn't get a legal ball in the end. Just the two wides to get us going. But remember, 3 overs is the minimum, so Greece, they'll really want to get out there and at least have a crack at this. A 3-over target, what would it be? Yeah, probably something like 36 or something in 3 overs.
It's difficult.
If I had to guess, but at least it gives them a shot because Cyprus, I don't think can displace Czechia, but Greece can. But they do have to beat Cyprus twice, and they won't get that opportunity. So, I mean, that's something they'll want to do. But it is coming down pretty heavily, just the way it is, unfortunately. We haven't had mostly good weather in this series. Unfortunately, right here, right now, we're going to have a stoppage. And it looks like it could be a fairly lengthy one, though. If yesterday's anything to go by, it can brighten up and we can still have a really clear afternoon because the weather can change really quickly here. Absolutely,
but it's slightly different to yesterday. It sort of just rolled in quickly and disappeared pretty quickly, and we had bright sunshine in the afternoon. This is a little bit different. There's no real breeze. We knew that we were going to get some weather in Prague. We're at the extremities of Prague, and the wind does push things away from us. So sometimes if it's raining in Prague, it won't be raining here in Vinoj, even though it's only about 12 kilometres away. So, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, don't forget, this is our last day here in Prague before, I'll be in Switzerland tomorrow, and I'll have Andrew Leonard help me out there. I'll also have Rico Full helping me out there over the next couple of weeks. But for now, we are going to give you some cricket as the rain continues to come down very heavily here. We will give you updates whenever we can. If there is an update, just keep an eye on the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and also our website, europeancricket.com. But we're going to continue the game that we started yesterday when we had the rain interruption, and that's the Czech Republic versus Finland. It's from the 27th of September 2021, and when we last left this game, it was halftime. The Czechs had made 92 for 2 off their 10 overs. So the finish innings is about to begin. This is from the beautiful Cardamom Oval, where we will be in just a few short weeks' time for the third edition. But in this one, it will be the Finnish captain Nathan Collins and Peter Gallagher going out to bat. Satyajit Sengupta will be opening the bowling. Stay and watch this. This is a good one. 93 is the target for the Finns, and we'll be back here, hopefully, with some cricket live from Prague very shortly. The second match of Group C between Finland and the Czech Republic. And in the first half of this one, the Czech Republic, they won the toss. They elected to bat. I thought it was a good positive move. They were able to put 92 together off their 10 overs, and we see the crowd coming in and various fan zones around this cricket ground, which has been done up for the occasion. And, well, it'll be interesting to see how Finland go about their chase. A lot of people are wondering how we get by, and this is why. This is our secret, isn't it, Rico? This is how we know everything. We seem like we know what we're talking about, don't we? Fluffy Wayne cricket. Should be a good read, actually.
It's a good read. I like the bit at the back.
Is that right?
It says about the backstop. That's quite funny.
Never call anyone a backstop.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go on.
There you go.
This is good one for you being a wicketkeeper.
All right. Okay, there is a long stop, but the position is only occupied when a fielding side has an appallingly bad wicketkeeper. Well, I feel bad if they ever put one behind me. But anyway, let's get back onto task here, and we're going to see Finland coming out. And, yeah, look, I'd be interested to see what their approach is to this target of 93. We've got a pretty attacking opening pair of Nathan Collins and Peter Gallagher, who are out there. And it's going to be Satya Sengupta to bowl the first ball of the Czech Republic. And he knocks him over with the very first ball. Well, that is simply super from Satya Sengupta. And he just completely bamboozled Nathan Collins, the Finnish skipper. And I don't know if it was a change of pace. It definitely wasn't the pace that Collins was expecting. And Rico Full, what a start for the Czechs.
Well, what a very clever delivery this is. And we always say, and you hear me saying all the time, when you're bowling it, bowl it full, bowl it straight, and there's every opportunity you're going to get a wicket. And I think it's just been done by the pace. I think it was a perfect ball. Look, he's come out to it a long way, still hasn't been able to get to it. The slower ball does the trick. And isn't he happy? Well, so he should be. His very first ball ever in a Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And he takes a wicket. But one man who won't be happy, of course, is Nathan Collins, because he's gone for a first baller, golden duck.
Oh, a tale of two first balls. I mean, the first ball for Sengupta capturing a wicket, and does it by hitting the furniture. And Collins, the first ball he faces in T10 international cricket, he's on his way. You know, I just think he was too quick through that shot. I think it was the lack of pace that did Collins. And just like that, Finland lose their captain. I often say, though, don't I, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. New batsman is Aravind Mohan at number 3. And Finland will get their first run as Mohan tucks this one away down to short fine leg. This will bring Peter Gallagher on strike, and, well, just watch the way he approaches things. He is very dynamic, maybe a bit combustible at times, Peter, but, yeah, I think they still have to attack. They don't want to bat themselves into a hole, otherwise this 93 target starts to look a lot bigger than it actually is. But what a start. Satya Sengupta, who was drafted into the squad as a late replacement for Samira Madaranga. Perfect start for him. And this one's in the air, and this one might be catchable. It's in the air a long time, and it's taken. Well, what a catch this is, and what a start this is for the Czech Republic. And it's the captain, Aaron Ashokan, who had to go back a long time, but it was just had so much hang time that he was able to get there. Didn't even have to turn himself around. And his second wicket goes down now. Finland in some serious trouble. It's 1 for 2.
This is a very good catch. It really is. I mean, he's had to make the ground to get back. And then not only does he make the ground, he then takes a very good catch. And you can see that's been appreciated there. That's Mark Lovell there enjoying the cricket. And they're giving the fielder a good clap, because that is a really good catch. And, well, it's a fine start this for the Czech Republic. Exactly what they needed to do.
Well, that's both openers gone. Very first ball. And I think, again, with Gallagher, he's just early through the shot. That's why it doesn't go forwards as much as he wanted. It goes just pretty much upwards. No, it did carry most of the way to the boundary. Just showed you how long the ball was in the air by how much time Ashokan had to get from in the circle back to within 3-4 metres of the boundary. Held on to it, so they will cross back, and Jonathan Skamans, the keeper, will come out a bit earlier than he thought he would. He comes out after 3 balls. A second wicket to Satya Sengupta. He's got 2 for 1. And well, there's a bit of a pattern developing. A wicket, tuck behind square for a single. A wicket, tuck behind square for a single. And let's see what Mohan can do. Like I say, losing their openers hurts, but they have left a lot of balls left for the other batsmen to chase down these runs. Leans on this one, but it'll just be a dot. And this is just the start the Czech Republic wanted, didn't they? They didn't want Finland getting away too early against this double-digit score. And Sengupta's delivering.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's been a golden start for the bowler, Sengupta. And, well, 2 golden ducks. That's how golden it's been. Both openers.
It's a good ball up in the block hole. Finish the over. But it's an over that Satyajit Sengupta will remember for a long time. 2 wickets and 3 runs off that. 3 for 2. Finland after 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you haven't got all the runs on the board that you'd like, and I think they're at least 20, even 25 short where they would have liked to have been. The only way to put that behind you is to start well, and that's exactly what they've done. And you can see this is the table so far. Germany winning that first match. What a match it was against Italy, needing a 6 of the last ball, and they did it in style. So they are at the top of this Group C at the moment. And they'll be joined by one of these 2 teams. Who will it be?
They've got the smallest possible net run rate, except if it went to a golden ball, I suppose. Plus 0.1 because of the 1 run that they won by, 112 to 111. This is Sabu and Davitsi coming out to bowl the second over of the Czech Republic. And this one will be 4. And there's no third man in place. Even if there was, he probably wasn't getting this one. And this is a confidence builder. And it is Mohan that's able to stroke this one away to the backward point for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, he just was given the width that he needed. It was short enough to play the shot. And gets it between those 2 fielders. So gets the boundary. They needed that. And, well, will that be the start of another flurry of boundaries? That's what Finland need here.
Well, quick yes, no. They don't run here. And Davitsi, actually, he's a good all-round cricketer. You'll see him in the field. He's quite reliable. See him opening the batting. Didn't really click with the bat today. At the moment, we're seeing a very impressive start to his over. This one, no ball. This one will be for pitching off the pitch surface. So what's worse about a no ball than a wide is that the next ball will be treated as a free hit. So batsman can't be out, essentially, unless they run out off this one. So that one's a long way off target from Sabah.
Good stop from the wicket keeper. Jonathan Skamans diving to his right. Otherwise, that could have been even worse. Well, mind you, he's diving because he's saving the buys, because it would have been buys.
Yeah, that's true. It would have been buys.
Free hit.
I hate that rule. Well, free hit, and he's not going to miss out. And this one is a supersonic blast. And that one might have left our solar system. Big hit. Mohan doubles this score. Maximo off the free hit.
Lovely shot. And shot of a batsman who looks like in good form. I mean, he's played this one absolutely delightfully. Look at this. Picks the length. Like the way he gets a wrist into play here. That's what's made that shot.
That's what you need to get you back on track, isn't it? Exactly. what Finland needed just to steady them. We've had a tough time so far, but with the 4 and the 6 in this over. Good comeback from Davitsi. And Mohan's forced just to dig this one out, no run.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. That's where you need to be. It's giving him no room to play this one anywhere. And in fact, it was just tempting him to try and go across the line to try and get something from it, make something from it. But the batsman, well, good from him. So he's not going to give his wicket away after playing such a lovely shot, Mohan.
Not quite time this. Goes back to the bowler. So I suppose chasing 93, you just want to stay at that kind of 9 and over or so. So you want to be 18 after 2. That's also a target for the Czechs to keep Finland below. As a fielding side, you always feel if you can keep them below, even that 10 and over, you're keeping yourself in the game. This is a big ball now. Last ball of the second. Wipe it a little bit too wide. So they'll get a bonus run here.
Yeah, he's going for the big finish with that one outside the off stump, just trying to keep it inside that line. The line's there only as a guide for the umpires, but they're being very consistent all the way through. And as soon as it touches it, they're calling those.
Oh, it's a really nice shot. This is going to go all the way. Maximal! Well, that's the problem when you're in the VIP seats behind the fence. Well, I hope that's a bulletproof fence because it had to stop a bullet. 6 more to Finland.
Yeah, this is a good shot. I think he knows where this is going to be. He knows what the bowler's trying to do. And there you go. Watch out. It's coming your way.
Pays to pay attention. Takes us to the end of the second over. It's 21 for 2. Much better over. That one ended up going for 18.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit careful there, don't they? There's the spectators there because don't forget we've seen the fielders jump over the fence to get the ball. When you jump over there, you'd end up on his lap.
That's right. That one just knocked our banner off a little bit. I think in the end, it's a powerful strike, wasn't it? This is what I talk about as well when you lose wickets early, but you don't want to lose balls. I mean, the balls are sometimes more valuable than the wickets you lose, even though you do normally have your top hitters up the top of the order in this form of the game. But they've left a lot of time to stay on track with this chase. So we're going to see Naveed Ahmed, the spinner, coming in to bowl the third over. So a bit of a risk, bowling a spinner in the power play. It's on target. Wow, I'll tell you what, if he gathered that, might have had an angle to try and pull off a run out. But instead, it's just 1 run to Scammons.
You don't want to lose your balls, Vinny.
The ball's valuable.
We've seen a few
Not
batsmen.
just the golden balls, but all your balls are valuable in this form of the
Seen a few
game.
batsmen nearly lose their balls, haven't we? This one's up in the air, clever shot, and it's going to be 4 runs. He knows there's nobody out there. The only 2 men are long on and mid-wicket. So sort of chips this over. Sensible, and I think I'm liking what I saw there from Scummins as well. He's taken the single, he's given him the strike. He says, you're seeing the ball well, you're hitting it. So this is my role, and that's good from him as well.
Oh, don't think this carries. Stand to be corrected. But it was hit hard. Naveed Ahmed did well to block it, actually. You be the judge. I hope it's a super slow-mo, because this one... Oh, didn't quite carry it. Next one will carry all the way over the ropes. Maximo! And Finland, they mean business now after losing their openers. But they are open for business. And just clever bit of footwork. It wasn't a terrible delivery from Naveed, but it disappears for 6.
Very quick to pick the length, very quick to get back into the crease and smack this one over mid-wicket. Good shot. Pick up a victory for themselves and be right up there with Germany. And that'll be a very good result against this very strong and attacking Czech Republic team. But there's still a long way to go, and we know that everything can change with 1 ball. We've seen that already. We've seen that in Group A, Group B, and Group C. Well, everything can change with 1 ball. Just look at that last match. ball to go, 6 needed, and it gets sent over the boundary for 6. What a start to the week.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. And we'll get to see Germany again in the next game. They've got England 11, so first time we'll see the English in the competition. Here's the beast, Wickramasacre. Pushed him right back, and he's gone. And this one shot through, didn't really bounce as much as Mohan thought. And so perhaps a game-changing wicket, certainly a momentum-changing wicket. And the beast, well, he also takes a wicket with his first ball in T10 international cricket.
Wow, it's incredible. And when you think that there was first ball drop catches as well, so we could have had so many bowlers that have taken a wicket in the first ball. But this one, let's have a look at it again. It's not the best angle to see it, but that gives us an idea of the height, I suppose. But have a look at this. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call for me. I think he goes all the way back, look back. And the question is height. Is it going to hit? Is it going to go over? From what I'm seeing there, just seeing that one time, I think it's probably going to go on.
Yeah, I think it hits 3/4 of the way up the stumps for me. So I'm just surprised, and he is slippery. And Sudesh, in the Czech domestic competition, you don't always see him kind of at full pace, but I think he's turning it on at a key moment in not just the game, but the tournament for the Czechs. And he removes the dangerous Mohan for 29. It's 33 for 3. And you can see from the fact that Mohan scored 29, there's only been 4 other runs in the innings. There have been 2 extras and 2 disclaimers.
Well, what important wicket that was. It goes back to what we're talking about. One ball changes everything. Could that have been the one that does? Well, this will be 4 runs. Well, that'll help. And I think he knows what he's doing here. It's wide, he knows, he rolls his wrist on it, he keeps it along the ground. 4 more runs.
Yeah, well, this is interesting for me because we're out of the power play now, so they can afford to have a few more outfielders. And I would always want to have a third man, especially to a bowler like Wickramasacre, because now I'm going to put one back there. I'll put Sengupta back there now because I just think even if it means you have to sacrifice something like a long off or something like that, I just don't see him getting driven down the ground too often, especially by a new batsman. So Tambay, smart batting by him, gets off the mark with a boundary. Oh, this one is too high and almost has I gone to the stumps. But
That's also the difference. I think we can clearly see that now that we return back to this end. Certainly the end that the bowling was from last week in the Battle of Group B. I think there was a lot more bounce, wasn't it? Coming slightly up the hill on this pitch. Whereas this side, it doesn't tend to bounce as much. And a chance, and an easy chance as well. Caught and bowled, and he's made the difference, hasn't he, the beast? Well, he performed pretty well with the bat, and now he's doing it with the ball. What a start to his Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
He's a big game player. And you say the bounce, I don't think it's just the pitch. I just think it's the way he bowls as well, is that he does hit the seam a lot. Sometimes he scrambles the seam. So this one seems to bounce a bit more than Mahesh Tambay thought. And he was just late on that pull shot, wasn't he? And, well, time for the foot dancing. Tambay, he's 4 and out. And Finland in a bit of wicket trouble now. Is 37 for 4.
Yeah, the wicket's falling. And so we were talking about the power play, 33 for 2. We thought, yeah, that's okay. They're going nicely. But we did say, be careful, because in this format, one ball changes anything. And I think that LBW, Mohan going for 29. Well, that swings the favour back towards the Czech Republic. And with that wicket going there as well, off Tambay, played a nice shot for 4 and then gets himself out. Now the pressure is going to be on these Finnish batsmen.
Yeah, sure will be. You got your number 6 coming out in the 4th over. And he's got his tail up now, doesn't he? Wickramasacre has 2 for 4. Oh, he just goes for it straight away. This is going to be another one. And it is. Well, now the Beast's on a hat-trick. He's gone full beast mode. Well, there were 2 wickets in the first over. Now there's 3 in the 4th. And that's the wild thing, who comes out. And once again, he's late on the shot. It just hangs in the air. Now he caught one to his right. Now he catches one to his left. And Wickramasacre turning it on. This is what he does for the Czech Republic. And now Finland in a real spot of bother. It's 37 for 5.
Amjad Sher taking another 2 in 2. And he's got the wild thing out. Sorry, it's the beast that's taken the wild thing. Well, he might be wild, but the beast is the beast, and he's the king of the jungle, and he's saying, I'm having you. And now he finds himself in a hat-trick.
No one's given themselves time to settle in this innings, though. That's the thing. I mean, that's the third golden duck in the innings. And I also saw Tambe go third ball. You know, it's not an easy shot to play first up. You're trying to time up a pull shot against a ball that you're not quite sure of the pace of it. So now we've got the beast on a hat-trick. Oh, and he almost gets it.
Oh, how close is this?
You won't get much closer. And this is Praveen Kumar. It comes out and survives, but not by much. Let's have a look at this. One whistles past the outside edge. Oh, feet were nowhere, and that takes us to the end of 4. And what a game we've got in our hands. 37 for 5. There were only 4 runs off that over. That was the cut shot from Tambe, but 3 wickets. And look, Rico, it's been an amazing start to Group C, no doubt about it. We saw a 1-run game in the first match of the day.
Yep.
And there's every indication that we might have a second really close game. But I mean, now it has to be advantage Czech Republic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the beast, he's done it, and he's done it again. What a match he's having as this one's played out to long on for a single. Well, they've got to regroup, but you're absolutely right. Every batsman's coming in just frying the bat. I mean, but we do say, don't we? We do say that's the approach you've got to have. You just got to not be afraid. Just go out there and play your shots. Well, down the ground again. Good backing up.
This is where they just need a partnership. I mean, the rate's not out of hand by any means, and they're pretty much at the rate. You know, you've got to back your batsmen. In international cricket, you'll see the batting lineups a little bit deeper. Full toss should go, and it will go. And that one, that's going to disappear past the giant ice cube. Maximo Skamans, well, he's watched the carnage from the other end. He gets one that he likes. This wasn't a good ball from Naveed Ahmed.
That was a full toss, and Skamans puts this away. He's just, like you said, Vinny, he's seen everything happen from the other end. Hasn't had a lot of the strike early on. He was just giving as much strike he could from Mohart, but now he realises he's got to play a few shots for himself. That one will help his confidence. Full toss, gets the full treatment. 6 runs.
Oh, misses out. And look, let's not forget, it was only 2 hours ago, Rico. We thought Germany were dead and buried in their chase, and they just found a way to get things back on track, despite things not really going their way for a long time. Oh, this is a good shot, but does it have the carry? It sure does. Maximo! Well, Stack'em Rackham put it with the rest, and Skamans adds burst to life in the 5th over. His second 6 of the over.
Yeah, he's played this really well. Doesn't try to overhit it. That's the key for me. He relies on his timing, and lovely shot. Goes all the way over 6 runs.
How competitive have these first 2 matches been, though? I think it's shades of what's to come, and we don't know what England 11 will bring to the table just yet. Hit hard, a fair bit of work. That's Davitsi down at long off. He does well to keep it to a single. And look at that bullet arm straight back to the keeper. Takes us to the end of the 5th over. Finland, well, they're on track as far as the runs go, but the 5 wickets weren't part of the plan. It's 52 for 5.
Yeah, those 5 wickets falling very quickly. I wonder what they do here. I mean, would you go back to the beast? Well, I would.
Yep.
I would say, look, you know, because maybe it's Skamans there. He's the main man now. The new batsman that's in alongside him, Kumar, hasn't really. He's got 1 of 2 balls.
And they're not going to do that, though, Rico. Interesting one. They're going to for Kushal Mendon. And the thing is, yeah, Kushi's a good bowler as well. But for me, when a guy is running hot, I mean, I think I'd still want to get him on as soon as possible. Yeah. I mean, if he can grab 2 or 3 more wickets here, then you can pretty much win the game with him right here. But they're taking a bit of a risk. They're trying to basically sneak an over of a new bowler in. So it is Mendon to bowl. And it might have worked, because this is a chance, and Saba, he doesn't drop him, and he takes this one. Well, I suppose that's why I'm a commentator, not a captain, because they took Kushal Mendon, and he also takes a wicket with his first ball in T10 international cricket. That's 3 of the Czech Republic, and Finland not waiting around to have a look, and that's the big wicket of Skamans, who's got to go for 16, and now is 52 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's played that shot well, and he's got away with it a couple of times, but this time I think the head was the key. Head goes up in the air, doesn't time it well, and a straightforward catch taken. Another wicket goes, so that's 6 down now here. So Mendon comes on. We thought it'd be the Beast to finish him off, but it's Mendon who does. Well, is that going to be the critical one? But you're right, another bowler coming on this big screen. This is the big one. This is the Euro of cricket here, the European Cricket Championship, and off his first ball, takes a wicket, and what an important one it is. Jonathan's come as well, 16 of 9, he batted well, but they needed him out there for a bit longer.
Maybe that's the secret. Just keep using new bowlers, because every time they do, they seem to take a wicket. And now, like I say, the run rate's only 8.5 and over required, but they're running out of resources. 6 wickets in the first 31 balls. Naveed Shahid, the new batsman. He will be on strike, don't forget, because of that rule, where if the ball is caught by a fielder, the batsmen have to cross back if they have crossed. So now, I mean, I'll say it again, and we say it all the time, they really need a partnership. This is quite an unusual one because the run rate required, they're actually ahead of the rate. I mean, it's still under 9. It's very gettable. It'll be a wide. I still think this has got thriller written all over it. The difference for me here, and we're seeing it compared to the European Cricket Series, which are the domestic club-based tournaments that we cover most of the year here on ECN. You know, you might have 3 or 4 good batsmen, then it falls away pretty quickly. But in internationals, you do get people holding the bat well till 8 or 9. Oh, this one hits him on the back pad, and he's given him. Well, another LBW. And so Kumar, it looked like a slightly slower ball. And, well, they're just not satisfied with 1 wicket in the over. Ever these Czechs. And this one, you see that, for me, the height was the issue. It's on the way up. I mean, we might see it from side on. And, well, it's touch and go. And, well, in the end, the umpire's in the best position. And he says, that's good enough for me. So Parveen Kumar goes for 1, and it's 54 for 7.
Yeah, he's totally played down the wrong line there. I think the only thing that could have saved him was the height. I mean, looking at it again, I think, like you said, umpire's call, umpire's in the right position. And umpire Nilkesh Patel saying, yep, that's going on to hit. So another one bites the dust, and they're crumbling here.
Certainly one thing you always have to be conscious of is the bounce, especially that looked like a slightly slower ball with a bit of overspin. But hit him in line, that's for sure. His 50-50 is not really going to Finland at the moment. Now they're 54 for 7. Next one gets through Qadir. And, well, suddenly, I mean, this is what I love about this format of the game. You never see 2 games quite the same. And so you've got a situation here where the run rate required isn't actually the biggest problem. The run rate's the least of their concerns. The fact they've lost 7 wickets, they're running out of batsmen. And now this one in the air a long time. Oh, and he gets half a finger to this. Davitsi, this could have been an 8th wicket. Oh, and that could have been 3 in the over again. And in the end here, he never gets off his feet. I think it's to do with the fact the fielder was coming. The other fielder was in his eye line. He's a little bit worried about a collision. So he didn't really fully commit to this, Subba.
Yeah, you see this just holds up long enough. Yeah, I think he started off slow, and then when he realised the other fielder wasn't coming, put the acceleration in. Got fingertips to it, though.
And this one's probably going to be 6. And it will be Maximo. Naveed Shahid just making this game 20% more interesting as we get to the end of the 6th over. It's 61 for 7.
What an over that is. Just everything's happening. We've seen wickets going. We see bowlers coming on, bowling the first ball and getting a wicket from it. 2 wickets again in that one. But that 6 after last delivery there keeps it interesting. But you just have to think here, but those 7 wickets that are down, well, they've got to, these 2 have to got to bat sensibly. But they can't take, well, too many risks. But at the moment, I think they should just be thinking about taking this as deep as they can for the moment.
If they bat the overs out, it's hard to see them not making the runs. I mean, they need 8 and over.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sure, you still need to, you know, you can't be completely defensive, but there's plenty of gaps there. If you score off almost every ball, you'll be fine. But now you've got the Beast coming back, so that worked out great. Bring on Mendon. He took 2 for 9 of his over. The Beast starts with a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that coming back. But he'll get it back right for sure. And he's bowling to Qadir.
Hello to Akash Gupta in the chat as well as everyone else. It's hard to keep our eye on the chat today because there's so much going on out there in the middle. This is a pretty good shot. He leans on it. And they might get 2 here. A little bit of a foot fielding effort, which was good enough to save the boundary, but they do get back for 2. And these are the little things. They all count, don't they? It keeps the same batsman on strike. Also, they creep at 1 run close to that target.
Yeah, he played this nicely. You can see the fielder here opted to put the foot on it. And both of them, it was doing a bit of passing, a bit of the Euros and the footy here.
A little bit of something on this. There's probably be 2 more. They've run hard here. And I'm not sure if there's any bat in this, or it might have just come off the pad. And yeah, it must have been a little bit of an inside edge, so 2 more. So I still think we're in for a pretty tense finish, especially if these 2 can stick around for a while.
It certainly is, but I think you're absolutely right, Vinny. These 2 batsmen just got to think, right, let's just take it deep. No, let's not throw our wickets away needlessly. Take it deep. Take the singles, take the ones when they're there, respect the good ball, but go after the bad ball.
That's a big shot to a ball. It wasn't really easy to go after. Again, we've got 2 batsmen at the crease. They're not really recognised batsmen in this form of the game. You've got number 8 and number 9 out there, and I bet in their wildest dreams they didn't think that they'd be out there trying to keep their team in the game. Still so long to go in this innings.
Yeah, this one didn't miss by much. It wasn't the best of shots.
Once again, you see the extra pace of Vikramasekara, hitting him high on the bat, but he gets away with it. Just 1 run, and we saw his 2 caught and bowled in that kind of fashion. I think batsmen see it, they fancy themselves to pull it, but they're just a little bit late on that shot.
Yeah, seen that a few times.
Oh, a little bit of an inside edge on this one, and that's what saved him, I think. And that'll probably be 1 run. In fact, it is no signal from the umpire. And you see there, a little bit of an inside edge, otherwise it was a long way back. It might have been trouble.
Yeah, got a fair bit of bat onto that, but yeah, he goes right across his stump, doesn't he?
Yeah, good umpiring though. Had the double noise. Oh, this one gets a bit of flesh, but they won't care how they get him at the moment. This will be a leg by, and they're just creeping. So this over, I mean, they do have 7 off this over. In fact, that will make it 8. So they get the 8 they need off that over just by sticking around.
Yeah.
There was nothing fancy, nothing pretty about it, but at the end of 7 overs, Finland are 69 for 7 with 24 runs required off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, that's what they've got to do. They've got to hustle now. They've got to dig deep. And I think one thing they've done well is they've got those runs, what they require of a good bowler. And, well, they know that things, well, they're hoping that things get easier.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a great match. This is going to
be really interesting. Germany, who won on the last ball with a 6. They're taking on the England 11, and they're led by Dan Lincoln, who will probably open the batting for them as well. And, you know, they've got a blend of youth and experience, that England 11. They're the best amateur cricketers in England, and so it's going to be great to see them out there as we start over number 8. And now this is where you just don't want any real non-productive overs if you're Finland. As long as you can grab 6 or 8, I mean 8 keeps you at the rate, and then you're fine. Just you don't want to lose a wicket, that's the key. Just got to hang in the game. The longer it goes, the more nervous Czech Republic will get. Swing and a miss. So a valuable dot ball. What a great morning of cricket. Yeah, that's why you don't want to be late. Make sure you get to us Monday morning, bright and early. Well, depending when you're watching the world, might not be that early, but haven't had to wait too long for the drama in the ECC in week 3. Goes after this, but this could be out. Oh, and he took a very indirect route to that. And that's Sharan Ramakrishnan. And, well, he'll be disappointed with this. I mean, what he does do, I suppose, is he stops the boundary. But he seemed to just kind of run around to his right. And then he was still on the move. Never really got set for this one. So a chance goes down.
Yeah, this has come at a good pace to him. I think if he just gets himself in the right position, he'll take the catch. He doesn't. Sort of clashes into it. The ball pops out.
Full toss. A bit of a slower ball from Krishna Mendon. And, you know, just talking about these matchups we're getting. I mean, England versus Germany. We had it drawn in the ECL a couple of times. Of course, the ECL, which is the club-based competition, the Champions League of cricket. had to be postponed the last 2 years, but England, the English club was meant to be against the German club in both of those. Never transpired. It goes after this, but this one is a chance. It has to be held. Aaron calls Saba off, and they've made a complete meal of it. And it goes down. They'll get 2 in the end. I mean, Aaron was pretty clear that he wanted it, and I actually think that Davitsi left it for him originally, but he was just kind of hovering. I don't know if that's because he was just kind of using himself as a second line of defence.
Gets too close to him. You can see Aaron here. He's put the hand out first. Look, puts the hand out. I don't know if you see it in there. He says, yeah, it's mine. And then, look, he just gets too close to him. He's leaning back, and he's disappointed.
Yeah, I don't think he heard him, Davitsi. This is going nowhere. Now, this should be a run out. Oh, well, would this have been out? And this will be a single off the last ball of the over. So, in the end, I don't quite get 8, but they scrape 6 off it. And this is probably not a good call in the end. And it takes us to the end of the over. The score now is 75 for 7, with 18 required off the last 12 balls.
Well, they've just got to hustle, as we said, and what are we at now? I mean, look, 18 runs, 12 balls to go. Now, you'd fancy them, wouldn't you? You'd fancy the batting side, but
50-50.
Any wicket, and like you said, quite rightly said, dot balls, well, that adds pressure, but I think if they can keep getting a runner ball, and they stay in the chase, there may be an extra, there may be a wide, and you go after the bad ball, but you've got to take it into the last over.
I haven't seen a streaky boundary for a while. That's probably what we might get. Third man's up in the circle. Here's Davitsi, and it all happens in the 9th. Swing and a miss. And that's going to really make the batsman feel pressure. And, yeah, now, I mean, once he gets out to that kind of 9 and upwards, you're starting to think that 1's not enough. Whereas when it was 8 and below, you feel like, okay, if I keep scoring, we'll get the occasional wide, we'll get the occasional 2 or the boundary. It starts to feel like it's creeping away from you. And another swing and a miss, and he's just not quite in a position to play this shot. And that's a bit of gold dust for you, Rico. 2 dot balls. Yeah,
it's shot selection, isn't it? I mean, here now, for me, if you're the batsman, he's staying well inside his crease. You've got to be coming out. The wicketkeeper is standing back. Come out your crease. Change your guard. Look how he's standing here. He's looking to play that shot. But that delivery outside the off stump, he's not going to get bad onto it. If he does, he may get lucky and get it past the third man. But really, he's got to be coming to the ball here.
Can't miss another one. Hits it. Should just be 1. That's probably not the worst result. At least it takes Shahid, who's actually batted pretty well in this innings. But you go through his little runs, don't you? And, you know, that'll definitely be in his head. Gives Kadir a chance, who's been watching from the other end. Again, it's pretty good bowling from Davitsi. It doesn't quite hit the Yorker, but pretty close to. Just a single. Yeah,
that's a very good ball, especially to a batsman that's been moving around in his crease.
Who's going to be a hero for Finland? Oh, Kadir tries to get funky. Maybe not the time for it. It's a big gamble to take because it goes down as another dot ball. And what a 9th over this is from Davitsi. It's gone ... 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the time to go funky. It's the time to get bad onto ball. And I think if you look at that again, the opportunity was there to play that out. Mid-wicket area.
Another dot. 4 dots out of 5. And this game is slipping away from Finland. And they can just see what's happening here. And Davitsi's delivering. Now, his first over wasn't the best. Remember, it went for 18 when he bowled the second over. But right now, he's bowling the second last. And he's more than making it up to his captain.
They've got to come back. And this one, they've got to send it, haven't they? They've got to send this to the boundary.
Now you're in a kind of, you've got to chase your losses. You probably just got to go and hope for the best. There's 8 off 11. And he gets knocked over. And what an over that is from Davitsi. And he finishes it with a wicket. His first wicket in T10 international cricket. It all happens in the 9th, but nothing happened on the scoreboard for Finland. They only get a single and they lose their 8th wicket off the last ball of it. It's 76 for 8.
Yeah, well, this is what you have to do when you're bowling at the death. You've got to get it right up there. This has been a fantastic over. And only gives away the 1 run and takes a wicket. Well, he tries to get funky one more time. When he does get, I think, a bit of pad onto this.
I think he actually hits the bat. I think it's off the face of the bat. But it's straight into the off stump. I think it's probably caught behind if it doesn't hit the stumps. But Kadir, after a promising start, just loses his way. Couldn't hit a boundary in a dozen deliveries. He tried hard for his team though. Finland now 76 for 8. And I tell you what, if Saba was in the captain's bad books when they messed up that catch together about an over ago, he certainly knew how to work his way back in. That was an incredible 9th over with only 1 run off it. And that leaves 17 required off the last 6 balls. And they're going to go back to Sengupta, who bowled the first over of the innings. It only went for 3. And Naveed Shahid, can he pull something out? And this one hits the ground, I know. And I thought it did take a little bit of a deflection as well, but it's hard to tell if it was a bump ball or maybe there was just no bat in it at all. We'll get a bit of a look at it here. And maybe just, there certainly was a noise.
Yeah,
but
sand a bat onto the artificial,
17,
I think.
17 off 5. You essentially need 3 boundaries, including a couple of 6s as a minimum in 5 balls. And that won't be one of them. So this just shows you the power of runs on the board. I mean, the Czech Republic, they've played a lot of T10 international cricket, and it takes confidence in a new tournament to come out and bat first and make the running. But I think you're seeing the pressure firsthand of what it takes to chase. Just lost his shape there, the batsman, and finds himself at the other end now, Naveed Shahid. It's going to be Dan Depani to face his first ball. They really need a boundary now. They're not going to get one. And they're looking pretty good now. They'll need each of these to go to the boundary and 2 of them to go over if they're going to pull this out. And in the end, it's just a reward for persistence from the Czech Republic. And they've just continued to take wickets, and probably some shot selection the Finnish batsmen will regret as well. Goes for this, and this is almost out. And they'll come back for a second. They might even think of a third, but they will stop at 2. So that keeps, well, it doesn't really keep it alive, does it? Because now they need 14 off 2. And the Czech Republic, looks like they're going to start their tournament with a win and a pretty good scalp over Finland.
Yeah, what a great stop that was.
And, well, this is a way to do it. The next ball is pitched up, and it's a Yorker length delivery. It knocks back the middle stump, and Finland lose a 9th wicket. We'll have a look at here on the replay. Sengupta, well, he gets yet another wicket. He's got 3 for 6 now. And, well, it's hard to choose a hero. I mean, probably Wickramasinghe, the Beast, will get the man of the match for his batting and his bowling. But Sengupta, he's the one that started it all off, isn't it? He got both openers first ball in the first over, and he's been clinical in the last, even though he had a few to defend. But looks like the Czechs are going to get over the line. It's 79 for 9.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, before the start of this over, it's those 2 overs. The opening over by Sengupta just went for 3, and then that magical 9th over there, only the 1 run from it. That's made the difference. When when you're not putting the 120 on the board, you need 2 overs like that. And it looks like we could have a third as well. This has been pretty impressive. Great bowling. Only 6 runs from him so far.
Last ball coming up. He goes for it. He should get a 4th wicket here, and he will. So what a win it is for the Czech Republic. Their supporters are very happy. Akash Palmer takes the catch. Sengupta finishes with 4 for 6 off his 2 overs. An heroic performance in a game where they basically didn't score enough runs, it looked like, but it turns out they get home, and they do by 13 runs, 92 to 79, the final. Finland bowled out off the very last ball of their innings. And, well, the Czech Republic, they are thrilled with that. But how about some of the bowling performances? 4 wickets for Sengupta. The Beast with 3, 2 to Mendon and 1 to Davitsi. 4, 3, 2, 1. Countdown, and it's the first win for the Czech Republic. What a way to start their tournament.
Yeah, it's good, and that's a happy team out there because, well, they looked positive and confident with the bat. Though, you have to say you thought that 92 wasn't going to be enough, especially if some of the Finnish batsmen got going. But, well, they stuck to the task really well. I think the same way Finland were in the field, they were pretty disciplined. They bowled well, they got the ball in the right areas. And as we saw, more often than not, every time a bowler came on, his first ball almost bought a wicket. And on 3 occasions it did.
Well, it seemed to be the case, didn't it? And I think it's probably a case that sometimes we see teams that haven't played T10 in a while. I know the Finns have some experience, but they either go one way or the other. They go too aggressive or too defensive. You saw this one was kind of neither. They just completely misjudged the pace of this. Nathan Collins. And That was one of 2 wickets in the first over. Davitsi came out, he disappeared for 18, and the fielder disappeared over the fence to get it. And Finland looked to be getting back on track. I think at this time it was Mohan and Skamans who put together a little bit of a partnership. And then the decisions just going against Finland at some crucial times. That one, I think that was knocking him out. It certainly wasn't going over the top. And then the Beast with 3 wickets, 2 caught and bowled. That was the first, this is the second. And you see that just going for these cross-bat strokes first up before they had a chance to adjust. And it wasn't like they were chasing a lot of runs. They had the ability to be a little bit more careful, I think, going about this chase. In the end, they just kept losing wickets at a high frequency. And that's really what got the Finns in trouble, Rico.
Yeah, they did. And they didn't really get that partnership together. And that one there, well, that could have been a big moment, couldn't it? That catch being dropped. But the man who was guilty of it, well, he came back and he bowled this fantastic 9th over. So he made amends with his captain. He was pumped.
They needed 18 off the last 2, but there was only one single run off the 9th over, which left 17 in the last. And it was just a bridge too far for the Finns, who made their own bed. They had to line it, and that was the one that topped it all off. Sengupta with a 4th wicket. And, well, they'll be disappointed, but both teams showed some good things, some things they can improve on. Remember, it's only their first match out of 8 group matches this week, and this is what's coming up next. And, well, if you love rivalries, you'll certainly love Germany versus England. We have the Germans versus the England 11. The Germans, they were cock-a-hoop after their 1-run victory. They hit a 6 off the last ball to win 112 to 111 in game 1 this morning. They've got nothing to lose. Now they get a chance to come out and put the runs on the board against an England 11 who'll be desperate to impress. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And, well, I don't know what the price of gold is, but I tell you what, Finland, they had 4 golden ducks in there. 1, 2, 6 and 11, all going first ball. Mohan, he looked good while he was there. 29, but it was the Beast that got him at a crucial time. And then Skamans, he looked to pick it up, but when he was dismissed, there wasn't too much left. And Shahid, he toiled hard. He finished 14 not out, but in the end, pretty disciplined bowling performance. Only 3 wides and a no ball. We know that the avoidables can be crucial, especially in these low-scoring games. But congratulations to the Czech Republic for their first win in T10 international cricket. But also commiserations to Finland, who I'm sure will have some success based on some of the potential that we saw in this game. 4 for 6, Sengupta, the best of the bowlers, first and last, and he did a great job for his captain. A late inclusion in the team as well, so I'm really pleased that he did well. 3 for 11 for the Beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe to go along with his batting in the first innings. 2 for 15, Mendon came on at a good time. The other wicket went to Sabuan Davitsi, who delivered that outstanding 9th over. Well, Rico, once again, time to take a breath, and Michael's going to step in for you, Rico, in the next game. And tell you what, if the first 2 were anything to go by, there's plenty more action left today. Group C is bringing it. So join us in around about 15 minutes time. We'll be back with match 3 between Germany and the England 11. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Prague. And some news which you might have guessed already, that match 6 in this ECI Czechia has been abandoned due to that storm that swept in pretty much right at the start of the second innings. And right now, you can see the ground staff still working pretty hard. I mean, it's been so windy as well. The rain, I said in the chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was about a 12, and then I think it went up to a 15 at one stage. But we kind of saw this yesterday, didn't we? We saw the storm come in, but then leaving almost just as quickly. So that means that Greece and Cyprus, once again, they're forced to split the points. Does mean Greece, just looking at the table, potentially they can still catch Czechia, but they'd have to win their last 2 games and win them pretty well, because it would be a net run rate situation if they were to do that. And also, we'll have to see how Czechia goes in their next game, which is actually against Cyprus. We've actually got the teams there for you right now on the fantasy dashboard. And you can see that Aaron Ashokan from Czechia, he won the toss. He's elected to bat in match 7. Now, this is scheduled to start in 23 minutes' time. My instinct is that that probably won't happen, although the rain isn't as heavy as it once was. Then, so certainly it's not as heavy as it was some time ago, but it still is falling. I'm seeing a little bit of blue sky in the distance, but there's going to be a few things that are going to have to happen before that game gets going. So we'll kind of give you an update when that game is meant to start. Hopefully we've got some cricket then. It's looking unlikely. But, of course, we have a bit of a window of time to complete that match, even if it isn't quite the full 10 overs. So we'll leave you here from now with that news, expected news, actually, that match 6 has been abandoned. But match 7, hopefully on the way before too long. Until then, when you sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN, we'll see you after the break. We'll see you at the top of the hour, in fact, for more updates here in this ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Prague. Unfortunately, no good news at the moment because we saw the rain set in about halfway through the first match of the day. It was very heavy then. It's not as heavy now, but it is still falling. You can see the covers are on. The ground's up, worked really hard to keep the ground as dry as possible, but it just has been a persistent issue. There's more rain forecast on the way as well, so there are some concerns now for the future matches or the further matches in the day because, the surrounds of the pitch and this just general outfield getting pretty wet at the morning. Anyway, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, on a Sunday for the European Cricket Network. Big day of cricket, of course. The ECI does get decided today in Czechia, but we'll be in Switzerland from tomorrow for a 2-week ECS. Why don't we have a quick look at what should be coming up right now, although it won't start on time, as you can see. It's Cyprus versus Czechia. Cyprus with 2-0 results now, both their games against Greece so far getting washed out. They are scheduled to meet again in match 9. Czechia, well, they would like the 2 points here over Cyprus and certainly did a number on them yesterday morning. If we do get underway, it will be the Czech team batting first after winning the toss. So, unfortunately, that's the situation at the moment. It's going to happen from time to time. We've had mostly good weather here in Prague. Like I said, some positives being the fact that there is blue sky at the moment in some parts. Now, there's also a fair bit of grey sky. So the weather, it moves really quickly through this region. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll let you know whenever we have an update, if it's a positive update, in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and also on our website, europeancricket.com. So while we wait, we will give you some cricket. And we just saw a pretty dramatic game, Group C, in the first ever ECC, where the Czechia team, they were able to get over Finland in a pretty low-scoring thriller. Well, later on that day, we'll continue as they met Italy in match 4, Czech Republic versus Italy, 27th of September 2021, the first ever ECC. So we'll take you to the classic match and we'll let you know if there's any update here live at the ground. But right now, why don't you enjoy this ECN Classic?
Bienvenido en este campo de Cártama in Málaga. Hello and welcome everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, our global cricket family. Welcome to Malaga. Malaga, the capital of the Costa del Sol, and we are at the Cártama Oval for match number 4 today. You just heard Mr. Maximo telling you about what we've had already so far here. What an exciting start to the day. And this match, well, having seen both these teams, Italy, well, they had victory seized from them. That last delivery, that was hit for 6 by Germany. They're unlucky, well, they believe they're unlucky not to have registered a win. And the Czech Republic winning their first match as well. And they scored just 92, but they were able to defend that against Finland, bowling Finland out for 79. So this match, I think it's going to be a spicy one. It's very warm out there now, temperatures around about 32 degrees, I think, and it's going to get hotter. I know the players are feeling it. The spectators, courtesy of Cerveza Victoria, well, they're not feeling it so much. They're in the shade and having a cold beer. Why not? That's what's so beautiful about being here. The fan zone, lots of people from around the world enjoying the cricket. I know Maya, well, she was jumping up and down that last match, making loads of noise. And we got the Czech boys there as well. And everything to play for in this match. And we're just getting ready. Official timekeeper Norcan will give the umpires the nod. The umpires for this one, we have Nilkesh Patel and Shubh Navjot Singh. Czech Republic, just to remind you, elected to field first. Slight surprise, but they'll be thinking, well, they probably fancy chasing. And Italy, well, they know that that's how they lost their match, allowing Germany to get it off the last ball. Different conditions though for Italy. I know that one or two of the players were saying that they found the dew hard to contend with. We're ready and we're off. So here comes the first delivery. And it's going to be Senegupta What a good morning he had. And he comes bowling to Ahmed. And in the air, but through the gap. And chase on for the fielders. Will they get there or not? No, they're not able to. Field and they're very cautious. Takiti, but lag gaya choka. 4 runs to start off with. They're just pushing this in the gap, really. That's all he was trying to do. Look, he knows exactly where the fielders are. Aerial, so had a sniff at it, but doesn't go to hand. Good start. Better delivery, drawing the batsman into the shot. Unfortunately for Ahmed, goes through without getting any bat onto it. Similar delivery in the air, 4 runs. And once that gets past the third man, who's not on the boundary, it's going to be 4. They've elected the 2-man out. Long on and a man at mid-wicket. They can only have 2 outside in the power play the first 3 overs. And, well, therefore, you're going to swing hard. Just 3 players on the leg side, everybody else on the offside. Here comes the ball, Ahmed once more. And gets the batsman swinging at this one as well. I think the idea here, surely, from Nisar Ahmed as well, with everybody inside out there on the offside, I'm going to have a big swing, and if I get any contact, he's relying on it being enough to take it over those infielders and to the boundary rope. Ahmed will have other ideas. Fuller, nicely played. Looking to sneak the second. So to Ahmed's batting. So Nisar Ahmed hands over the strike now to Hassan Ahmed. The left-hander, so the field will need to change. And the bowler will need to get his line spot on. So big move around in the field. Sticking with more or less the same. Well, 1 extra man on the leg side to the left-hander. Fine leg in. No third man, that's very odd. The third man is sort of, well, like a backward point. You've got those 4 in the ring on the offside, and then you've got the protection and extra cover on the boundary. Square leg is back as well. So no plan to sort of entice the batsman to play a shot on the onside. Full delivery. And just played back out to the bowler. That is the end of the first over. Quite a productive one. Some playing and missing, with a couple of boundaries as well. 9 without loss. And, this is Rico Full here. Hope you're enjoying this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. We are in week 3, and I'm joined in the comedy box by our very own Mr. Maximo.
Thanks very much, and hello to you, Rico, and all of our viewers. Have a look there at the table early on. Well, England have shot to the front. That fairly comprehensive victory over the Germans, but the Germans do take 2 points away from day 1. They're the first team to complete their 2 matches. These teams will play 2 matches every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so 8 in total, and then the bottom team will drop out on Thursday night, and the top 4 will play off in a final series on Friday. At the end of that, we'll know exactly who the 2 teams are. That will make it to Championship Week, which starts a week today. Here's the Beast.
Good bounce outside the off.
He's a really good player, isn't he? We saw what he can do with the bat and the ball, and the scary thing is I don't think he's really hit his straps yet.
Yeah, gets good lift outside there, banging the ball in. Comes in once more. Goes short. This is up in the air. Should be a straightforward catch. And it's been taken. So the Beast comes on and gets a wicket of his second ball.
He's just consistently hurrying people. And I think that wasn't an easy catch either. That's Keo Mehta who is at short fine leg. He's looking straight into the sun there, but he's got the shades on, where he's looking pretty cool, and it was a cool result as well. As you see this one, yeah, just gets big on Nisa Ahmed, but it was a nice catch taken. So the Beast doesn't take long to get into the game, and Italy lose their first in the second over. It's 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that would have been an issue perhaps here is the sun, as that ball went up in the air. But fortunately for the fielder, it didn't go up so high. We were staring at it for a long time.
Yeah.
It takes a comfortable catch. I mean, I say comfortable catch. We've seen some pretty easy ones put down today, Vinny, so none of them are easy.
No such thing as an easy catch when you're in front of a global television audience as well. We know that literally millions of people around the world are tuning in to watch the ECC. It's certainly a first competition of its kind, the first ever T10 international cricket. It's such a pleasure to bring you all the action here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. But the Beast, well, he's had a day out. And he just muscles the ball down there, Rico.
Muscle is the right word. Well, he's bowling out to Baljit Singh. This one is straight to the fielder. We know that Baljit Singh is very strong on that offside. He played a very, very quick cameo this morning before he departed, but certainly hit the ball very freely. It was a flow about him when he was out there.
Yeah, well, I think that Italy, they're keen to settle a score. Losing their first match on the last ball. Playing a miss once again. Just beats him for pace, and that's one of the things that Sudesh is famous for, Vikramasekara, in the Czech Republic, is he just kind of ambles in and doesn't often really bend his back, but when he wants to, he can still get it through pretty quickly. And I think that this ECC has brought the best out of him so far. That one beating the bat as well of the Italian captain, Baljit Singh.
He's gone short again, and he's beat him outside the off. Surprising, because I was saying that was Baljit Singh's strength. He played those shots really well here, just a little bit cagey. I mean, we saw his first scoring shot was that wide ball outside off stump, and he was onto it quickly. But here, maybe just not getting the width that he likes.
I must admit, I was a bit surprised when Aaron Ashokan elected to field first, especially after they defended so well in the first game.
This time he does play it out. A good throw. And, well, the batsman, the non-striker, has gone flying here, Ahmed, and I think he's been tripped up. Well, that's a professional foul if I ever see one. If you see a red card coming out, it'll be the first in cricket.
I actually think he's in trouble here with a good throw. It wasn't a particularly good throw. That was the issue in the end. There's all kinds of social distancing issues. And look at this one here.
Let's have a look here. As you can see, well, there he goes. Absolutely takes off. Well, look at that. Well, it wasn't me, ref. It wasn't me. I didn't touch him. I'm not sure about this.
Well, he would have been in trouble because his bat jammed short of the line. So anyway, that's why you'll see it.
Bit of the pole vault here. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's nasty. It's one way to just create some medical complications for yourself if you get that handle in a nasty place. But it takes us to the end of the second over. The score now is 10-1.
How about that for an over? Just one run and one wicket. And this one's gone all the way. Bolle, Seis Guerreras.
There you go. And this is spin now in the third. Naveed Ahmed. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they went to spin. I mean, they did it last time and it was effective, but Naveed hasn't quite been his best so far today. And you know, Italy, their approach will be all-out aggression against the slow man.
Ooh, well, I think there's a bit of bad on this. He gets lucky. This one doesn't bounce as much as he expected. And you see there, no signal from the umpire, so go down as runs.
Yeah, it just slides through on him a little bit. And lucky he did get a little bit of bat. But, you know, I think that Hassan Ahmed, he's a man capable of quite a lot of power with the bat. Didn't really get going in the first match today. And maybe this is a better matchup with the off-spinner against the left-handed Hassan.
Oh, and again, going for the big one, goes through him.
I mean, that could have gone anywhere. That could have easily have gone back onto the stumps. Sometimes you forget how much of a factor luck plays in the game because this could be anything. Could be 4, could be a dot, could be a wicket. Hassan's still struggling for his touch.
Big wild swing. Well, he's trying to send this one to the moon, I think. He doesn't get anywhere near it. I think he's being enticed, isn't he, by the leg side field. Nobody back. And that's why he's aiming in that area. And this one, he slices it, and the fielder does well, gets a hand to it, stops it going to the boundary. Swing and miss, not finding the middle of the bat, these two.
Yeah, certainly. Sometimes a spinner, well, it's a calculated gamble, I suppose, in the power play. You're kind of banking that the batsman will get a little bit carried away. And after a disastrous start, 6 off the first ball, Naveed's come back well.
Hit hard and flat, but taken. It's another wicket that goes down, and a very good catch there. And that's Akash Palmer in the action. And the batsman is gutted with himself. It's just not happening, is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a great wicket to get as well. And he took a good one in the last game, Palmer. And it wasn't an easy one either. It was probably knee high or shin high. It's hit reasonably flat. And it's not as easy as it looks on TV, I tell you that much. But the gamble to bowl spin in the third pays off as they get the wicket of the Italian opener, Hassan Ahmed. He goes for only 1. And at the end of the third now, it's 19 for 2.
Yeah, no, 19. Hassan Ahmed has not had a good morning with the bat. Just hasn't got into any kind of rhythm. He goes for 1 of 3 deliveries. And I think they're going to need something special here, aren't they, from Baljit Singh? He's got to try and stay there. But he's been swinging and missing himself. Just hasn't been able to get hold of it. And he hasn't been able to get used to the pace that's been given to him, or lack of it in that case. Just haven't given the ball in the slot where he likes it.
Amar Sharif at the non-strikers end then. He scored 24 off 8 in the last ball. In the last match, I should say, that they played. It was the first match of the day. Baljit himself scored 32 off 13. So the 2 top scorers from the opening match today are at the crease now.
Cautious looking stroke off the new bowler. And Levitsi. We did like the look of him in that first match.
He's a good all-round cricketer, like I said. Haven't quite seen the best of him with the bat this morning, but you just wait till he gets going. Also a very good pair of hands. So I'll be hoping for a breakthrough. His first over was reasonably expensive this morning. Came back well. He's the one that bowled that 1-run 9th that set up that victory.
And there's that big hoik again from Baljit Singh. And just get the feeling that if he does get anything on this, he'll either go through to the wicketkeeper or third man. It doesn't look like a convincing shot. He's not getting his feet into play at all. Look, just standing in his position, not coming out to the ball, not coming to meet it on the full.
It's a bit of a heave, isn't it? And they're just pushing along off a little bit wider. So, I mean, the field is set back there, so he's obviously trying to clear the outfielders.
Slower delivery, get some bat onto it. We'll take a single.
Well, notice that Sabu Ndavitsi has the number 9 on his back. Not wearing the 16, I think, that he normally wears for his club in Czech Republic. But the 9 certainly was effective because he bowled the 9th in that first game. And taking 1 for 1. In that situation, I think it was 17 required off the last 2 overs. It meant 16 off the last, and it was too much for the Finns.
Well, he's got hold of this. Ball, Ginna Sona, Ginna Barda Shaka.
Well, take the 9, turn it upside down, turn it into a 6, and this is a 6. And it's just a little bit of length, and these 2, like I said, they are the 2 top scorers from the Italians' first match. And the one they lost by a single run. But this one, no doubt about it. See you later, 6 runs.
He goes again. This time a couple of bounces, gets fielded by Akash Palmer. Will take the single. These 2 needs to step going. They need to get a partnership together here. And one thing for sure is that when they do get going, they're not going to Not going to waste too many deliveries, and that's what's key here. Slices his head, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Don't trip over the helmet, wicketkeeper. Well, he doesn't. He stays on his feet, and the bowler, well, he shows us his biceps. He says, I'm the man. He does it Captain He-Man style and gets another wicket. And you knew this was coming, didn't you, from Baljit Singh? He just wasn't in the groove. He was playing and missing. And like I said, lack of foot movement. Not in the right position to play this shot at all. Head goes up in the air. So does the ball. Wicketkeeper just had to make sure it didn't trip over the helmet.
He knocked it over.
And takes the catch.
Well, the helmet's meant to protect you, but he's almost caused him a bit of an incident there. And, well, I'm sure they'll give this out in the end. And, well, and now he's given. So it's certainly a good bit of composure from Hilly behind the stumps. That's Hilal Ahmed. And let's have a look at this. Jesse Wright, no real foot movement there, and he knew his number was up, didn't he? And Hilal, no problem for him. So more trouble as Baljit goes. And only 10. He was able to score 12 deliveries, so just couldn't get going in the way that he did this morning. 27 for 3. And when you consider he faced 13 balls this morning for 32. He faced almost that many. He faced 12 and was only able to get 10. So it just shows the Czech Republic were putting the screws on the Italian captain in this match.
Yeah, he just didn't look in the groove, did he? You could see that. He didn't have the momentum about him, didn't have the same flair about him as he did in the first innings. Now he goes, so somebody else has to score these runs now for Italia. Somebody's got to get them to a score that they can try and defend. Thumps it flat and hard. Palmer does the fielding. Would just be a single.
Yeah, so 27 for 3 becomes 28 for 3. It's great to see 5 new teams out there. And only 2 more places available in the championship week, which will start a week today. Czech Republic, well, they're making every post a winner so far. They look very organised and they know their game. And this is a man that came on with immediate effect in the last game, Kushal Mendon. Took 2 wickets in his first over last time. He might have another one here, and this is straight down the throat of Palmer. And he doesn't look like dropping them today, so that's a 4th wicket. And Shaq goes first ball. Well, the price of gold, I'm not sure what it is, but there's been so many golden ducks today. And Shaq, well, he didn't wait to have a look at Mendon. He tried to take him downtown, and all he did was hold out to the man at long on. Safe hands by Palmer. The Czech Republic, they've been making the most of their opportunities. So 4 down now for Italy. It's 28 for 4.
Yeah, lovely catch this. Look, he had so much time. He took his hat off, combed his hair, made sure he looked good for the camera, and takes a catch and says, there you go. That's the way to do it. Lovely jubbly. It's another one that's sent back to the dugout.
And the general consensus in this group was that you had Finland and the Czech Republic probably around even, and you had Italy and Germany around even, maybe based on the amount of T10 cricket they've played, partly on their T20 rankings. But at the moment, you're seeing Czech Republic looking very, very organised, and not just taking wickets, but keeping the runs down, that rate down in the 6s. And Italy, they need to mount a rebuilding job here, Rico.
They certainly do. I mean, who's going to do it, though? It's going to have to be somebody. I mean, we saw Amir Sharif. He did play some nice shots, but he's running out of partners. Places out onto the onside. It'll take the single.
Mendon's done it again, though. How often have the Czech bowlers come in and just found the mark straight away, taking wicket straight away, if not first ball, then early in the overs? And it makes such a big difference because when the new batsman comes in early in the over, they're naturally a little bit cautious, except if you're Sheikh, who just hit one straight up in the air first up. But it definitely makes you feel like you're on the defensive when a bowler's taken a wicket. Halfway through this one, the 5th at the moment.
Big swing and a miss. I mean, what I've noticed from them is the Czech Republic, they just seem so composed. You know, they look really composed. We saw that with them in the first match. And very much the same in this one. They're not panicking, they're not rushing, and they're not trying to do too much with the ball either.
That one's out of here, and it was a little bit short. Maximo time, Sharif. Oh, he's trying to stand up again. He did perform well, scored at a breakneck speed in the tournament opener for Group C. This one is flat, it's hard, it's in the jungle, 6 more. And Italy, they need him to perform, you feel, if they're going to put a decent score on the board.
Boom, shakalagia. That's what they need. They need something to happen. That's a bit more like it. Goes again, but just gets the toe end on this. Oh, well, that's a man that's been very busy in the field, hasn't he? Akash Palmer. He's thrown himself around. He's chasing every ball down.
Takes us to the end of the 5th over at the halfway point. Italy, they are 36 for 4. And I thought Italy, if anything, they'd come back strong after that first match where they felt they should have won it against Germany. And it's Vinny Sandhu, look, getting more and more stuff. I've got the Norcane caps on. Norcane, they keep great time. And this is what the player of the tournament, always worried it's going to fall out. And I cannot afford to replace this. Look at this. Catch that one, Rico. This is an engraved, it says MVP on the back, an engraved Norcane genuine watch. This is it's a work of art, this timepiece. And this is what the tournament MVP will receive. And, well, there's a few contenders already. I think we won't really know until finals week who's going to shape up.
That's
beautiful, isn't it?
You know, it's such a shame that you can't have it because the green actually matches your jacket. You notice that?
Well, who says? Hello to Norcane. I am wearing the cap. I'm here. And I do tell you what, they're wonderful timepieces. And I do want to thank the support of Norcane as well as all of our partners, Rico. But, I mean, can you believe this as we get to the Norcane strategic timeout halfway through this innings? I mean, the Czechs, they've come out firing, haven't they?
They have indeed. I mean, look, 36 for 4, 5 overs down. League have got a lot of work to do. You see the Czech Republic, I mean, all right, they weren't all guns blazing themselves when they were putting those runs on the board, but they just look confident. And I just felt that when they need to, they could up the gear. And I get the feeling that they are able to do that. Italy, well, we're going to have to see the response here because the chips are down, aren't they?
Well, if you're feeling a bit low on energy yourself, and say your run rate's a little bit behind par, I do suggest the Biostrath, and I've got it here today because I do take it every day. And I'm heading for 800 matches tomorrow for the year. And I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. So try it out. Shipping to over 100 countries. Thanks to all of our partners. Now, Naveed Ahmed is going to come back, and he's going to bowl his second over here in the 6th.
Well, people say to me, as we see this delivery, this is launched up in the air, and Palmer getting underneath it. Who's going to take it? Well, they've got to have a call on it, and they do. And Palmer has a look to the man to the right of him, and he says, hey, Tony Gupta, I told you it was mine. He said, yeah, I gave you space. It's a nice catch taken. He had to keep an eye on that all the way around, and he had to keep an eye over his right shoulder as well. With Seni Gupta there, but nice catch taken. Another one bites the dust, and well, at the moment, the Czech Republic, they can't do anything wrong.
Well, this is the thing. This was up so high, they had time to debate it, didn't they? And I think the final word was with Palmer, who said, have you watched me catch today? I haven't even looked like dropping one. And you can stand there, you can watch me, you can get as close as you like, Satcher, but I'm still going to hold it. So that's one you thought might get lifted out of the ground, but instead it's a 5th wicket. Italy in some real strife now. They're 36 for 5.
Yes, and well, who's going to give them the firepower they need towards the end? I mean, you're talking about the Biostrath. Well, maybe that's what's missing. Maybe they need a supply of Biostrath to be sent to them, to their hotel rooms for tomorrow morning, because I tell you what, at the moment, they just haven't looked themselves. They haven't looked like the team, or the players, I should say, that we've seen when we had that 5 weeks in Italy. And they need something, don't they? Something's got to happen. Somebody's got to perform. Somebody's got to give. At the moment, it's all Czech Republic. Ahmed is taking 2 for 9.
Good effort. Now you know that they'll be scared to take a risk against them this over. Well, at least I think they will. Says Mohamed Imran, that's come to the crease. And he's a good striker of the ball, but he's known mostly for his bowling in this side. This is where I'd probably float one up and just see if they'll fall for it. Tell you what, the Czech supporters, Rico, I'll be going right off at the moment.
I tell you what, there's quite a few of them as this one's played out. Well, almost getting themselves into more trouble, Italy. Well, that's the last thing they need. I know that Terry, the CEO of the Czech Republic Cricket Federation, and Danny Hudacek and Phil G, well, they're certainly enjoying this, I bet. I think they're enjoying a few Cerveza Victorias as well. Hello, boys, give us a wave. In the air, couple of bounces. And, well, slight misfield, but not enough for the batsman to be able to come back for 2.
Even his misfields, Palmer, are still working out fine because that's good work by Davizzi, who was backing him up well. So it's about just trying to drive the advantage home here. They don't want to let Italy back into this game.
And this one has gone the distance. Shaka Lagya, well, that's what they need. A bit more firepower, a few more explosive hits. And is there a master blaster in the making here? That was a nice shot from Mohamed Imran.
Yeah, this is what they'll do. They'll still play their shots, even with those wickets down. They've played a lot of T10 cricket. They know, you can't sit on your hands. You have to still go there and hope that someone comes off. Takes us to the end of the 6th over. It's 44 for 5. And this is where 6 over check-in. I mean, I still think best case scenario, get 2 a ball from here. 48 would be 92. And that was around about what Czech Republic scored against Finland. But I do think Italy's bowling is probably a bit stronger. I mean, think of some of the bowling options they've got. They certainly put the Germans on the back foot in the first game. Right now, it's going to be beast mode time again. Sudesh Wickramasekara, who is coming off a pretty good first over that only went for 1. He's going to come back and bowl the 7th. So they've resisted the temptation to bowl Sudesh out 2 in a row. And it's worked out before.
Nicely played, soft hands. Just knocking the ball down onto the ground and good communication between the two.
When I say 2 in a row, I don't mean 2 consecutive overs, but, to bowl him out with just the 1 over in between. Because, of course, you can't bowl 2 overs in a row in cricket, but they have kind of held him back. It's a gamble that's paid off so far because they're still well ahead in this game, the Czechs. And now almost a run out, turns him around. And now they want to go, but again, the batsman not on the same page at all, not even in the same chapter at the moment. You can see there's some urgency. That current run rate is hovering around the 7 mark. And really, you can't say enough good things about the Czech bowling and fielding so far.
Yeah, it's been very good. The beast, once more. Just, I like the way he keeps the pace fairly consistent, but he's able to change the line. I like that. I mean, the shorter one, and it's never short and down the leg side. It's always outside the off stump, which makes it difficult. Then that one that's fuller isn't quite there for the drive. Very clever little bowler.
Yeah. Well, don't call him little. He's the beast. And there we go. I guess you're going to drop him. Drop him now.
And this one has gone the distance, I believe. It's gone over the rope, or has it not? Well, the umpire feels that it's just bounced before. I wasn't sure. And we'll probably see this again on the replay. I think maybe just dropping there, just short of the rope. But 4 runs, valuable runs. Whichever way they can get them, they'll take them. This one was the funky shot. And, well...
Yeah, one bouncer. Carried a long way though, didn't it?
Didn't it just? And, well, we've seen that tried a few times today. Not very successfully at all times. But that one worked pretty well. And I tell you what, that's going to fire up the beast. The beast will not like this. What's he going to come back with here?
50's up. 2 to come in the 7th.
Full of ball. And no, well, he's claiming the catch here. I don't know. What do you think? He's now gone for the throw. It's a real difficult one, this. I mean, looking at it from this end right in front of us, I think it's probably gone in, but we'll see it on the replay. Did it just bump first?
Well, the fielder has a better idea than anyone. I felt it was always going to not quite carry. I mean, the square-leg umpire is right there, though. So I think they've even just decided, no, it didn't quite carry. Fielder holds it up, but no, we'll carry on. It will be not out.
Well, this one, there was surely something on the way through. I don't know if that's just caught the pads. But, well,
we'll have a look at this. And I think maybe just flicks the trousers on the way past. We'll have a look from here. Yeah, I think I just saw the bottom of the shirt or the top of the trousers.
Yeah.
Yeah, just flicking. And it's a tough one for the umpires. Well, also didn't sound very woody at all. So I think that is a good decision. And it does take us to the end of the 7th over. Everything happening. It is now 51 for 5. Real opportunity for the Czechs here. I mean, and speaking of our travels, you can follow us in the FanCode European Cricket Series as we head to various locations, including Italy again, Rico, for the Super Series on the 1st of November. That's a 1-week series, and it involves all the champions from the 5 weeks that we were in Italy earlier in the year.
He's hit this hard and all the way over. 6 carreras, manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras más. And this is where it has to happen in these final 18 deliveries here for Italy. They've got to go big. They've got to be looking at least minimum three runs per ball to give them, well, a good score. Slower delivery, ends up being a full toss. Fielder coming in, can't just make it into a catch. And in the end, opts to play safe and stop the ball going to the boundary.
I mean, Ahmed Khan's been really good today for Italy. He scored 29 out of 13 balls. And he really stood up in the face of a difficult situation in the first game. And here, I think he's the key to them putting a decent score on the board. Can they get up something in the 90s, perhaps?
And this one is smashed into the stumps, but they will take one. And, well, didn't really push that first one. It's a good example there is why you've got to push that first one. You've got to at least turn and look to be taking a second, because once you see that throw coming in, you go and you take it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. That throw was halfway between the bowler and the keeper, and it bounced on the pitch, and they could have got a second one, I'm sure, if they'd seen it. Still, Italy fighting on 57 now.
And he's gone all the way. Balle. Quinta zona, 6 carreras más. Así me gusta. No pare, sigue. No pare, sigue. Quiero más, quiero más. Vamos, Italia.
Well, the Italian sixes when they are scoring.
Oh, a bit of confusion again between these two. And he will get back, and maybe they'll go now. Well, it's still left to be quick. And going for the keeper's hand. Gets a slide in, asking the question, and the umpire goes upstairs straight away. I think he could have gone for either end here. The fielder goes to the keeper's, goes for the keeper's gloves. And my suspicion is that he's probably just made it.
I think he is just in. And see this one here. Yeah, he's made it. And good stuff by the guys. Getting that up nice and quickly so we can get on with the game. So in the end, it's an unusual 2, but I mean, one brings 2. It was a bit of a risky single. It was actually bowled in from point, which you don't see very often. And then it created an overthrow. So Mendon, a little bit more expensive than some of his compatriots. He's gone for 24. Last ball of his spell coming up.
Get the 1, which is probably not so bad, because I think it's all about rotating. And Imran now that he's started to play a few shots himself, he's looking to hit this one over the man who's the sort of backward square position. Doesn't get it cleanly. 67, 5 down. 8 overs gone to 12 balls here. Vinny, what do you reckon? What's the minimum you think they've got to get to here?
They've got to try and push for 90s. I mean, 90s is basically what Czech Republic made, despite actually not losing a lot of wickets. They only lost 2 wickets in that match against Finland in match 2. They have a very powerful top 3, but I think if you can get through them, especially with some of the bowling options that the Italians have, and I don't think the Italians bowled to their potential as well. When I think of people like Ravi Paul, didn't really swing the ball. He was clever anyway the way he bowled, but I mean, if he can get it hooping, it'll be a tough time. Here's the 9th with Sabadovitsi.
Oh, and that's the first extra, Vinny. The first one. They've been so good. I was just about to praise them on the way they've controlled their line, but the first one to go on the ball.
You jinxed him. You never even said it out loud, didn't you? You just thought it. That's how good a commentator you are. You can curse them just with your thoughts. But still, I like that off-stump line.
He's cracked this, and the fielder won't get to that. 4 runs. Joka Lagia. And this is the sort of shot he was trying to play. The end of that last over, just got it wrong, but this time he nails it. 4 runs.
Yeah, just kind of used the pace a bit. probably wasn't the length that Sub was trying to bowl. Remember, he bowled that amazing ninth over in the previous match. Only conceded one, picked up a wicket as well, and that was it when the game was in the balance.
Davidzi probably just needs to go a bit fuller outside that off. He's looking to play across the line. The batsman, 2-man weight on the leg side. Up in the air, will it go to hand? Oh, well it does, but all he's able to do is deflect it to the boundary. He's tried to knock this back, hasn't he? Look, if he gets this right, that ball goes up in the air. It could have gone to the other fielder.
I think he tries to catch it. It's just he's literally flaying his arm at it. It's actually a really good effort because he's on the run, he's sprinting. He doesn't even have time to compose himself for a dive. So he comes here. We'll probably see this on the replay. You see, he just kind of puts it out in hope, hoping it'll stick. He doesn't have time to compose himself. Naveed Ahmed. That's 4 runs.
And this one is 6. That is big. He's muscled that over the boundary. 6 more. And Italy are finally having a charge here towards the end of their innings.
Well, this is what they needed. And I think if they can get something around the 95 or 100, I think it'll be a really interesting chase. I think it puts pressure on the Czech Republic, who are batting second for the first time. I do know that a lot of these players are from the Prague CC Kings, and they are known as very, very good chasers. And you think that certainly at the domestic level, they don't get the pressure of the chase get to them. But it's a different proposition, I think, when you're on the big stage.
Interesting field. They've got this man at extra cover on the boundary. He hasn't had anything go his way. Everything is going on the onside. I would bring him back up into the ring, and I'd give yourself more protection on the leg side. That's where they're looking to hit these shots.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, sometimes they set the trap and they leave that leg side open, hoping the batsman will hit across the line. But I think at this stage, they'll probably try and do it anyway. So at least maybe you cover that boundary where a lot are being aimed. Davitzi's picked up a wicket again, but he's gone for 24. 2 balls remain in this 9th over.
Fielder is in play and takes a catch. Nicely done. And Senagupta makes no mistakes. And the bowler, Davitzi, well, he's taken a bit of stick in this match, but he's also got a wicket. That's his second.
Yeah, and it's good catching. I mean, I know we had a really tough one go down earlier this over, but for the most part, the Czech Republic have taken their chances. And we know that so many of these teams have such a renewed focus on their fielding. Wasn't always the way in European cricket, but I think in this 10-over format, if you can remove a dangerous hitter, can save you a lot of runs. But Ahmed Khan, well, he shone brightly as well for Italy. He ends up going for 22. A second wicket for Davitzi, and Italy are 83 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his part, hasn't he? 22 of 12, hasn't wasted too much time out there, and he's got a good little partnership there going just when they needed to. But it's all about how they finished. They finished flat, didn't they, in that match against Germany? It was not too many runs that came off the last sort of 10 deliveries. They've got to do better here.
So crucial 7 deliveries to come.
And this man, I remember very well, Simran Singh. And if he gets it in the slot, he can crack a big ball.
He's a big unit. Simran, here he is facing the last ball of the 9th.
That's well bowled. Clever bowling, not giving it in the slot to him. And it's the end of the 9th over. The score goes to 83. 6 wickets down, 6 balls to come.
That was a really good finish to the 9th. It wasn't quite wide enough to be called a wide, but it forced the batsman to reach for it. There's no real footwork from Simran, the new batsman. So 83 for 6. Yeah, I think something around the 95. For me, for some reason, I just think I've got that same feeling I had in the first game between Italy and Germany. Because I think Italy, they've got the ability to put the brakes on early. We'll probably see Davitzi and Arun Ashokan open up again. We'll have the Beast at 3. Haven't really seen who's next. Probably Palmer at 4. 10th overtime.
Flicks away, and he had to get dirty for his team here. He had to get the dive in. He had to try and stop it, but in the end, I think he shied away from it, and the ball goes for 4 runs. Mehta there had to do better.
Just has to get something on this to block it. I mean, even if he doesn't field it cleanly, he just needed to get something on it. See here, it just doesn't read the bounce, and so we saw how all these were crucial. It's probably Italy that were leaking them this morning against the Germans.
In the end, it's gone big. Vale. Manos arriba, Vidra. 6 carreras más.
You gotta love what you're seeing. If you're an Italian supporter from Mohamed Imran, I've seen him do it with the ball, but doing it with the bat at the moment. He's their highest scorer in this innings, and he came in at number 7. He's got 35 not out of 13 balls, 3 fours and 3 maximos. He's going at 269 strike rate. And what's next?
Ooh, and this one, he's played all round it, and it's not missed the stumps by too much either. Just game for power, then timing here, and totally misses it.
I was calling for new balls because I thought this one was going to disappear as well when I saw the length. Satcher gambling on length. Ooh, did not miss the stumps by much. 3 to come.
And it's gone again. The turbo has kicked in. And the 6s are all around this ground now. Patake hun chal pe the parlu. Shaka time. And that's a big one.
Well, you couldn't get another one past Imran. He missed out last time. And maybe he was lucky to survive a ball that whistled past the stumps. But this is what happens when you run in and bowl length to good players. And he's a hard-hitting lower order batsman.
Slower delivery, it ends up being a full toss and the fielder can't do anything about it. It's 4 more. Boundaries galore around the ground, and all of a sudden we can hear the Italian camp. They're making some noise. The 100 has come up, 103 for 6, and a ball to go in the innings.
It looks a long way away. Halfway through the innings they were 36 and they'd lost 4 wickets. But now you can see that in this second half they've got 67 and there's still 1 ball in the tank. Let's go, last ball time.
Oh, it's gone all the way through. You can't blame me for going through a similar shot. But what a difference that a match makes. I mean, in the earlier match today, Italy, well, they struggled, didn't they, to accelerate towards the end. Here they've done just that. And the Czech Republic, well, those 2 bowlers, Seni Gupta and Davesi, they could not get any runs off them. And here they are, they're gone for plenty. And it's all that difference that it makes. The last 2 overs gained for 36. In fact, the last 4, well, 16 came off that, the 8th one as well. So 16, 16 and 20. That's exactly what Italy needed. Well, they've almost doubled their score in 3 overs.
Well, that's exactly what they've done. I mean, they've gone from 51 after 7 to 103. So 52 come off the last 3 overs. I think they'll learn a lesson there about the kind of length you can get away with at the death. And I just don't think you can bowl the kind of drivable length, because even you saw Mohamed Imran missed out on a couple, but the ones he hit very well. He finishes 45 off 17, 4 fours and 4 sixes. And well, it was a tale of 2 histories already for these 2 teams in Group C. It was up and away. Italy, well, they went down off the very last ball of the tournament opener for Group C, and they were keen to improve. The Czech Republic, well, they had a pretty interesting game themselves, getting over Finland, but it was Czech Republic who for the most part made all the running, and they were very good at just holding their chances, even though they let it go away at the end a little bit. At this stage you thought, well, maybe Italy will be able to mount a recovery, but probably weren't banking on it, especially when Baljet, the captain, he went cheaply. It was hats off, and for the most part I like the catching of Palmer. And well, in the end, there was a fair bit of buzz about these 2 teams as well. And even though Italy was struggling to keep a handle on it, they do have some runs on the board, 103 to be exact here in match 4.
Yeah, and they've got 1 man to thank for that, really, and that's Mohamed Imran. He certainly did. I was saying, when they needed somebody, they needed a master blaster. They needed somebody to come out and really get the acceleration in, get the push in. And it came courtesy of him, 45 of 17, but well supported there as well by Ahmad Khan as well. He did a good job, 22 of 12 deliveries. And between them, they managed to put the attack on to get themselves to a score. And well, look, we've seen already today that the Czech Republic were able to defend 92 in the score. So we haven't seen big scores today. The 103. It's not huge, but it's defendable. Looking at the scorecard there, nothing really started to happen until Ahmad Khan came in. He made 22 of 12, and he was then there was that good knock there from Mohamed Imran, 45 not out of 17 deliveries. And as we said, those the last 3 overs going for 16, 16 and 20. And that was where those 52 coming in doubles the score and gives them something to bowl at. Well, what about the bowlers? Well, surprisingly, the men that performed very well in the first match, well, they're the ones that took a bit of stick this time. Seni Gupta, 29 wicketless. And then also Davidzi, well, he did take 2 wickets, but he goes for 24. Menden as well went for 25, though he did pick up that 1 wicket. But the main bowler there, Naveed Ahmed, took 2 for 17, bowled really well. So it means that this match, like all the others so far today, is going to be a really interesting one. Once you get into the 90s and the 100s, if you bowl well, you've got the runs on the board and you'll favour themselves, but they have to bowl really well with lead up. They need to pick up those early wickets. We do know that they have a very strong bowling attack, and speaking to some of the bowlers, for example, like Ravi Paul, one of the things he was saying this morning, because of that dew, he did find it very difficult to get his footing right. Well, there'll be no excuse here now, so I expect he will be charging in. So, don't go away, make yourself a brew or whatever your poison is, and come back within 10 minutes time, because this is going to be a corker. Italy have put on 103 on the board, so that means the Czech Republic need 104 for victory. Join me and Mr. Maximo in under 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back, and some good news finally from the Vintage Cricket Ground here in Prague, Czechia, because we are going to get on the park in just a few moments. It is match 7 between Cyprus and the hosts Czechia. So this ordinarily would be a 10-over match, of course, but that's not the case anymore because of the big storm that came in. It is a delayed start. First things first, though, let's see what happened at the toss a lot earlier on before the storm when the two captains with the Sheriff, Charles Croucher.
To toss. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Too bad first.
So Aaron Ashokan of Czechia wins the toss and he's elected to bat. And so the two teams are getting out on the field right now. And first, why don't we have a look at the two teams, because Cyprus, they do have 2 points actually now. They're 0-2 and 2. That's 2 losses, 2 no results, because both their matches against Greece so far have been washed out. Czechia, they've got a 3-1 record. It's the first time we've seen them today. They'll just play the 2 matches, whereas the other 2 teams in the competition play 3. Funnily enough, this is our 100th ECI match already. So that just shows you what a busy year it's been. 100 10-over internationals in 2023. Now, I said it's not quite 10 overs. Here's the adjusted playing conditions because of the late start here. And we're starting around about an hour or so actually after the original start. So it is 3 overs per side. It's the minimum allowable game, but we have been able to get a game on, which is it's good for everyone, spectators, players alike. So 1 over power play, and of course just 1 over per bowler, being just a 3-over match. So selection's really important. Who do you choose to bat? Who do you choose to bowl? There's only one man I'd choose to commentate with in this series, and that's Danny Hudacek, who's with me right now. So 3-over thrash, Danny. What do you think?
I think it's going to be interesting. It's it's the ground's actually looking pretty good considering how much rain we had just before. I don't know what to expect here. I expect some big hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, the Czechs are going to swing. Cyprus have got a good chance. I mean, it's a gamble either way. It's a toss-up, really, as to who wins this game. It will be Sabah Divisi to face the first ball.
Yeah, and then going for Shoaib Ahmed. Seems like a good choice. 1 over power play. So this is your power play over. There's a fair degree of luck that goes into these games. We've had a few of them here. Now, obviously, the 10-over format, ordinarily you're getting 30% of the overs in. It's a bit like when 50-over cricket came in, 15 overs was lowest. So it's kind of proportional. Anyway, here we go. And it's a very good start for Czechia as Davitsi lifts the first ball out of the ground. Maximal. Perfect start for the hosts.
Perfect start. Just straight into his pads. And that's you can't do that with Davitsi. He does. Well, he hits the ball very cleanly, firstly. He's a bit unorthodox with his play, but if you put anything on his legs, it's gone. So, very good start there. Buyan is the man at the other end. He'll also will swing pretty hard at the ball. Now, the ground's actually relatively dry. You push your finger on it and you can see a little bit of water. So it is it's damp just under, but there's a lot of sawdust.
I've got to say, I've never seen toilet paper used. We were out of sawdust as people were going to get more.
bit of toilet paper was used, so he wouldn't have got away with that about 3 years ago. Right now he's down the leg side. And that's the thing, you can really afford to push the run in between the wickets here as well.
Well, they're not going to run out of wickets in 18 balls.
You shouldn't, although I think the most we had was 7 or 8
really?
wickets in a 3-over match.
Oh.
So yeah, right now, current run rate 48. Well, that'd be a good result. 144 in 3 overs. But Sazi Bhuyan has been sent out there with Sabah. So what do you think of the opener selection for
You could
Czechs?
choose Ruturaj Magare's there, Arun Ashokan, Sudesh, the Tank. You could pick quite a few. Sid Gowd's playing, Martin Verndl. I mean, there's a lot of batsmen who can score very quick runs. Sid Gowd, I think, would be a good one at this stage. And this one's hit the pad, just be a leg by.
Yeah, I suppose you take every run possible. But Davisi hitting a 6 first ball, and then he's kind of iced at the other end because of the 2 wides. I thought maybe there'd be a school of thought that says if you get on top of a bowler, you keep going. Obviously, you get a really big over in a 3-over game. It's such a big proportion of the innings.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean,
can
look,
make or break you.
Look, it's you take every one. There's only 2 legal balls gone in this over. It's not too bad. Wides will be crucial for Cyprus. But yeah, this is. I mean, he's a good bowler. Is Ahmad. Sabah hits him straight and 6.
Yeah, what a shot that is! Straight down the ground. I got to say, Sabah looks a lot better to me when he's willing to go straight down the ground. Sometimes he gets lazy on this shot, trying to hit over point or over third man, just kind of slashes. That was a genuine shot. So 2 legal balls for Sabah, 2 sixes. The Czech's looking dangerous.
He loves being the centre of attention to Sabah. He loves being the hero, and he can be the hero in a game like this. This is called a wide, and lucky again. He didn't glove that. The first one also, he just stuck a hand out. It would have gone for 5 wides if he hadn't have done that. Let's see. It did very well, the keeper, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he has to just step up a little bit. If you're getting him on the second bounce, it's not going to be easy. His field does dry out pretty well at the moment. We have seen some times of the year when it doesn't dry out as easily, but it's just that the pitch surrounds that are the issue at the moment, but they've done their best with those.
As long as it's not dangerous for players slipping over. Bowler comes in again, and that's tucked away down leg side. That'll be 4. Nice shot. Just again, too full on leg stump for Davisi, and he didn't try to overplay it. Just got the bat down, tucked it around the corner. Easy as that. Big over already for the Czechs.
Yeah, easy as you like. So Davisi has made this first over go magical. And yeah, Cyprus, probably considering what happened when these 2 teams met each other yesterday, probably you thought they were the ones that would benefit from the shorter game. It's a bit more of a lottery. You don't need as many players to fire in a 3-over match compared to a 10-over match. But they've had an awful start. And
what's the highest score ever in a 3-over match?
Funny you say that.
Not that it's going to happen here, but
it was in Greece in the first one we ever did, and it was Aslan Mohammed, as well as I think it's Tassos Manousis, put on 57.
That's not bad. Well, this is going to go over the top again, and all the way 6 runs.
Yeah, worst case scenario, really.
Could he get a 50 here?
Well, I mean, that'd be something else. 26 now. This first one could go supersonic. Yeah, so that was the first ever 3-over match we had. It was in Corfu. It was a very wet outfield, and by very, I mean extremely. But when you hit 6s, it didn't really matter. And Aslan Mohammed just went absolutely bonkers. That was the first match we ever had in ECS Greece as well.
Well, the Czechs are now 26 off the first over. 1 more ball to come. Been a couple of wides, but apart from that, it's just been good batting. And it's a dot ball. That's a good result at the end for Ahmad and for Cyprus. And this one, very close to that off stump. Just lost his balance a bit. Did Sabah?
Yeah, so it takes us to the end of the first over. 26 without loss. Just a reminder, 57 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. And I know that Cyprus have a pretty interesting group. They're grouped with the England 11 as well as Malta, Switzerland and Romania. As far as the Czechs, we know that they're with Spain, the Isle of Man, France and Greece. And they'll be first up on opening day on the 25th of September. So really counting down now. Remember, we started that count at 100 and it seemed miles away. Can't believe how quick it's come down into the 50s.
Yeah, I know. It's quite incredible. That group, I know that Spain are having a few internal issues.
Yeah, true.
Corey's the coach there. They're still going to come out with a good side.
Isle of Man, I'm guessing it'll be their first ever T10 Internationals. So I think they've got some good players. Just a reminder also about the conditions for this match, if you didn't realise. We're starting late, so 3 overs per side, 1 over power play. So we're already out of the power play. Obviously, it's 1 over per bowler. And the next bowler will be Roshan Siriwardana for Cyprus. And this is up, it's in the air, and it's another great start to an over. This time, it's Booyan with a Maximo to start the second.
Yeah, it's just good hitting. This is what they tried to do yesterday, I think, the Czechs against Greece, to blast as many runs as they could and play across the line. It really, really backfired for them. But here in the 3 overs, they know what they have to do. These two, there's no two ways. It's just try to hit as many as you can. It's got a bit of bat, so no run.
Right off the end of the bat. To be honest, Cyprus catch a break there. Otherwise, it would have been a wider think.
Yep.
So yeah, even those little things in the 3 over matches, they can swing things. One ball can make such a big difference kind of at any time of the innings.
That's a good ball again. Really good bowling there from Siriwardana. We saw him yesterday, and he was. I thought he was very good.
So you'd say, does Cyprus have any chance? And the short answer is yes, because if they can be as good in the second half of this as they've been as bad in the first half, then you might be able to keep it to something in the 40s or low 40s even. Because just think about it, have an over, and this is a pretty good one at the moment. If you go kind of run a ball pace from here, 8 balls left, 41. I mean, that sounds crazy, but it can happen.
Well, it's a right-hander, left-hander combination. So Siriwardana's going to have to change his line a little bit, and I don't think that Saba's going to mind his bowling. Who's going to be the last bowler, do you think? Kanduri?
I'd be pretty tempted to go with the skipper, Rajvinder Brar.
Yeah, he's a good bowler as well. I agree.
In the third, moves a bit off the seam. Ball's always fairly new, but also probably getting a bit damp as well, which can make it a bit tough for the bowlers. It's a win, really, for Cyprus.
It is. And look, Sazi Bouyan's playing. I think he's injured. I think he did a groin yesterday, and I think he's feeling it now. I don't really know, with so much batting in this Czech team, why he's out there. To be honest, he went off the field yesterday.
He has so many injuries, they're almost cancelling out by now, I think, Sazeev. Anyway, here's the last ball of the second.
It's hit pretty straight, and 6 runs. Well, that's the Cypriot fielder there. He's having a chat to his captain just after that went over the boundary, wondering why he wasn't straighter.
Yeah, I say, hey, I wanted to be here. Famous last words. Anyway, the second is bookended with Maximos, and it's 40 love in tennis terms. 40 without loss after 2 here in this 3 over match. So, interesting stuff, because if this was a washout, it kind of keeps Czechia and Greece a bit closer together. The way things are shaping up, that if Czechia were to win this, then Greece could win the last 2 matches to tie them on 8 points, and then it would come down to net run rate. Now, it's actually pretty tough in a 3 over match to get your net run rate moving that much, because you only face 3 overs and only bowl 3 overs. So it's certainly possible. Match 8 will still be you feel like that'll be the match that really decides once and for all if there's even a contest on, and if Greece are able to beat Czechia, then there'll be some sort of equation in the last game of the day. Greece would have to beat Cyprus by a certain amount to raise the trophy.
So Waka Ali is the bowler coming around the wicket to the left-hander, who hit it straight down the ground. Just be a single. And,
you said who you will bowl, but my question is who will bat for Cyprus. You really got to send your hitters out straight away. Well, do you gamble on someone like a Lovedeep Sandhu, who came out, whacked a few 6s before?
They do have an issue
at the top.
They do have an issue, Cyprus, that one of those overs, probably the first one's going to be bowled by Riaz Afridi.
That's true.
That's not good, because he's going to be right at the pegs fast.
Now, how will the footing be as well? That's the other thing. We know that Cyprus they have struggled to compete with the bowling attack of Czechia so far. want to say a quick hello to all of our chatters. Yeah, we've been busy here trying to get the cricket back on. But hello to Gary Wheeler, to Liam Day, to Helix, to Chris Smith. And anyone else I might have missed. Good to have you with us.
Straight, just be a single. Yeah, again, I'm puzzled as firstly why is Bouillon playing if he's got an injury, and why you open with him, because he's not going to take. There's no quick singles there, and you've got other guys in this batting who can hit just as big as Bouillon. I mean, look at Riddick Tomar, for instance. You know, I'm a bit puzzled as to this selection from the Czechs in this game, but you know.
You just go with the feeling, I suppose. Maybe they said, look, go out there, swing at every ball, but anyone's going to do that.
Yeah, true.
Pretty much. 4 to come then.
Oh, Summer gets funky, and it fails, and it could be run out. Well, he's gone. That's terrible all round from Summer Devisi.
Yeah, well, we talk about his running a fair bit. Probably my criticism here, he doesn't leg it out. You know, he ends up just watching. He says, are you really going to throw this?
This is what he always does, unfortunately. And there you go, just bounces.
Not a hard one to call.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, Saba does some very good things. But yeah, just some of those basics, I think, to be an next-level international player, that's something he needs to work on.
Even the shot, Vinny, what was he trying to do?
Yeah, ramp goes to reverse ramp.
It hit him in the pad.
In the end, I suppose he does his job and more as far as the first over.
But he hit 22 odd, I think, and he from clean hitting, right? And then he does that, and then just doesn't run. He's ball watching.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
He's a young man. I mean, he should be fast.
He is pretty
experienced. Fast when he wants to be fast. That's the thing.
The thing is with Saba is he's played a lot of international cricket. That was absolutely ridiculous. All right, it's the beast to come in. He'll be at the non-strikers end. 3 balls to go, 42 at the moment on the board, and Bouillon is 14 off 7. He'll want to launch a big attack. I'm sure the beast will run. He won't care about Bouillon's injury. So here comes the bowler, and nicely clamped down. Good ball, actually. Yeah,
really good ball. Only get a 1. Couldn't do too much with that. Bouillon does get the single there, so we'll get a chance to look at the beasts with not too long left to go in this innings.
I mean, look, if they bowl it anywhere in his hitting arc, he can hit the ball a long way, can the beast. But he hasn't really fired in this series at all. Even in the Super Series, we didn't see the best of him. Let's see what happens here. Good over so far from Waka Ali. And really good ball, and they're running, and they'll get away with it.
Yeah, bounce on the edge of the pitch. It wasn't a great throw back to the bowler. If you get it on the pitch, he's got a chance of picking it up on the bounce. So yeah, it's worth taking pretty much everything.
Again, it's a bit of a puzzle. It's a bit puzzling for me why Beastie's come in at this stage. Basically, he hasn't hit that many runs. There are other batsmen. Ruturaj Magari would be a good one here, or Riddick Tomar, to be honest. But you know,
yeah,
I don't make the order.
Last ball anyway. This is up, and that's going to sail out of the ground. So the fact that Bouillon gets on strike works out pretty well, and I suppose in the end adds a very good 3 over the score. Czechia, yeah, you can debate the twos and froms and the pros and cons of their selection, but in the end they've got the runs on the board. 50 for 1 after 3 overs.
It's a good total. I mean, honestly, I can't see Cyprus getting it unless something miracle happens, especially with Afridi bowling first. But they still have a chance. They're a good side, Cyprus. They were really good against Greece earlier on, as we see here the highlights.
All about the start. From the moment the first ball disappeared, you knew it was going to be a bit of a rough one in the power play, shortened power play, albeit for Cyprus. And Devisi, yeah, I know he's just one of those players. He's kind of scintillating but frustrating at the same time, because I think those of us who've seen a lot of cricket know how good he can be. But yeah, some of those basics, just like getting run out in that situation, even in a tight game. I mean, you never know what might happen here. Cyprus could have a magical over. Maybe a couple of top edges fly for 6 off Riaz, then it could be something different. Here he finds out the ball is quicker than the legs as he watches it go past him.
Well, he ran off pretty quick.
Yeah, well, Then even this turned out pretty well for Czechia. They take the run, it changes the strike. So Bujan comes out and he bangs the last ball over long off for 6. And so Czechia get to 50. I think that's only the second time I've seen a 50 in a 3-over game. And so Cyprus, they'll need 17 and over to win. They'll need 51. Quick look at the scorecard then. They decided to go for Sabo and Davici at the top with Sazi Bujan, and between them, they get 44 runs. The other 6 were extras. The Beast just required at the end after that slightly strange run out of Sabo and Davici. Maybe not so strange. We've been watching him play for a few years. But in the end, it's going to be a pretty big uphill climb for Cyprus, who will definitely give it a crack, and you never know. I think they're going to need some very good shot making and a bit of luck on their side as well. We saw first over go magical, 26 including an extra in the first, and then we saw 2 other fairly healthy overs. Wakarali, though, his over probably the best of the 3. Danny, we'll take a quick break. The Pies apparently aren't too far away as well, and the resumption isn't too far away as well, because we'll be back very shortly. 51 will be the chase in 3 overs for Cyprus when we return with more ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket International Czechia match between the Czech Republic, or Czechia, that's starting to be better known, and Cyprus. So Czechia in this 3-over reduced over match due to that rain we got. So you see 3 overs per side, 1 over power play, 1 over per bowler, and 50 on the run on the board for the Czechs. It's a very good total, and it looks like it'll be the beast. So there's Vikramasekara to take up the attack, and I know that with Arun, the captain, he trusts Sudesh implicitly to give him a nice tight over. He definitely will go with Riaz Afridi, I think, as well, and I'm probably think he'll go with Madaranga, but he might go for the tank Riddick Tomar, who's been also pretty good. For Cyprus, they need well, a lot of runs in each over. They need boundaries first up. It is a power play, so they can go over the top and then get early runs. Still taking a few risks. Here comes Sudesh with the first ball. It's a bit short, tucked around the corner. That's going towards the boundary. I don't know if it'll get there. It does. Well, Sid Gow there. Not sure what he's saying to Madaranga back there. So there's a bit of confusion. Sid tries to kick it back in and, well, kicks it twice. Good start here for Cyprus in their chase. Need about 16.5 and over. 4 off the first ball as Sudesh comes in again. And a bit short. Get a single. Here's Afridi, he'll pick the ball up. So Sudesh, he's, I said, a couple of balls short. The first one was down leg side, not the greatest opening ball. And we know that Mazumdar can hit the ball hard. So Shoaib Ahmad is the batsman. He'll face the next ball from Vikramasekara. And that's quick. And it's outside off stump, and it's a dot ball. It's a better line of length. Let's have a look. And well, it cut away from the batsman inside that line. I have to say it's pretty much a perfect delivery in this when you're trying to keep down the runs. So we haven't seen him get hit for a few boundaries. Sudesh, he's normally come back with wickets. He comes in again. This one's cracked over the top of cover for 4. Lovely shot. Well, he pitched that one up, and it left the square pretty quickly. Let's have another look at this. Just lovely shot, actually, over the top. It's amazing how the pressure of just a few overs in this 3-over game, how some batsmen just stand up and absolutely hammer the ball where they might have struggled in other times during a tournament. So Shoaib Ahmad, so having a chat to his batting partner. There's no shot clock seen there. Vikramasekara comes in again and hit with the same result. Nice shot. Good over this from Cyprus. And right, tried to pitch it up. Didn't quite get it right, but nice shot. Used his feet well, did Ahmad. And 13 so far. Cyprus looking pretty good. Need 38 off 13. Comes Sudesh again. And this is over the top. It should be 4 again, I think. One bounce over the boundary. And Cyprus, they're pretty much on target. Let's have a look. Just one bounce over the boundary. And, well, that's a good over there from Cyprus. 56 matches since the last Golden Ball. And that was last Saturday. 56 matches from here and also from Portugal. There's more matches tonight and then the finals tomorrow. And it'll be Corey Rutgers to bring you that later on in the day. So it will be Riaz Afridi to pick up the attack. I think it's a good move to bring him on now. It was a bit loose from Sudesh, but you've got to say it's really good batting by Cyprus to get 17 off the first. Vinny's back in the marshmallow.
I'm back, and my power play involved eating my pie and mashed potatoes, and I just managed it in the 1 over.
I started them.
Don't worry.
This game started a bit too soon for me to finish.
A bit too long. Anyway, yeah, Riaz, he's been the most exciting bowler to watch in the tournament. Here he is, bowling over number 2.
It's down leg, it's a wide, and that's all they get from it.
So, here's the thing. Yes, it's unlikely, but you just have to have a heater for a short amount of time to get close. They already had 17 off the first. I mean, imagine that goes for 4 wides or something like that, or 5 wides. So, keep your eyes on the prize in Czechia. Should not lose from here. He has a little wry smile, saying, okay, that one got away from me, but I'm going to be attacking the stumps here.
That comes in, and that's right at the stumps. Good fielding. And that's a dot ball. There is almost a backstop. Actually, there's 2 men back behind Divi Singh, just in case something gets loose.
If I'm honest, I would have even more. Yeah, I would have everyone either sideways or back. I think this long on's a waste. I just can't see him getting taken over mid on. I'd kind of like to see a better try. Hasn't really happened so far in this series.
This ground's so fast. All you need to do is really push one, and you can get a boundary up front. Oh, that's quick.
But to hit someone down the ground, you can't be late on it. That's the thing.
That's true.
Everyone's been late on it, Freddie. I'd rather even have a normal mid on, mid off, and have 2 fine legs and even 2 third men there, because I just think there's a lot of balls that are flying away like that. As it is, does it matter? Maybe not. But yeah, Freddie seems to be bowling with okay rhythm, considering it must be a little bit slippery still in the run-ups. The ground staff and the operations crew, they've done a really good job to get us back on the park, because there was a lot of rain earlier this morning.
Absolutely, with the toilet paper and the sandpaper and the sawdust. This is hit down the ground. It should just be 1. Divisi picks it up.
So a bit of normality resuming. So who do you think gets the 3rd over in the tank?
I think he's going to go to
Madaranga?
Madaranga, to be honest, because he trusts him a lot. Buyan I wouldn't go to because he's still injured. Riddick Tomar's a good shout as well, to be honest. I think it'd be one of those 3. There are other options. Sid Gowd, he could bowl himself, but I definitely think that he's going to go with either Madaranga or Riddick Tomar.
Yeah, tend to agree with you there.
Here comes Riaz Afridi again. And this is short. It's going to be called a wide. It was quick. It was short. And it was over the batsman's head. So let's have another look at this.
Yeah, it's very, very short.
It'll flash on screen for a moment before it departs.
I think that's even a wide on Danzilla, if I'm honest.
So I don't know if he's what kind of level of cricket that Riaz Afridi has played, but we did find out today that he was no run.
Would have been wide.
He did Muay Thai and also MMA.
Mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
Parkour.
Parkour.
I mean, he's done a lot. This is frustrating for. It always hit the ball. That's the problem there.
I know.
If he hadn't, it was going to be a wide. And if you get an edge, you'd hope it'd fly away for 4. It doesn't even do that. So, yeah, Cyprus. Brave effort so far, really. The 21 in 10 balls. Showing they can take on Czechia, which they haven't really able to get on top of.
Dodgy boundary would be handy for them. So, this has got a leading edge. It could be a chance for a run out. Oh, great effort there. And that's a wicket. Looks like it might be Sazi Buyan there. I'm not sure actually who that is. We'll check in a moment.
brilliant stuff. Slides into the pads. I mean, obviously just kind of going on everything. And Shoaib Ahmed, he had a really good start to this innings. Unfortunately, he's not going to be so happy now. Thing is, he doesn't really put in an effort here to slide. Could he have gotten closer?
I think so. I mean, he's not...
Yeah, definitely closer than he was. And so, again, just fundamental. So, really had one of those for both teams in this very short game.
He's taken one out of the Sabu and Divisi book of running between wickets.
Exactly.
So, and it looks like it's Hardeep Singh. I think he'll be coming, which is, again, a really good move. He hits the ball very cleanly, there's Hardeep. And, well, Afridi, it's been a good over, 4 from it. And 21 for 1. Still got a chance to Cyprus. There's only 1 over after this. Last ball of this second over. As Afridi comes in.
Hardeep, the new batter.
It's got him with a full toss. Well,
let's have a look. I think he's been he has been bowled. And the question of height, I don't think is a question. So let's have a look at this, because it hits the top of the stumps on the full. Attempted Yorker. Oh, that's a no ball.
I think it is a no ball. I mean, he's walking off, but...
It might have been... This will be 5 runs, I reckon.
Why 5, Vinny? Did it go to the boundary?
Yeah. That's snowy.
Yeah.
I reckon. Yeah, so that just shows you. I said that's not dipping at all. But, yeah, my question is...
That's odd, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, the ball's dead at the moment. He's given out, but you're never really given out for bowled. So I think we'll come back to this in a second. This is toss news. Czechs winning the toss and electing to bowl.
Interesting.
I'll be curious to see how they handle this.
Yeah, because it did look like it definitely went over waist height, and it is called a no ball. And Hardeep Singh's back. Well, he had a bit of a chat about it when he was there to the square leg umpire. But let's have a look at this. It's around about the waist, so that's over the waist. It came down, hit the bails, and I think it's a good decision. I'm just not sure what happened after that. It went down to the boundary. A lot happened just then. So it should be 5 wides, I think. Sorry, 5 no balls, I think. So we'll have a look. I think Vinny reckons it went down to the boundary.
Well, I thought it did, but I'm hurt.
I thought Divi stopped it, but I'm not. Oh no, it did. I don't know actually. This is in the air.
Free hit. So yeah, apparently it didn't go to the boundary. I assumed it did, but
I thought Divi got a glove, like handled it.
Okay. Well, if he did, then obviously it's not gone to the boundary. But I think they make the right call in the end. I mean, that's a really interesting one, because normally a ball hits the stumps at Riaz's pace, you'd say there's no way it's dipping, but it did slightly. And anyway, no, probably won't make too much difference in the end. And so Czechia certainly well ahead in this game, although we've seen overs go for 27 before. That's what Cyprus need.
And it will be Mataranga. He's bowled well in this tournament, but he probably can go a bit. As we see the sides come up here for the next game between Czechia and Greece. It's a vital game for Greece. If they beat the Czechs, then they're in with a good chance of winning the tournament.
Yeah.
The Czechs, if they win, that's a trophy for them.
Yeah, for sure. But Greece have a fighting chance, don't they? But they'll have to be perfect in the last 2 games, and maybe more than perfect, because they'll need to do it by margin. But having said that, if they have a big win over Czechia there, that brings down the Czechia net run rate as well.
By the way, Kushal Mendon in the chat says, I think he's done taekwondo at national level for Pakistan.
Does not surprise me.
This is good ball from Mataranga straight up. Just be a single. And again, really good from the Czechs to come into the stumps, just in case. It's Rudraj Magari who backed that up. So good start. And yeah, I mean, Arun trusts Samira. They've been playing in the same side at PCC for such a long time, same as Sudesh. Yeah, if any bowler's been taken a little bit so far in this series for the Czechs, it's been Sudesh, but then he's always come back with a couple of wickets.
That's true. That's a really good point. Got to say, though, Cyprus, I know it's a shorter game. They've had rain interruptions and things, but they certainly have shown a lot of improvement, this group of players.
Oh, yeah.
Over the weekend.
They probably, I'd say they had a really good chance of beating the Greeks in that game that was washed out this morning. As this is hit back to Mataranga and no run. Well, this is good bowling here from Samira, who's I think he bowled really well in the ECS here in Prague, and for the Czech team he's spot on. Sometimes he does spray them, but he's stood up to his responsibility here, especially with the left-hander. And another good ball, another dot ball, and it's beyond the Cypriots now.
Yeah, just this, look at the footwork, makes it tough to access this. It's well inside. So yeah, great over, closing things out. And so yeah, a little bit of controversy with the bowl with the full toss. Turns out not to matter too much. In fact, that one will certainly be bowled, and that one does go to the boundary as well. That's some we're actually looking for those. But yeah, Hardeep swings all around it, and Mataranga, it's time to party for him. This is a better pre-movement, I think, to get across, but then just misses the line, lifts his head a little bit. But an impossible situation for Hardeep. He'll be the second man to four. It's 25 for 2.
Yeah, look, as you mentioned, Cyprus really improved against Greece, and those two teams have been playing in the last game of the day. They've played twice, and it's been abandoned twice, which is
it's crazy.
Yeah, no other game has been this game's been affected by rain, but we've had play in all the games in this tournament, but it's been a bit frustrating for the Greeks and the Cypriots because of the no results, because of just flash rain that's come in. So comes Mataranga again, and a really good ball, top over this, and doesn't need to throw it. Probably would have been run out, but it really didn't matter. It's a dot ball, and I think Samira, he's shaped for it. Have a look at this. It's come back. The batsman, he slipped as well as halfway down. He would have run him out, but there's no need to it at all.
I'd be going cheap stats there. I'm definitely throwing that. I don't really care about the overthrow at this stage. This will be the end of the game. Seems back.
What an over.
Cyprus, they're going to start with a bang and finish with a whimper. They're going to finish 25 for 2 off their 3 overs. Very good last over from Mataranga, but really it was a Freedy that brought things back to normality after a pretty good start for Cyprus. But Czechia, they get 2 valuable points in this ECI.
Yeah, that's good performance by the Czechs. The Cypriots, they've been improved today, I've got to say. They've yesterday they really didn't adjust to the conditions, and as we see here, the first ball went down to the boundary. And it was a bright start from them. I think they got 4 boundaries. A little bit of scrappy fielding down there. They got 4 boundaries off the first over. A couple of really nice shots over cover, and so yeah, another one here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brave effort. You know, they came out. The fearlessness, I think, was there, which we thought was lacking maybe a little bit yesterday, when they were worried about wickets in hand and things like that. Czechs, though, they kind of withstood the early assault. Afridi came on, and he was certainly breathing a bit of fire. Normally he does the old upstairs, downstairs, but it was kind of the upstairs and mezzanine level that he goes this time, because he ends up bowling a full toss. Before that, though, this was a run out. To be honest, this wasn't very good running at all from Shoaib, who was running away and not grounding his bat. Cost himself his wicket.
Shoaib was getting the runs for them as well, so that took a little bit of the sting out of the attack. I think this is the controversial one.
Yeah, so see, Div Anderson gets a hand on it behind the stumps. Look at that. So it must have just pulled out before the boundary, and so so they don't actually run, and he walks off. So that was a correct call, and then late in the piece, Hardeep has to go. But it should be a really interesting game coming up, match number 8, because I think it's the game that ultimately will decide the trophy when we look back, one way or another. The Czechs can sew it up, but the window's open at the moment, and Greece just might be able to slide in with a big win over the Czechs and then a big win over Cyprus. And you would say the Greeks are very capable of doing both those things if they play well. As we look at the response, Shoaib runs himself out for 13, but he did make a decent start for Cyprus. Apart from that, Mazumdar, he batted through the 3. Hardeep made a brief appearance. And ultimately there was that little strange moment with the bowled off a waist-high full toss. which you don't see very often, especially someone as quick as Afridi. Mataranga, brilliant the way that he shut the gate 1 for 1, but really Afridi brought things back after a fairly expensive first over. Yeah, momentarily, Cyprus were on the pace. We'll take a break. Just to let you know, there's been a 10-minute delay to the next game, so we'll start at 1:10 local time. It's in about 15 minutes, and that's when we'll be back. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. It's time for what I think is going to be the biggest match in this tournament so far. It's the ECI Czechia and two contenders going head-to-head in match number 8. It's going to be Czechia, the hosts, versus Greece, the challengers. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier in this match.
Czechia to toss. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that Aaron Ashokan, he's won the toss and elected to bowl. A bit of a change of tactic. I might ask our Czech specialist, Danny, who to check for his thoughts as our Czechs for once they're going to chase here.
Yeah, look, as I mentioned before, I think the Czech batting yesterday was pretty awful. And because it looked like what they wanted to do was to just blast 150. As we see the teams come up, a couple of changes there. Vasak Jaganivasan comes into the side for the Czechs with Greece. I think they're going to be relying on Sinan Khan for quite a few runs. See the expected scores. And the Czechs are clear favourites, but the Greeks did beat the Czechs yesterday. And yeah, look, yesterday I think the Czechs batted badly. They tried to just smash as many as they could against the Greeks. And they're just a good bowling and fielding team of the Greeks, and bowled the Czechs out actually for 77, the lowest score in the tournament.
Great performance.
So I think what the idea is if they have a mission, the Czechs, whatever the Greeks put on, it could be over 100, it could be under, it could be 130. It doesn't really matter. They'll have a clear target to bat towards, which I don't think they did in the game yesterday, and they were just wildly off. So we'll wait for Samir Madaranga, who bowled a really good over in the last game, that reduced over game against Cyprus. Just took 1 for 1.
Yeah, not often you get to bowl 2 overs in a row in cricket.
That's true.
One of those times. He bowled the last over of the last game, or the first over of this one. Just want to say a quick hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Said he's got Jacob's friends heading on home. Jacob's his son, and Jacob sometimes tunes in. So please say hello to Jacob for me as well. Hello to Sada, and let's get ready for the start of this game. And it's Souvlakis that pushes and runs, gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, just watched it carefully under the bat. Took just a early single. A lot of chat in the Czech side. They'd be disappointed at the loss yesterday, of course, and just I think the manner in which they played. They restricted the Greeks to not many, but they got over the line right at the end. Did the Greeks with about an over to spare. This is in the air, should be caught. Player calls it, looks like could be Sid Gowd. And it is...
That's Rudraj Magari, actually, under the blue cap there. And it's just a first ball duck, unfortunately. And Madaranga, he's pretty much picked up where he's left off. Magari called it early. Actually, pretty bright conditions now. A bit like yesterday, the storm came through, the storm left. Will we get another one? We'll find out. But you know what? That's a big wicket. That's Sinan Khan. He's gone for a golden duck, and he just has not been able to replicate his form from the previous ECI in Bulgaria this weekend.
Well, that's it. He's I mean, he's a good bowler. He opens the batting as well, and it's a big wicket for the Czechs. Brings out an important player for the Greeks, though. It'll be Shabir Arslan batting at number 3. Souvlakis at the other end. And they'll want to build a partnership, but probably a bit of a loose shot. Tried to go over the top. There's a 3 over power play as per normal. Madaranga, he's got the same figures as he did in the last game, 1 for 1.
Yeah, and so Shabir Arslan is the new batter coming out at 3. First ball, yeah, full, pretty straight and knocked away. That's the Tankritic Tomar. They're just looking at the side. Jaganivasan back in the side. A Sharma left out for this game. It's a bit of a tough one. Mutton Vernd also not in the 11. I think he's enjoyed just being around, Danny. Come back to that in a second. This is up and it's over the top, just. And this will test the outfield. It will get there. I think he had the plan to get there, but not much of a plan about how he's going to pull it back there, the fielder. But the result is 4 runs to Greece.
I think it was Jack Nevison who he won the race of the ball, but lost the race, lost the contest with his feet as he stood on the ball. That's not how you do it at home,
Never try and
kids.
step on the ball. It's not a good idea. It's not worth it. It's not even that effective. But yeah, Arslan trying to pick up the pace here. He's beaten outside the off stump. So it's been a really interesting weekend for weather. And now you'd never know. We had that storm come through, and it was a pretty violent storm. It's happened 2 days in a row. We've actually started every game, but the issue being interruptions and getting the 20 overs in for a full match so far today. Last ball the over, and it's a little uppercut, nicely executed by Shabir. Well, maybe he can be the man with a plan for Greece, who do get something out of the first over. 9 for 1 after 1.
That was a good shot there. It's nice and close to his body, and he just flicked it over the top of Sudesh Vikramasekaran for a 4.57 days to go to the European Cricket Championship. Vinny, this is going to be fantastic.
This match you're watching right now, you'll see it. You will see it at the ECC because these two have been drawn in the same group, and then every possibility that they could meet again on final stage. So the format in the group stage, there's 10 group matches. The 5 teams will all play each other once. Then the bottom team drops out, and the top 4 play in a finals day on the 3rd day.
Well, definitely checking each other out. These two sides. It's the beauty with these ECIs is that it's to do with the culmination of games and culmination of the international series at Kardama. But as I said, it's been a really nice tournament. Just those couple of games that have been called off, both of them being Cyprus-Greece games, and I don't think either of those two sides are too happy.
No, true. The guys are here. They want to get out there. It's frustrating, but not much you can do about it. Here's the tank. Ball's wide outside the off stump. It'll be interesting behind the stumps for Czechia. That was a bit of a question we had at the start of our 2-week adventure here in Czechia, who would have the gloves. And he did seem like the natural choice. We've also got Sahil Grover, who can do a job behind the stumps. But
I don't know about keeping in a neck brace, though.
Yeah, keeping in a neck brace. Not even batting in a neck brace. Not something we ever saw before this week. All right, doesn't quite time this. It's up in the air. Sabundavitsi calls it, and he takes it. Safe pair of hands, and Arslan goes 4 and out. The tank strikes in the second, and Greece have lost a second. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, he's got a good safe pair of hands, Davisi. And, if it goes in the air, doesn't matter where on the ground, Davisi's going to try to get there. He's him and also Riaz Afridi. They call for it. They'll stand in front of other players to try to take the catches. They've both got good hands, but he does have. He's very safe under the high ball as Sabah. So 2 wickets down, 11 on the board, and I saw Singh Memi come out yesterday and face 1 ball. He's got a 600 strike rate, so hopefully we'll see a little bit more from him in a longer innings. So Vlakas, the man at the other end, is on 2. But Tomar, as I said, I think he's bowled well throughout this tournament, but also the ECS. He's been hard to get away. I think he's just grown as a bowler. A bowler.
That's right, bowler. But he finished with a bang yesterday, and he charges on this, gets it to mid-on, no run.
It's not the start Greece would have liked. They're a competitive side, but they've just lacked a little bit of application, I think, with the batting. Still trying to work out the conditions, maybe. Well, I think Cyprus really improved today, especially in their first game. They were at just over 100 against Greece.
Driven and just over the top. That'll be 4. So Amarpreet gets off the mark. And he is a man that ate up the pressure yesterday. He's under a bit of pressure coming in early on. Here come the choppers. Here comes Amarpreet as well.
some other sounds you might be hearing a little bit later on. I don't know when it starts, but Depeche Mode are playing in Letňany, just where all the it's in the direction of Prague, just behind us.
Yeah, it's really
So,
close.
yeah, so you might hear some Depeche Mode later on. Not sure what time they start. If their support band will be there before them. Might be before the end of play here. Might be after. Tanky comes in again. Just a single. And,
End of the over as well. So 17 for 2 after 2. Tomar has decided it's not the end of the over. So I apologise for Deacon, everyone. Scorers, they're getting too quick now. But anyway, yeah, we'll get one more ball. Let's see if it matters. Suvlakis will be on strike.
it's been a pretty good over here from Tomar. Did take that wicket. Comes in. And just pat it down on the leg side for a single. So Suvlakis, he's just turning over the strike at the moment. And just building in innings. Seeing Memi is on 5. So we have a look here at the table. The Czechs up on top. The Greeks, though, have had 2 no, and Cyprus have had 2 no results, which has been frustrating for all of them. Cyprus, as I said this morning, had a good chance of beating the Greeks, but unfortunately that was washed out, and it caused a shortened game previously with just a 3-over game. So the Czechs won pretty comfortably. So, but the Greeks, if they win here, still got a good chance of winning this tournament. The Czechs, this is their final game. Mataranga will continue. He's taken 1 for 9. He's bowling to Suvlakis, who just puts that into the covers and no run. Well, a bit of a fumble there from Ashokan. Might have left it for Sabah there. But Suvlakis, he hasn't looked to play any shots yet. He's watching the ball onto the bat, mainly just playing it on the leg side. That one was just hit to cover. Mataranga comes in again. He plays a shot there, didn't get much of it. And as Tanky skates along the ground. Again, Mataranga keeping things tight. Tried to have a go at that one. Just probably played the wrong line. Tanky probably needs a new set of footwear, a non-slip variety. Mataranga comes in again. It's hit firmly. Sabah can't reach it, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
He just couldn't get off the ground there, could he, Sabah? He got near it, couldn't quite cut off the angle. Pretty nice looking shot. Yeah, it's a classical looking cricket shot. But there, needed to get down to his left. Although he does bat left-handed, he's a natural right-hander in the field. And Harmanpreet has been very, very good here. And if they can put the 100 plus on the board, considering they did roll the Czechs for 77 yesterday, I think that'll be a pretty good score.
Yeah, agreed, Vinny. So good ball there from Mataranga. Good reply. But Harmanpreet, he's looked pretty handy. He was the one who, as I mentioned, just came in and whacked a 6 to end the game yesterday.
Yeah, 6 off 6 was required, and we thought, all right, now we're going to have our first ECI golden ball. And he certainly made sure that wasn't going to happen.
That was a good shot off Sengupta as well, who bowled pretty tight. Mataranga, a couple of balls left in his spell. This is hit nicely, just over Sabah, and that's 4 runs. Well, it's still a power play, and wasn't far away there. Was Davisi. Let's have a look at this. He takes it on. It's a pretty nicely just over Sabahwun. It's 4 runs. It's the last ball of the power play. And it's been a pretty good one for the Greeks. Lost a couple of wickets, 26 on the board. And this one just goes over Sudesh. And that's another 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. He's come out swinging, 17 off 7. So yeah, they have lost a couple of early wickets, but as we often say, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. At least you leave more balls for your teammates in case they do get going. And so, something for everyone in that power play. 30 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, as I said, a pretty good one. And there's a 13 off that last over from Mataranga. So 9, 8 and 13. Still is pretty good scoring early on, considering the Greeks haven't looked fantastic with the bat, but they really are. I think they've adjusted to the conditions, and they know what to expect from the Czech bowlers. It will be. Well, Rudaraj Magare is going to be bowling. He bowled pretty well yesterday. Got a couple of wickets. I think he's a bit of a part-timer, to be honest, for me. And when you look at the bowling lineup, it's probably not who I would have given the fourth over to. This is a full toss, hit through the covers. Just be a single, but strange choice, I think. He did get a couple of wickets laid on yesterday against. I'm not even sure if it was Cyprus or Greece yesterday. I think it might have been this game against Cyprus, laid up and bowled pretty well. Got quite a bit of in-swing. But when you look at the bowlers, Riaz obviously is going to get a bowl. Sid Gowd, I think, should get a bowl as well. But well, he might not bowl Sudesh. That's one thing we'll see in the next few overs. Riaz is not far away, though, I think.
Yeah, so free hit coming up then. Magare. He bowled pretty well when we saw him yesterday. Took a couple of cheeky wickets. Now gets away with it. So dodges a bullet early in his spell.
I'd call him a bit of a part-time bowler, wouldn't you, Vinny? He didn't even bowl that much for United, to be fair.
Yeah, part-timer. But, like, good part-timer.
True.
You know, like he gets natural in swing. Normally pretty accurate, but sometimes it does go wrong. This is a low full toss, whipped away nicely, but straight at the fielder, so just a single.
There's one of my favourite cricketers growing up was Dougie Walters. He was just a real character. And he took 49 wickets for Australia, and it was generally what would happen is that the skipper would say, we need a wicket here, Dougie, and he'd come in and he'd break partnerships.
Yeah.
And that was his role, just to break partnerships.
There's other examples, you know, both the wars, especially Steve Waugh later in his career didn't bowl very much at all. Another low full toss. As I often say, if you're going to miss a Yorker, miss it slightly full. It's a lot easier to get away with it that time. Not always. Who else?
Alan Border.
Yeah, spin option, yeah.
He took,
admittedly.
He took a bucket load of wickets at the
I love
ECG.
watching Alan Border bowl.
Yeah, me too.
Greg Blewett, if you want me to give another Australian example. He's got a bowl a bit of medium pace. There's a few different ones around the world. Magare is a handy option to turn to. And this is what happens when you don't miss it full. You miss it slightly short, and it's adios pelota maximo. Amarpreet Singh Mami going bang. That was right in the slot, and that wasn't coming back.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. And, well, they're in a game here, the Czechs. They know that. Again, a bit puzzled as to why Magare is getting a bowl, apart from the fact he got a couple of wickets late. But, well, I'm sure they're going to turn to someone else who's a little less part-time in the next over. That was smashed back to Magare. He's taking a catch already this innings. This one, he's well, he got a hand to it, just bounced straight out. Hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's half chance at best, really. Absolutely collared. Everyone was taking cover there. Here's the next ball. It's whipped away off the pads, and that's going to be 4. So this is the risk with Magare. Can get a bit leg stumpish with that movement. And that turns out to be pretty productive over for Greece. 14 come off it. It's 44 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, I'll have to bring this back, the Czechs. And, well, it's been 2 good overs here for Greece. Last one of Madarangas and also that one of Magare, as you see here. There's a wicket in the first, wicket in the second, and then the next 2 have really all been Greece. So it's a competitive game, going about 11 and over, going actually exactly 11 and over. They have lost those 2 wickets, but it looks like a pretty good partnership here, building between Savlakis and also Amarpreet. It will be a different animal coming on. It is Riaz Afridi, who we found out has pretty much played every sport ever known to man.
In some sports I wasn't even aware existed. Anyway, yeah, Riaz is a fun guy to watch, and can be a bit expensive at times just because the extra pace he brings to the table. Let's see how he goes to Savlakis. Yeah, this is a good buy. It's also a good buy to the thigh muscle of Devendra Singh, who turned on it and blocked it. The funny thing about the wicket-keeping pads, they only cover the front, not the back. But also Amarpreet, I think, It's going to be fire versus fire here. He gets through for the bye, gets the strike. I think that's a good result for Greece.
Yeah, it's a difficult bounce there for Divi Singh. It just didn't get up. The next one's probably going to fly past his helmet, though, Divi. He's pretty rapid. Is Afridi. Comes in again to bowl to Amarpreet, who's been really good. This one's hit just outside off stump. Might have been called a wide, I think.
I just think it's great that the Greek batters are getting a look at someone like an Afridi before the ECC. They can go back, they can watch him, they can say, look, this is what we're going to have to be able to deal with. And not just Afridi, I mean potentially Mohamed Kamran and those kind of guys that are in Group A as well. And France have some very good bowlers as well.
The Mongols.
Yep. Shot. Really good shot by Savlakis. And that's the play. I tell you what, he loved that. He just taps it on their head, watches it all the way. He knows if he gets bat on this, it's flying, and it absolutely does into the bushes. 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah, lovely shot that. My shot of the day so far, I think. That was beautiful. Just waited on it and punched it between 2 fielders down there. So we'll see how Afridi comes back with this one. I think it should be fast and straight at the stumps, which we saw a lot of that yesterday.
Well, it's either at stumps or upstairs. I think probably stumps.
Nope.
Nope.
Whoa.
Oh, jeez. Ouch. I think it's hit him on the back of the arm above the elbow. Or no, it kind of goes hip to arm.
I thought it was straight forearm, but you think it hit the hip as well?
Yeah, I think it's like a bit of a double noise, but yeah. It was a bounce that didn't actually get up. Sometimes these are more dangerous because it just gives you more of your surface area of your body that's in danger.
I think he's getting magic spray. They've been cheering every boundary, every run, the Greeks. They didn't cheer that one. I think they thought, well, I don't want to be here next. So I think he's going to get some magic spray or some treatment at least, is Savlakis. Just going to wait on a little bit to see what happens, but that did hit him very, very hard. There, the Greek batsman.
Yeah, so, well, why don't we take this opportunity at 51-2 to invite you into the commentary marshmallow. Got to say, Alistair, if you're watching from ECN, you did a great job putting it up because it has been under attack today. In fact, all the structures have around the ground with a big storm rolling in. There was one yesterday as well, but everything's held up. We're back on the park. You wouldn't believe that was the situation. Hopefully we don't have any more weather interruptions. But yeah, I'm excited, Danny. Why don't I take this opportunity to say a big thank you to you for joining me over the last couple of weeks.
That's been great fun.
Whether it's here or whether it's anywhere else around Europe, always love your perspective on the game. I think you've got that dry sense of humour that I always enjoy listening to. Of course, I'll be in Switzerland tomorrow. In fact, I'll be leaving probably just before the scheduled end of play today to make sure I don't miss my plane because I don't want to be sleeping on the airport floor again, Danny. But yeah, once again, great 2 weeks in Prague. I think pound for pound, it's been the best entertainment, the best tournament we've ever had here in Czechia.
I agree. I mean, the quality of the batting has improved out of sight, and mainly due to a very fast outfield. And but the quality of the Czech leagues has really grown a lot in the last few years, and all credit to everyone who put in an effort from both from ECN and also from the organisers here in Czechia. So and thanks for everyone to coming out and watching.
Hope you get a chance to go back and do a few things that you've been unable to do over the last couple of weeks with the crazy schedule. Yeah. So Afridi comes in and blasts the next ball past Amarpreet. Just pace. He's late on that.
He didn't want to get too close to their Amarpreet either. I think Savlakis is okay. It was a bit more than a glancing blow, but he battled on pretty well. Amarpreet's been really good though. And that one's over the top. That should be 6, I think. And that's gone all the way. Nice shot. Stuck a bat out, and this is a really good innings from Amarpreet.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. Saw it. You've got to be uncomplicated when you're facing someone as fast as Afridi. The faster it comes in, the faster it can go out as well. As we get to the end of the 5th over. That over goes for 11 in the end. It's 57 for 2. Let's have a look at some of the events that are coming up. Of course, I mentioned Switzerland. I'll be off later today. And next weekend, we've got the Continental Cup. That's the Women's T10 International. There's also a Men's Continental Cup just a couple of weeks after that. They're both in Romania. We've got other T20 international cricket from the Netherlands coming up, also some T10 international cricket in the ECIW. And the ECS, after Switzerland, heads to Germany for 4 weeks. First 2 weeks in Dresden, then 2 weeks in Krefeld.
Oh, the Greeks are going pretty well at the moment. Halfway mark in this innings, 57 for 2. A drastic improvement on yesterday, going up about 11.5 and over. It will be Sazir Buyan to bowl. Again, there's a bit of an injury cloud with Sazir, but they've obviously risked him of the Czechs. And there's not sure what the discussion is between the umpires. Might be to do with the ball not being retrieved or choosing a new one. I do have a lot of spare balls to the umpires. Just makes everything go a little bit quicker. Some of the shots we've seen have been hit a long, long way. So there we have the yellow jackets who go around and pick up the balls. We'll see Joe Foster's parents, Cecilia and Colin, are there.
Yes,
watching the game.
It's just perfect condition to watch cricket right now. It's absolutely beautiful. Anyway, Buyan comes on. He gets smashed up and in the air. Now, is this a chance? Fielder comes around and takes it. So, Savlakis is the man that's going to have to go. It's Mataranga that takes a nice catch coming around to his right. Buyan strikes straight away. He just seems to have that touch, doesn't he, Danny?
He does.
And the score is 57 for 3.
Yeah, so nice catch out there from Samira. He's judged that really, really well. And the batsman didn't quite get all of it. But the most important thing for Greece is that Amarpreet's still there. Just on the wicket down, bring a new batsman in. And it's an important one again for Greece. It is their skipper, Aslam Mohammed. This could be an interesting partnership here for Greece. If these two get going, I think they'll end up with a very, very good total.
Yeah, no doubt. So 3 wickets down. Still pretty much half the innings to go. 110 pace. That'd be a pretty good target, I think. Could be more if this guy gets going. Aslam Mohammed, the bionic man, coming out to face up for the first time. And Amarpreet, yeah, bit of a smart decision to put him up a little bit as well. 35 off 15. We've seen improved batting from both Greece and Cyprus on day 2. No surprises there.
It's a good ball. First up, Yorker length, picked up by Jagan Everson. Yeah, look, it tends to be the way it goes here with touring teams, is that it takes them a game or two to really get to use to the conditions, especially this pitch, which is a little bit different to other pitches around Europe. But when they get used to it, it just levels things out quite a lot. As this is hit in the air, I don't think he'll get there, Willie Subber. He won't.
He pulls the shoot in the end. I thought maybe it's never going to go for 4. You know, maybe you get off your feet there. He's not a natural diver. That's the thing, Subber. You see, gets in, gets close-ish.
Well, it bounced. What?
Like to see him get off his feet and try and dive forward for that. Anyway, next one's a wild swing. They like it. It seemed to be an appeal that had a crescendo to it, as if they didn't really think it was, and then they started to convince themselves. Anyway, Aslam Mohammed, at times, he's gotten a little bit carried away with this kind of a shot. He's a lot better than that shot suggests, but he does get away with it.
Going back to the Davisi catch, I mean, they need to be taken, these type of catches. You see a lot of players just cut off runs. That was never in danger of going to the boundary.
Yeah.
This is hit on the leg side just for a single.
It was coming from so high.
Don't know why he didn't make the commitment. It was a step forward. You know, you've seen the Greeks, especially Galanis and Bogdanos, also taking some amazing catches, and it's just something that should be rectified. This is a nice ramp shot there. I think it's gone all the way.
Wow, what a shot that is from Amarpreet, who's having an absolute heater here in match 8, with the trophy potentially up for grabs. It's the old no-look ramp. Protects the head. Doesn't see where it goes, but he likes the sound off the bat. Maximal 6 to finish the over, and it's 66 for 3 after 6. 110 pace still.
Really good effort here from the Greeks, and it shows that, well, yesterday it was just they never had any fluency in any of their innings. Just a bit stop-start. They did get the win against the Czechs in one game. So, but today looking pretty good, actually, I've got to say. And the new bowler will be Sudesh Vikramasekara. And they'll need it tight over here. It's just not what he's been offering, though, recently, is Sudesh. Comes in. And it's turned around the corner just for a single.
I like this comment from Sada. And I don't think he's being sarcastic. He says, Danny is the most good-looking ECN commentator ever. Ever.
Is it the beard? Is it the glasses? It's a hat.
You have a certain appeal, je ne sais quoi, as you'd say. You know, you speak fluent French.
I think I got a pretty good head for radio. But
that old one. Here's the beast, and he gets pulled away leg side this time. Amarpreet Singh Mami moves to 43. Where's the Freedy doing the fielding. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some more battles resuming. And we know that Freedy's still got an over left. I wonder if they want to bring him on next. Because, yeah, these two kind of have the tools to handle him. That won't be easy.
Well, they've still got a lot of bowling, the Czechs, a lot of different options. As Sudesh comes in again. It's a beautiful ball. Got him. Well, that was saw it out of the hand. That Yorker length, and that's a big wicket.
Definitely swings in. And have a look to go late. And for a guy that normally shapes the ball away, that's very hard to play. And that's a ball I don't see enough of, I think, in ECN cricket, because no matter who you are, it's hard to deal with. And Aslam is a very good player. He just gets a good nut there, doesn't he? He's the fourth man to go. It's 68 for 4.
That was very similar to the one that Freedy bowled yesterday. And went through the Greek batsman, and he shook his hand afterwards because it was an absolute fantastic ball. This one also from Sudesh, pitches it right up, and he brought it in quite a bit. It's a big wicket, and we'll bring Spiridon Vasilakis out, the left-hander. We'll see him with the ball a bit later. He's a good bowler, is Vasilakis, quite tall. In fact, it's Galanis. Sorry, my apologies. I saw the height, and Galanis, you said, is quite young.
Yeah, he is a young guy. I'll get his exact age. My guess is he's probably, I'm going to guess he's 18 now, but I'm not so sure, so I'm going to check.
Sudesh is 1 for 2 at the moment. Comes into the left-hander. Oh, that could be close, you know.
Probably here, where it pitches for me was the first thing.
Maybe.
I only got a little look at it. Let's have a look on the replay.
And that's outside leg stump.
Yeah, but actually the impact and going on to hit is probably fine. Yeah, Galanis, actually, he had a birthday last month, so now he's actually 19 years old.
I don't know if he really played a shot at that, did Galanis. So, played a shot at that one. It's a nice shot.
True, but I suppose because it pitches outside leg stump, it doesn't really matter.
I agreed, but at the same time, you kind of react. I don't think he deliberately just tried to pat it away because it was outside leg stump. But,
yeah, no, I don't think so. I think his brain had sent the signal to do something, but he hadn't really had time to do something. A bit of a deer in the headlights first ball.
Yeah, I think it's a good summation of that. This is the wicket the Czechs want. It's Amardeep has batted really well. He's 43 off 18. And this goes in the air. Could be gone. Under it. And takes it. That's it. That's the end of Amardeep. And so 2 big wickets in this over. He's changed the game again, has Sudesh. And it's Ruturaj Magare again with a catch.
Brilliant by the beast. He just keeps coming on and taking important wickets in this series. He's done it all the way through. And they get Amarpreet, who batted super well while he was there. But he's going to have to go for 43. Top knock, though. 69 for 5 after 7. Having a look at what we will see at the ECC. We've been talking about it a lot more, and we're going to keep talking about it as we get closer and closer to September 25. You see Czechia and Greece, they're drawn in Group A with each other. We talked about some of the bowling they'll have to face. Well, Spain, we know that the hitman, Mohamed Kamran, he's always lurking around, and I'd be surprised if he wasn't in the squad. Isle of Man, they're a bit of an unknown quantity on ECN. I believe it'll be their first T10 internationals. They have been playing a fair bit of T20 international cricket this season. France are a team that actually played really well in Malta. Ran out of steam a little bit, but they've got 4 or 5 genuine pace bowlers, 3 genuine spinners in there.
With Gus coming in as well, I think the opening batsman.
Yeah, let's see if he can play.
Really strengthens them. So, yeah, if he can play, I think that just adds another dimension to the French, who've got a fantastic bowling lineup.
For
and
sure.
they feel a bit like the Greeks do, where there's always pressure on and just always moving. So it will be Riddick Tomar. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Went for 8 off his first.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. Well fielded, though. I think Galanis, there was just a nice freezy swing of the bat about that. Now they can get a second, and they should. Like, keeper's end might be on. Throw the long way. Good alert running. Galanis gets back for 2. But yeah, you can see that shot from Georgios. He's technically a really good bat. He was a guy that maybe he would say, I probably prefer the longer form game. He's probably not in an army of one there. But that was a really cracking cover drive. And then this throw hits the stumps, and quickly they make the decision to come for 2, and I think that's the right decision.
It's one of those occasions where a good accurate throw probably hinders the fielding team. Tomar comes in again. It's called a wide. There was a hesitation. Not sure if it was that far off the pitch. Just could have been a no ball.
Yeah, close. It was just on. All right, can Greece find a bit of a kick here with about a quarter of the innings to go? This is hit to mid-off, and they won't get a run this time. Galanis was just caught in the back foot a little bit. I think Bogdanos at the other end is a pretty good batter. Has had some rotten luck in the series so far.
Mainly with his fielding, though,
Yeah,
as
but
well.
also his batting. Like, he hit one onto his pad and it rolled back onto something once. He's run out once in bizarre circumstances. Edged and gone. So Galanis, again, trying that carefree cover drive. Tomar shapes away from him slightly. Thin edge and fairly easily caught by Jyendra Singh behind the stump. So a 6-wicket falls is 72 for 6.
Yeah, that Amarpreet, I think, even though it was a fantastic innings, I think really needed to stay there. Greece now, it's I'm going to say it's bits and pieces, but I think any run they can get at the moment will be very handy for them. Still about 2.5 overs left after this, but the set batsman, Amarpreet, went before him as Aslam Mohammed, who's also very, very good with the bat. Now with the 2 new batsmen, in fact, neither have faced a ball. That might be hard going. Stogianos, though, he opened the batting for Greece in the very first game. It'll be interesting to see what he can do, because he hasn't got going in this tournament either. Tomar is 2 for 11. He's got a couple of balls left in his spell. Been a really good spell here from Riddick Tomar. It's a ring field. No one short on the leg side, which has been pretty typical in this tournament, actually. You never really see anyone in the circle on the leg side, apart from possibly a player at 45.
Yeah, it's
just
true.
Behind square.
It's true, and it's a pretty handy position to have. I suppose you just can't have them everywhere. That's the issue. So Giannos, new batter, and he gets a fair piece of this, but he's picked out one of the outfielders down there. I think of 2. I think he gets it in the end. Nice batting.
Yeah, very good batting.
So both the danger men we were talking about a minute ago, Aslam and Amarpreet, both gone. And Galanis looked okay while he was there, but wasn't there too long. Bogdanos now gets to face the ball. He's a guy, I like the cut of his jib, to be honest. I think he can bring a lot to this team. I know sometimes results don't always tell the story, but he's a very good fielder. I think he can handle himself with the bat as well. Looks like he hustles between the wickets, gets off the mark here with a little push.
He's one of those guys you want in your team. A little bit like Dylan Steyn, where there's just the infectious energy. Also with France, with the leg spinner they have.
Dawood Ahmedzai.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've got 3 genuine spin options. They've got, and we saw them in the Valletta Cup and the Medina Cup. So you've got the leg spinner, kind of mystery leg spinner, and then you've got Zain Ahmed, who's a very good left arm off spinner, left arm orthodox, and then you've got someone like Ibrahim, who's an off spinner. So you've got this really well balanced attack. And what they did when Gus McKeon had to leave the tournament before the weekend to go back and play club cricket in England, they put Zain Ahmed, the left arm spinner, up the top, and so it meant that he was guaranteed to play. before that, they often had to pick one of the finger spinners over another. So the fact that you can have all those things, I know that's something Corey talks about, having lots of variety. And he would start thinking, in my perfect team, I want a left arm seamer, a right arm seamer, I want a leg spinner, I want an off spinner, I want a left arm spinner.
Yeah.
And okay, you don't always have the personnel to fill those, but if you can, it just gives you so many different options. And it never allows the batting team to settle. It also means if you've got more than your 5 bowlers, that given who's batting and who's suited to bowling to them, you can turn to that.
I think my point, though, apart from the fact that you spot on with the bowling they have, is more to do with Amatzai, the energy he brings.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit like Dylan Steyn. And I think that Bogdanis is the same for Greece, even though, I mean, he's right on the boundary. But he's got just this energy about him that really lifts the team.
It permeates. You know, you could hear him miles away during that tournament recently in Malta. Swing and a miss. The Beast has come back for a second over. Yeah, very good time with the ball at the moment. Yeah, but you're exactly right. You know, whatever he does, he's kind of kamikaze style sometimes, the way he throws himself around the field.
The Greek Superman.
When he bats. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of catches that should... I mean, he's taken them and just gone over the boundary. Oh, it's a good bowling from the Beast. It's squeezed down to third man just for a single.
Tell you what, if Greece end up with a total in the 80s, which is kind of the way it's going, they're going to be coming out. They're going to be fighting. Fighting so hard. And Czechia, even with their long batting lineup. I mean, today, what have we got? We've got kind of just 2 non-batters in the lineup. Backfired yesterday.
Even those non-batters at...
I'm counting Riaz Afridi and Mataranga as non-batters. I've got Sid Gowd listed at 9.
Yeah, I think you'll see Sid Gowd bat much further up the order. I think they'll probably start with Divisi and Magare. Divi Singh's listed there, but and I don't think Suresh should really bat necessarily. Not up the order, at least. He's not been in form. Been good with the ball here.
This is into the gap. Oh, well. A little bit of the foot fielding there. They get 2. They turn for 3, but it's not quite there. That'll be the end of the 9th over. They do fine for time. And at the end of 9, it's 78 for 6. 1 over remains, Danny.
Yep, 1 over indeed. And, well, don't know who'll take it. Probably, actually really don't know who's going to take it. Let's have a look. Is it Mataranga?
Yeah, they got...
No, it's Sazib Bhuyan, it seems.
Sazib took 1 for 9 when he bowled. You also got Afridi as an option done for 11. Magare bowled 1 over, but didn't really go to plan.
I think it was worth the experiment, but yesterday it looked really good, but I think he's bowling more to tail enders. Sazib comes in and good ball first up.
Yeah, really good. Well, they don't take the run there.
No, interesting. And Stogianis obviously fancies his chances of scoring runs over Bogdanis, but he's 2 off 5.
He gets a piece of it. That could go for 4. It does. Well, the gamble pays off. And try out the single in the circle. Stogianis, he's on the mark. There's nothing stodgy about this shot. This guy hit that very nicely down the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. Used his feet well. And Greeks now 82 for 6. It's a pretty competitive target they've mounted up. Thought they'd get more after a bright start.
Going nowhere this time. They get through for a run. Once again, Bogdanos very quick off the mark. Backs up and hustles through for the single. He'll get the strike.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. And just hit onto his pad there by the batsman. And it's been a pretty good over so far from Bhuyan. That 4 was just a nice shot.
Can they creep up to the 90 here? A bad looking shot again, but can't really get it out of the infield. Just a single, up to 84 now, 2 to come.
It's going to be a tight one. I think the Czechs will bat differently to what they did against Greece yesterday. It was just scrappy.
Well, they know what they need to do this time compared to when they
exactly.
batted first and made 77.
I think he copped that in the face. Did
you know what? Divi's got the helmet on back, and I like that option. Some people say, why would you do this? Well, here's a pictorial answer for you, because this second bounce, super unpredictable, up into the grill, I think. So if you're comfortable doing it, I think it makes perfect sense. Here's the last ball. Another miss. They'll probably get through for one. They go to the bowler.
Oh,
And he's missed. Now they could potentially get another one. They're spooked off. They haven't watched enough ECN cricket. They could probably have gotten 5 there. But anyway, it'll just be one bye to finish. And Greece are going to finish 85 for 6. Well, sometimes they call the Grady 80s. So he had a little peek at them and still missed. But 86 to win for Czechia. I mean, they should get there. If they do, they wrap up the series. But I think Greece have got other ideas. We know that they're going to throw everything they can at the hosts when we return after the break.
yeah, absolutely. Look, considering how the Greeks batted yesterday, a little bit start and stop. Even though they lost a couple of early wickets, I think they batted well throughout most of this innings. You see that nice shot lifted over the top of the covers for 4. It's a bit of foot fielding fail there. Mataranga came in, and that was a nice shot over the top. There were 2 4s in a row, and looking pretty good.
James Stewart made a really interesting observation, saying that Greece don't really have the same sort of depth that the Czechia batting lineup do. For example, you want to know what the splits were. Well, 57 in the first half, 28 off the second half. So you can see that when a couple of those key guys departed, the batting wasn't quite there to keep going at the same pace. Having said that, I mean, Greece, they do have a score on the board. I like that they were attacking. I think that I was a little bit critical of their game. They lost by just 8 runs to the Czechs yesterday, where there wasn't enough intent shown in the middle overs. Afridi came on. He was fiery as usual, but I've got to say, that was a classy shot, wasn't it, by Suvlakis, who just guided him away into the cabbages. And then that one wasn't guided at all. That was smashed by Amarpreet. And his innings was super important, 43 off 19, although eventually he would go with a bit of work still to do. But I mean, this one, probably the shot of the innings when you think about it, because it was very difficult and he executed it perfectly. The Beast came back, and the Beast struck back. He's been very good with the ball in this series. But Greece still, like I said, they've got something to bowl at. They've got a shot, but Czechia, only 77 yesterday. They didn't quite score this many. Let's see how they go this time around. Galana's played a couple of nice shots before nicking off. And in the end, 85. Bit below par, but I don't think it'll be below par entertainment in the second innings.
No, I think the Czechs will bat like the Czechs do. And it's not a massive total, 85 though. They'll still have to get at their Czechs. I'll look at the scorecard, and it'll stand out for one main reason. That's a 43 there from Amarpreet Singh Memi. And really good scoring, and 43 off 19. Suvlakis with 10. Apart from that, no other batsman scoring double figures.
And 7 extras, so not too bad. Yeah, you're right. See, there's little bit scores there, but everyone kind of 5, 6, 7, 8, just below a run of ball. So just having a bit of trouble getting hold of the Czech bowlers. That's not really a new thing in this series. 2 for 13, Riddick Tomar opening the bowling. Did a good job early. Mataranga with a wicket. Buyan with a wicket. He was also pretty tight. Wickramasinghe, though, he was the standout for me. He was brought on as the 6th bowler in this innings, but took 2 for 6. And he's taken some big wickets this weekend.
Absolutely. And the main one was that of Amarpreet. But also, he did get Aslam Muhammad with a beautiful Yorker. So the Greeks, as we see here, the Czechs need 86 runs to win.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break, Danny, and I think we'll be back in around about 8 minutes. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, welcome to Prague, and welcome back to this European Cricket International between Czechia and Greece. Very competitive in this game. The Greeks got off to a very, very good start. Petered out a little bit. Some good bowling by the Czechs towards the end. 85 the score. The Czechs didn't manage to score that against the Greeks yesterday, but I'm sure they'll come up with a better batting effort now. They have a bit of a target. The Greeks won't make it easy. Got a good bowling lineup, especially headed by that man Sinan Khan, and they're very strong in the field. The Czechs will have Sabur Divisi and Sazi Buyan opening for them. And it'll be Divisi, the left-hander, to face. So what a good start here, the Czechs. They scored 50 in 3 overs in the rain-reduced game earlier against Cyprus. But a little bit of a different animal here are Greece. Very, very good in the field. And also some top bowling. Normally it's Sinan Khan and Spiridon Vasilakis who'll bowl the first 4. Sinan Khan will take the new ball. Got a man down at third man, which I think is really wise. The other one back, I think, is on the deep cover boundary. As Sinan Khan will play the bowl the first ball here against Sabur Divisi. Comes in bowling right arm around the wicket. Just prodded down to the covers. No run. Bit of a slip there from Buyan. And, well, I think they'll take one now. But I think Buyan might have been struggling to get back. He slipped going down the pitch. Let's have another look at this. So it's put down to the covers. Buyan takes off. And he slipped, was coming back. And he'd given up, actually, Buyan. So if it had hit, that would have been a fantastic early breakthrough for the Greeks. In the end, they took the overthrow. Buyan will be facing Sinan Khan. So changed to over the wicket. And it will be Bogdanis to go back on that long on boundary where he's been so good. Hasn't had much luck though, unfortunately. So Buyan will be facing Sinan Khan. First time in this innings. And straightens him up. No run. And a good start to him. So they're moving the gully just to the other side. I think short on the leg side. Inside the circle at least. I think he's seen something in the bowler. Not sure what. Buyan's pretty good with the short ball. So right onto it very quickly. Got quick hands on the onside as Buyan. Sinan comes in again. And this is hit down the ground, past the fielder. Well, pretty much through the fielder, and that's 4 runs. First boundary of the innings for Czechia. It's Georgios Galanis there who hits that. And the Czechs, pretty bright start. Sinan Khan, 5 from so far from the over. Nice shot there for Buyan. Hit very hard straight. Comes in again, and well, that's a pad there. And you see the bowler slips over. It's a little bit slick underfoot still, but it's dried up well here. We have quite a bit of sun. The clouds have come back over. There's no, well, I'm not saying there's no chance of rain, but it doesn't seem like there's any rain going on at the moment. Been a good over so far from Sinan. 2 to come. Yeah, Buyan facing, who hits it straight to the man at that short third man area. They hasn't really been employed much in this tournament at all. That position, I think it's pretty good for the club competitions, for the ECSs, where there's a lot of mishit shots going to that area. International games, maybe players try to avoid that area, but it's good there for mishit shots. Last ball of the first over. And just poked down to forward point. And no run. Really good over, tight over there from Sinan Khan. And at the end of the first, the Czechs are 5 for no loss. 57 matches since the last golden ball. And that was last Saturday between Brno and United. It was a really fantastic finish to that game. Have a look at the over before. If you the 10th over of that game before you watch the golden ball. It's a fascinating game to watch between Brno and United from last Saturday. And it is Vasilakis to take up the ball. Tall left armour bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Sabawundavisi. He's 1 off 1. Hasn't had much of the strike. Buyan's absorbed that from the other end. And this is hit over the top. Lovely shot. 6 runs from Sabah. Well, he picked him up over that cover boundary. Good half volley, and that's a big 6. So I'll give him something to think about, Vasilakis. And Sabah seems in the mood. He batted pretty well against Cyprus early. Hit quite a few big runs. Let's get the ball back. So like Colin Foster, the Joe's dad, to pick that one up with the fielding. I think he's staying out there actually, in the absence of any yellow jackets in that area. They've done a really good job over the last couple of weeks. The yellow jackets here, the volunteers around the ground. Also Dan Casey and Raj, Phil. Have done fantastic work. Venki as well, as Vasilakis comes in again. Full toss, punch down the ground, straight to Bogdanis, and no run. Shape to throw as well. And Bogdanis. It's a good comeback from Vasilakis. It was a full toss, but it was a low full toss, so got away with it. Comes in again, bowling to Davisi. And this one's clipped over the top of mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That's a bit too easy from the bowler. If you have another look at this. Again, another full toss, this time on the legs. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just clipped it over the infield, and 4 runs. He's got to start hitting the pitch, Vasilakis. He's a dangerous batsman to bowl to, though, is Sabadavisi, because he can hit you in most parts of the ground. There's the left it open straight as well. This one's turned around the corner, and that's 6 more. So expensive from Vasilakis at the moment. 16 from this over so far. And the Czechs move on. 21 for no loss. Still into the second over. And Vasilakis, he's having a chat to Bogdanis here. Maybe Bogdanis is advising him on a few things. He's got 2 more balls left for this over. I'd like to pick up Davisi. Getting to play a false shot. Well, nicely dabbed down there to third man. Just for the single, brings Buyan on strike for the first time to Vasilakis. I'm sure Buyan will have a bit of a swing at him. It's 17 off the over, 22 for no loss. Czechs going at just about 11 and over. Buyan, actually both these batsmen are very destructive. Buyan will swing really hard at the ball. Supper's got his own technique going. Vasilakis comes in, and that'll be wide. Seeing here the Greeks chatting. It's gone a little quiet already for the Greeks, which is unlike them. They do get buoyed by wickets and good pieces of fielding, as most teams do. They're quite an emotional lot. As this is wide again, it's got past the keeper. They'll just take another picked up by the third man, and have to keep on bowling. Vasilakis will be bowling to Sabadavisi. Just got that one really wrong. Got away from the keeper as well. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that tram line outside off stump. Just losing it a bit. So the run rate needed at the moment just under 8. Such the start is of the Czechs that it's come down a bit already. Vasilakis comes in again. Bowling to Devisi, who lifts that over the top of cover. Don't know if it's going to go to the boundary. Good effort from the fielder, but that's 4 runs. Takes the rope with him. And it's very good effort there from the fielder. Looks like it might be he's had his foot on the rope. He flicked it over his head as well. So as we see the table here, Czechia up top with the win against Cyprus. They've won 4, lost 1 against the Greeks yesterday. And Greece been a bit unlucky. There's been a couple of matches abandoned in this tournament, both between Greece and Cyprus. So they each pick up a point for that. And Greece is still in the tournament. They just have to beat the Czechs here. It's a good start from the Czechs. 29 off the first 2. Sinan Khan, a really good over first up, 5, but he needs to pick up some wickets. And the Czechs will know that. Don't think they'll do anything too silly against Sinan, who's the quality bowler in this Greek lineup. Him and Galanis. And just prodded down to point. Just be actually forward point just for a single there. From Buyan. Devisi on strike is 22 off from 7. And he's looked pretty good as Sabadavisi. When he's in touch and when he's concentrating on his running as well, Devisi is a very destructive batsman. He tends to go over the infield, and it's still in the power play, so it suits him that still got the 5 left of that. But he lifts the ball well over the boundary on both sides of the wicket. So the Greeks are moving the field around a bit. We see Sinan Khan to continue his bowling around the wicket to Devisi. Comes in and Devisi just prods that down to backward point. No run. And the Czechs are on 30 at the moment for no loss. Sinan Khan, it's been a good spell of bowling. Decent options for the Greeks. Mentioned Georgios Galanis, who the leg spinner, I think is a very, very good bowler. He's only 19 as well. Got a bright future in the national team for the Greeks. Sinan comes in and mistimed that completely and missed it. Keeper couldn't handle it either. Difficult conditions for the keepers as well. Let's see, Sinan just bouncing in front of the keeper. Probably could take a couple of steps forward. Could Azan Mohammed. 86 the target. And looked like they're going to get over 100 at one stage, the Greeks. It sort of slowed down towards the end of that innings. As here comes Sinan again. And hit high in the air. Players coming back. Should take it. And out. That's the end of Sabadavisi for 22. Really good catch there. It's Stogianis who got under that. Got into position really early. It did go very, very high. So just at the end of the bat. And there's Stogianis there, judging it well, catching it. Well, it looked like Australian style. Ended up being a bit of a crocodile. And that's the end of Sabadavisi. The first wicket goes down. The score is 30. The Czechs. And it will be Sudesh Vikramasekara to come in. Again, I question this move a little bit from the Czechs. I know that they want some sort of stability in this this batting lineup. It's been pretty fluid for yesterday. They're going back to pretty much tried and tested formula against this crunch match against Greece. But I don't think he's really hit the ball very well in this tournament, and also in the ECS as Sudesh for the most part. And Vinny, you've come in at the right time with the first loss of the first wicket for the Czechs.
Yeah, kind of throws it, I wouldn't say wide open, but a little bit more open. I think that Davidsky certainly is one guy that can take the game away from you pretty quickly. Also gets rid of the left-hander issue. But the Beast, probably any time, anywhere, it's a good time for him to bat. He's seen Khan, good battle. Fire against fire. I suppose the issue last night with the Czech innings is that they kind of kept passing the torch, but no one was able to really run forward with it. And that can happen sometimes in super stacked batting lineups, because it's easy to say, yeah, look, just don't worry about the total. Don't worry about getting out. You know, just express yourself. But it's only natural when a few wickets fall that you start to think, well, hold on, 5 out, 6 out, 7 out.
The problem is that no one's given a role. Everyone wants to impress, so they just try a bit harder, and they just I think they just launched an attack at the wrong time and just playing the wrong shots. It's a nice shot over the top there by Sazib Buyan, and still that was the last ball of the power play. Just lifted it over the top of the infield. Lovely shot.
I don't know where Sazib was made, but he is just indestructible. I mean, he's just picked up so many injuries. He's looked so sore for 2 weeks, but just keeps on performing. He's like that toy that just never runs out of batteries. Yeah, he's indestructible. Yeah, Tonka Truck's probably a pretty good one. Magical second over. The highlight of the power play for Czechia. They get 35 for 1 in the power play.
I think we've all played with a player nicknamed Tonka at one stage or another. It's someone who just kind of tonks it all over the place. I know I have.
Tonka Truck.
Tonka Truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old
Trucky.
Before all the electronic toys. The good old-fashioned stalwart. Anyway, start of a new over. It's a winter over number 4. So now what's the rate at? 51 off 7. So touch over 7 and over. Blue sky seems to be disappearing behind us. And what do we got here? A few grey clouds. Hopefully it's nothing that's going to hold us up too much.
Do a present for you, Vinny.
Yeah. Well, this is turned away leg side. This should just be one. Yeah, anytime we pass the Duckworth-Lewis, I have concerns. Tell you what, when I was past the Duckworth-Lewis in the first game of the day this morning between Greece and Cyprus, I was super confident we weren't getting the 3 overs, because it almost looked like it was going to be the end of the world. So yeah, the clouds kind of descending again. This is a nice looking straight drive, but it's Bogdanos down there. It does the fielding.
You know what worries me, Vinny, is we've just been invaded by flies, and I think they know something. They're taking cover already.
Where do flies go when it rains?
In this tent, in this marshmallow. They're here.
Are they looking for cover? All right, pins his ears back, and he's going to find the gap. It's going to be 4 runs, and just inside the boundary rope. Again, great placement from Sazib here. Doesn't quite go all the way, but almost. And so, yeah, the Czechs with a very attacking approach. It's the way to do it. Sometimes you see teams getting in trouble on the chase because they know they only need 86, so they start eating a few dots, not playing the way they would if they were batting first. I still think here you go out there with the intention of scoring that 110, 120.
Yeah, look, I agree. So many times I've seen smallish totals that are difficult to get. This is played nicely off his feet. That's another 6. Well, Buyan, he's hit that one nicely. Just over pitched there on the leg side.
Sazib's one guy, I remember when they needed someone to stand up at the ECC, he stood up. You know, he's a guy, he kind of loves the big occasion. It's just he's one guy that the higher the level, the better he plays. And they're special kinds of players. I think that he really loves the extra pressure and the extra responsibility of pulling on the Czech shirt. And Arslan hasn't had it go to plan here in the 4th. He's 14 conceded off 5 balls. Now bangs it straight and finds another gap. So there's 4 more to put with the rest. 18 come off the fourth, and the 50's up for Czechia as well. It's 53 for 1.
Yeah, well, look, the Greeks, they're normally very chatty, and they really they build a bubble around themselves, and that's what gets them through with the fielding and tight bowling. But when you got a guy like Buyan who just doesn't care about that and just smashing you at the moment, as you can see here, the graph with after the fourth over. So the Greeks were doing well until the fifth and dipped a bit and lost quite a few wickets, and then got down to that run rate of 8.5. But they were going at around about 11 for quite a bit of it.
Second half, I think I mentioned the splits were 57-28, I think. Yeah, 57-28, first half, second half. I would say I probably would have gambled with Galanis or something here, just something a bit different. This guy is something a bit different anyway. Azra Ahmed comes on, he'll take the pace off, but it won't matter because this is cutaway into the gap, and that's going to be 4 more this time. It's Wickramasakara.
Nice shot. And, well, look, I mean, Sudesh, as I said, I don't think he's batted well at all in this tournament, but what he does well, I mean, he can blast the ball, but he can also play shots like that. He plays the game very well. It's not like in the situation. He doesn't get overawed. He's hugely experienced. As he's hit through the offside again. And he won't mind giving Buyan the strike. If there's a loose ball, he'll hit it. But it kind of suits his game. Whereas in the past, the Czechs would dig themselves in a hole. This is a bit of a slower ball. The Czechs have digged themselves a hole, and you'd have to have Sudesh come up and climb out of it. It's not his responsibility anymore. I think he's in a good situation here. Buyan is 24 off 12. And waits on that one, smashes it for 6 as Bogdana sees another one sail over his head.
Yeah, what a shot. And so I don't think we'll have any repeats of last night if what we've seen so far is anything to go by. The Czech team enjoying the conditions. We're very familiar with them, of course. Coming off 2 weeks of the ECS and, of course, the entire domestic season here. Plenty of games at Vinoj. Right over the wicket now. Tries it, blasts it, doesn't get it, though. Top edge. Should be caught. It is caught. You can even feel from the reaction from Greece that they feel it's a bit of a bridge too far, but they do pick up the wicket of Sazib in the end. He goes for 30 off just 14 balls. Czechia lose the second at 64 for 2.
He's done a lot of the heavy lifting. Made a really good platform for the Czechs to build on. They don't need that many left. They've still got half the innings to go. And it'll take a bit of a terrible collapse, really, to see them go down. And it was the tank, Riddick Tomar, to come in next. In fact, it is the tank.
That is the tank.
So it's the tried and true lineup for the Czechs. They know how important this game is in the context of this tournament. They're not experimenting at all. I mean, they experimented with Ruturaj with the bowling, but apart from that, with the batting lineup, it's so talented. I mean, Divi Singh, Ruturaj Makari, Sid Gowd, Jagan Everson, who all did very, very well in the ECS we saw earlier. This is more the core of the national batting lineup.
Yeah, I suppose the counter-argument is tournaments on the line here. They are doing who they think are the best people in this situation, not really thinking of the bigger picture. Which I suppose is another perspective.
I just think that they've experimented over the last couple of days, and it's a worthwhile experiment, I think. As Tanky just hits one back to the bowler, but this is the crunch game for them, and if they win this game, the Czechs, they win the tournament, and so I think their experimental stage is over, and it's tried and true.
Yeah, it's a potential to put new guys into pressure situations once again. You know, chasing a target for the trophy. Another trophy on the line in Portugal. In fact, tomorrow night will be the last night. This is the last night of the preliminary stage there, with teams playing their 9th and 10th games tonight. So all teams will play 10. And already pretty sure that Marlow have secured their place in the final after their performance last night. So it doesn't start too late. It'll kind of work in nicely. Around the time we finish here is around the time Portugal will be getting underway. So it's 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe. And it's 8 p.m. in India tonight, as we do get Galanis now in the 6th.
I think he's gotten serious because I think he's taken the glasses off and he's got the contacts in, unless he's just decided to play without eyesight, Galanis, because he was wearing glasses in the last game.
Maybe he only needs them when it's sunny. Anyway, you've got the beast at the other end. 22 to win for Czechia. First one's a dot, sneaks inside.
That's a good start from Galanis. I think here, Beastie will try to hit straight down the ground or straight over cover. Well,
it's blasted. That's actually a friendly one bounce. Now Beast has to run. Almost runs himself into trouble.
I see that a bit too often from the Czechs, I think. We're still in the game of cricket. Run the first one hard.
Touching just on Portugal tonight, it certainly is worth tuning in after we finish here. And I'll tell you why in a minute. It's a 6-team series there. The top 3 playoff and finals night. It's well bowled by Georgios. Good length. Gets under the bat of Tomar. So first and second are pretty much locked in. Marlow finished first with 8 wins and 2 losses, 16 points. Gamblers 7 and 3, 14 points. They're second. So that was decided last night. So first and second are not up for grabs. They're locked in. But the third spot on finals night, you've got 3 teams all on 6 points, and they're all playing each other tonight. You've got the Lisbon Capitals, the Coimbra Knights, and Friendship CC. So yeah, the only team that are really out of it are Porto Wanderers, who finished with 3-7 record. But that's great. So it's kind of a mini finals night. It's just a qualification night. Whoever plays the best tonight will get that spot. Anyway, this isn't a good ball. It's a rare bad ball from Galanis. And it gets turned around the corner for 4 runs. Some slight raindrops I'm picking up at the moment, unless I'm imagining it, as the weather seems to be turning for the worse again. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but my brain says it might be.
Well, if it does come down, we'll have another washout in the next game between Cyprus and Greece, which would be unfortunate. Hopefully the weather will stay away.
Crazy. But anyway, wait and see. Fingers crossed. Last ball the over. It's good delivery, but doesn't matter because it's been cut away as Wickramasekara has the pace of this one down, and really it's all over bar the shouting now as Czechia move within 12 of victory. It's 72 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, nice shot that. Very clever. Just kept it down, rolled his wrist over it. So the Davisi 22 of 10 and Bojan 30 of 14 just laid a really good platform for the Czechs, and still with a strong batting lineup. Here it's looking very, very good for Czechia with only 4 overs left, as we see here. These are the 2 teams that we'll be playing in the next game. Cyprus against Greece. Cyprus batted really well against Greece in the first game this morning, and unluckily it was abandoned due to rain. But it's got a little bit dark here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, hopefully they get to play.
As the wind hasn't picked up yet, that's a good indication that everything's going to start to bucket down.
This is the first ball of the over, and then I'll show you here now the second ball of the over. You didn't miss too much though. This is ball number 2, which is going to get away from the fielder, but regardless, it's just a single. Anyway, back to live now. That will be a wide. So I mean, with Czechia, with them chasing this 11 runs down, or 10 runs it is now, they'll win the trophy. So that's something they can be very proud of. Their first ECI trophy. Of course, Greece picked one up in Bulgaria earlier this year. So yeah, I mean, everyone's going to have opinions about who might have played where. At least I like to see the fact they've picked a squad with these inclusions in the first place. It's always difficult to kind of have a look at everyone you want to have a look at as well. So you could argue they could have done that better. You could also say they gave guys opportunities and at times, and also they weren't helped by things like the 3-over game they had to play earlier on, which obviously limits your ability to expose more players to the action. But anyway, it's a nice way for them to cap off their home ECS with a home ECI win. And so now it's a matter of time, I think, as Preet gets the ball. And he was brilliant, actually, in the first half of this game.
Yeah, he's that's got to be close. And gone. Well, and that's the end of Riddick Tomar.
My concern was where it bounces.
That's fine for me.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely plumb, Vinny.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, I don't think it's plumb. I think it's plumb in the second and third elements. But the reason is where it bounces for me is close. So, yeah, for this, I'm with you. But just have a look where it bounces and have a look at the leg stumps. I'm not saying it's a bad decision, but where does this ball bounce? It bounces...
In line.
Yeah, just. It bounces on leg stump.
Yeah.
And I think, that's why it warranted further consideration. And I think that's exactly what Joe Foster does. He has a good thing. He knows that it's hitting in line. He knows it's going to hit the stumps, but he just has to play in his memory what he saw when the ball bounced, and he's got an even better view than we've got here. I mean, he's sitting there a lot closer. He's stump to stump. He says, for me, that's pitching on, and he gets the right decision, I think.
I definitely agree. Kalanis continues and turn around the corner, one-handed there by the Beast, and that's 4 runs. I've seen him hit one-handed sixes, Sudesh as well, so powerful, and that one just turned around the corner. Looks like he pointed in the direction where he hit it too. It's,
all right, all you guys at home, tell us what the weather's going to do, because I'm out of ideas. We had a little bit of rain, then it stopped. Hopefully it stays away.
It's freshened up a bit. It's hit straight down to Bogdanos, who'll just pick it up and throw it back into the bowler. But the sting's gone out of this this game for the Greeks. They know what's going to happen in the next few balls. And it's Ruduraj Magare, who'll no doubt just push a single, I think.
Yeah, so
2 needed.
Magare, be a nice way for him to cap off his first ever international series if he can hit the winning runs here.
He deserved it as well. I mean, he was the player of the tournament in the ECS recently, and he's a very popular character. Always plays cricket with a smile on his face.
He is one guy that they've given some opportunities to, some extended
absolutely.
opportunities to in this series. I think he's the one that I would say. We wanted to have a really good look at him at the top of the order, one of the top 4. 2 to win then.
Oh, it's,
he still might hit the winning runs because that's a wide. Just misses the leg stump. Yeah, but Ruduraj, to be honest, he must be exhausted. I mean, he would have, I think, played every game. So now we're kind of talking, what's that, 16, 19, like 20 games? In a couple of weeks is a lot. All right, score's tied. Anything to win it now. Ruduraj will not get to hit the winning run just yet, but he does have another opportunity.
He's very careful. He knows he's got a lot of deliveries to come. Actually,
anything to worry about.
They've tightened the field for no apparent reason, I think, the Greeks.
Yeah, well, here comes a little soft one. It's going to chip over, and they're going to get there. Probably not the most convincing finish to a game, but Czechia have earned it. Congratulations, they win match 8, and they will win this ECI on home soil. The final score, 86 off 7.4. Czechia defeating Greece, 85. And again, I really enjoyed the tussles between those teams. They didn't really have issues with being rain affected. We saw some excellent cricket matches, a couple of tight ones yesterday. This one, probably not so tight. But in the end, Greece, they fight hard. And we'll see them again in the last game, which is coming up in around about 20 minutes. That'll be match 9 against Cyprus. Let's go back to the highlights. And the Czechs, they do get the win. And they get the win here on the back of a very good power play. It was Davici. It went crazy in the second that set it up.
Yeah, look, Davici, I think there's a bit of loose bowling there from Vasilakis. He didn't really know where to bowl to Davici. And finally got one towards the stumps, but it was too much leg side. And that's a good effort there from the fielder, but couldn't cut it off. Davici finally went. The good catch out there by Stogianis came down.
That was a good catch, actually. It looked
really
really easy on TV, but that was up in the clouds, it was swirling around. Man, Greece, they can still take a lot of heart out of this series. They're playing in different conditions. That's the thing. Now they've played in Bulgaria. They've played here. They're going to play at Cardiff Oval. Some of them for the first time, and we've seen their winning club in the ECL for the last couple of years, but it'll be the first time they're in the ECC. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing them in the last game of the day, weather permitting, and at the moment, so far, so good. But, yeah, the Czechs kind of did it in a canter. They had the right approach, I think. It was aggressive without being too insane. Buljan just continues to hit runs. And a guy that we were saying a week ago, he shouldn't be playing in the ECIs. He's too banged up, needs to look after himself. Somehow he keeps playing, but seems to get less injured along the way. He's moving a bit more freely. Saw the rain coming down there towards the end of this chase, but then it kind of held off again. So fingers crossed it's nothing to worry about. In the end, this one was the Judge LBW, I think correctly so. Amarpreet gets that one to just pitch in line with the leg stump. Joe Foster certainly used all of his brain power to calculate that, and I think he got it right. But as someone that's been heavily involved in Czech cricket, Danny, he must be very proud of the team getting the job done over the Greeks and the Cypriots this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm always going to be a Czech national team supporter, and I went all the way down to Kardama to watch them as well. So I'm no longer really involved in the side, but it is good. I mean, I know all the guys, and just say hi to them all the time, and spent a bit of time with Riaz Afridi recently as well, and got to know him for the first time, and very happy for them, and all luck to them in the ECC.
Yeah, for sure. You know what, I'm going to say as well, I've really enjoyed this Greek team. We'll see them again in the last game. There's a lot to work with there. I think a few things didn't go their way. I think some of the boundary stops when I think of what they were dealing with. And I just think, depth is something, but I think they do have players that have the ability to improve their game still. And I love watching youngsters like Vasilakis, like Galanis in there as well. Really flying the flag for their nation. Sinan Khan 1 for 11. As well as Azra Ahmed 1 for 11, and Amarpreet with a wicket at the end. He ends up with the figures 1 for 5. So we'll take a break. The plan is we'll be back in 15 minutes. I do hear some thunder, but I don't see no rain. So hopefully it's far off in the distance and we can get going underway. 20 minutes away from the first ball of the last match of this ECI between Cyprus and Greece. Greece winning the toss and electing to field first. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you very, very shortly for the conclusion of the ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket International Czechia match between Cyprus and Greece. It's the final match of this series, final match of the tournament. Of course, the Czechs won the tournament after their victory against Greece in the previous game, so congratulations to them. And but this is not a dead rubber in the sense that Cyprus and Greece both want to win this game. Local rivals in a way, these two. And I've got to say that earlier this morning, the Cyprus team came up and batted very well against Greece. And it will be Cyprus again to bat first. They hit, I think it was 104 in the earlier game. It did get washed out, as did yesterday's game. We will get a start here. And there was a little bit of drizzle, not much, going on just before the start of the game here. But hopefully we'll get a full game. It's just so this is the coin toss that happened earlier.
Okay, Cyprus to toss.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We'll bowl first.
So it's interesting that the Greeks won the toss and elected to bowl, as it was this morning. They are very strong with the bowling department, also with their fielding. It's got blown out of the water a little bit by the Czechs. Cyprus, Roman Zazumda is very handy for them up the top. Also Pritaj Diol, Lovedeep Sandhu also with some big hitting, and Shoaib Ahmed, the captain, will do a lot of the heavy lifting for this Cyprus team. As I said, they batted really well this morning against the Greeks, and unfortunately we will never know the result of that game in a sense because of the washout, or how that game would have gone. But it is Sinan Khan to open the bowling. And the men back, it looks like Galanis is actually just on the edge of the circle. They have a third man as Sinan comes in, bowling the first ball. Chases a wide one, the batsman. It is Mazumdar, who seems most likely to score big runs for Cyprus. Just heard a little bit of thunder in the background. Seems distant though, so hopefully we'll get a full game here. We've had starts to both of the games between these two, but both have been called off due to rain. Someone comes in. And it would have been a good catch. It's always going down. It's the fielder out there who I think it's Thomas Zotos. Let's have a look. Just in front of him. In fact, it's Gastaratos out there. Andreas Gastaratos. Would have been a sharp chance. Really always going down. But it gets Cyprus off the mark. Gialoufis is the batsman. He'll be facing Sinan. And this one's down leg side, called a wide again. Missing his radar a little bit, Sinan. He's a very good bowler, is Sinan Khan. Especially when he's got his back up and bowling fast. I think he's, apart from Riaz Afridi, I think he's definitely the fastest bowler we've seen in this series. Keeps it nice and tight usually as well. Good opening spell against the Czechs. As he comes in again, bowling to Gialufis. And gets that over the top. There's a man out there. And he's able to knock it in from the boundary. Good effort there from Vasilakis. That's pretty much what he needed to do. There's a chance of a catch, but I think he did well to just palm it in. The big left arm fast bowler. Mazumdar will continue. So, face, this one's just knocked down by the bowler. Good tight over from Sinan, a couple of loose wide deliveries. Comes in again, and that one just not being able to get that away. The batsman just prodded back down the pitch. So Sinan Khan comes in again. A good ball, but wide again. Gialufis did chase it. So there's been too much off the bat. Been a few wides in this over. The umpire with the outstretched arms indicating the extra 5 so far. 3 of those have been wides. And comes Sinan again, bowling to Mazumdar. And short, lifted over the top. Nice shot, 1 bounce, over the rope, 4 runs. Well, it's too short, it's too wide. Let's have another look at this. And it would have been called a wide. Just helped along its way. And that's the first boundary there for Cyprus. 9 for no loss. Pretty good start for them. So as a frontline bowler, I think this hasn't been good enough this over from Sinan. Not as good as what we've seen in the past. That's a better ball though. Just pushed down to that gully area, who's quite close to the bat. There's the fielder there. Anything gets past him is going to go for 4. Interesting that he's so close. Guess he cuts down the angle a little bit. His reaction time will have to be pretty good. So Gialufis is on 1. Mazumdar on 5. 1 ball left to this over. Run rate pretty good. And flicked away on the leg side. That'll be another 4. Nice shot there from Mazumdar. Just a little straight from the Czechs. Sorry, from the Greeks. As I saw the Czech field, the Czech team going home and going to get some much-deserved rest after a long tournament and last week and also here. Expected scores: Cyprus 96, 81 the Greeks. I think it's a lot closer than that. If you look at the average scores for the tournament, 70 for Cyprus and 90 for Greece. So the supercomputer is tipping Cyprus. I think it's going to be much, much closer. So Gialufis will be facing the next ball. It won't actually be Vasilakis. It'll be Azra Ahmed, the bowler. So it's an interesting move. We've normally seen Sinan bowl the first 2 and then, or the first and third, and Vasilakis bowl at least the third. So it's been turned around the corner from Gialufis. Nice shot. Got a bit of a gift there from Ahmed first up. It's a full toss down leg side. Have a look at this. And nice shot there from Gialufis. That brings him up to 5. Ahmed's bowling around the wicket. He needs to push it across the right-hander. And does it that time. Nicely hit shot there through the covers by Gialufis. That's another 4. Well, gave himself plenty of space. Let's have a look at this. Just opened up, waited for it, and smashed it through covers. No chance for the fielders. So it's been a good over so far. 8 from it, just 2 balls. And this one's a little bit quicker. It's got past the keeper. And they'll think it's going to be called a bye. Might be a wide. Let's have a look what the umpire says. It is a bye. And, well, it's well within that line. Just couldn't hang on to it, the keeper. That's Aslam Mohammed with the gloves. Comes Ahmed again. And this is in the air. Should be out. Players under it and takes the catch. Well, it's the end of Mazumdar. He's the player that you would expect to go on with the biggest score. It's a big wicket, I think, in the context of this game. Alexis Souvlakis with the catch. He threw the cap off, took ownership, and took a pretty standard catch there, just at 45. So Cyprus have lost their first wicket. They are 22 for 1. Good run rate at the moment. There's a bit of loose bowling early from Ahmed, but got his man in the end. There's a big wicket there of Mazumdar. Lufus looking pretty good. As the new batsman coming out is Pritash Deol, who again is a handy batsman to have in this lineup. I think Cyprus, I don't know who's been left at home. Sometimes teams have visa issues or work issues, but they could do with another top-line batsman, I think, in this lineup. So Ahmed comes in again, and good bit of a quicker one. Gets past the batsman, past the keeper, and they'll just get, I think, another bye. Yeah, as I said, Cyprus, I think they've probably got plenty left at home who could fit into this side quite nicely. Got some good players, but I think they're more a bowling heavy side at the moment. Batting could be improved. So this is a nicely taken single. Gialufis moves into double figures. He's on 9. DL still to score at the end of the over. And that is 24 for 1 after 2. Very good start for Cyprus, even though they did drop that early wicket. Have a look at this. This is the last game of the tournament. Cyprus haven't won a game yet. Been a bit unlucky. I think there have been 2 no results here because of rain. It's nice and sunny here at the moment. Ominous grey skies in the background, but at the moment, bright sunshine. They'll end up on equal points if they win here, Cyprus. But they think the run rate will still be in Greece's favour. As the new bowler will be Amapreet. Gilev has tried to muscle that over the long on area. Didn't get hold of it at all. Just a single, very safe one. Brings DL on strike. Been impressed with Amapreet also, with the Greeks, as this is turned around the corner. Nice pull shot. There's a man out there who does well. Just a single there for DL. No urgency with the running. But picked him out well, the fielder. And this is called a wide. It's come off, I think, the glove of the keeper. Doesn't love it. It was really shot in there wide by the bowler. Gialofis will face the next one. Again, tries to hit it straight. Just found the bowler there. This one's hit down the ground. Nice shot. Picked up and shy at the stumps. The batsman would have been back. That was Galanis there who picked it up. And Gialofis, he's on to 12. He's doing okay at the moment. Not hitting the ball super cleanly. But still building in innings. Diol tries to get that past the gully fielder and can't do it. I think he's more a 6 slip, I guess. There is a gully in and a point. It's deepish as well. He'd be a 6 slip to a fast bowler of test standard, I think. That's probably the best way to describe that that fielding position. So at the end of the over, pretty good one there from Amapreet. Cyprus are 28 for 1. Going at about 9 and over. They'll be pretty happy at this stage. They'll want to pick up the run rate a bit. As Sinan has bowled out. And We haven't seen Vasilakis yet, but Galanis will be the bowler coming on now. I think this is a really good move from the Greeks. He's awkward. He's a good leg spinner, and he'll be turning the ball away from these two batsmen. So we have some magic spray coming out for the keeper, which will fix everything. And we have a man in orange as well, coming out with some water for the batsman. Just a little delay as we see here. The Manhattan, good early start. It's gone down a bit, the run rate, and it was a pretty good over. The last one from Amarpreet. He's been a star for Greece, I think. As Amarpreet with the bat and with the ball kept it really tight. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. So Galanis, we're bowling to Chialufis, who's on 12. And, well, he's got him first up. Loopy and Chialufis tried to smash him into the car park and misses. So that's first, second wicket down. Really well bowled. And really just dipped on Chialufis, who still wondering where the ball went. Gets his hair out again, and does Chialufis. We'll see him in the field a bit later, with the cap flying off, no doubt. So, just check on who the new batsman is as Chialufis walks off pretty slowly. So the new batsman comes in. It looks like Shahab Ahmed, the skipper, will be the next batsman. Again, a good move. The big hitter of the cricket ball is Shahab Ahmed. And they need to accelerate, but it's a very dangerous bowler that he'll be taking on in Georgios Galanis. Good contest, I think. Galanis, he's been impressive with the ball. Don't see too many good leg spinners in Europe. Amatzai from France is a good example of one. Bit of a different type bowler to Galanis, who's quite tall. Comes in again, and this is hit the point region. No run. Really tight bowling from Galanis. He's pretty deceptive as well. Varies pace, and very loopy bowler. This one's a bit quicker. And dubbed down to the gully region, and well, he's behind the stumps. I think Galanis, there would have been a chance for a run out. Let's have a look at this. So they go for the run, but Shoaib was a little bit uncertain, to say the least, with his batting partner. And this one's a swing and a miss from the batsman. 1 for 1 at the moment is Galanis. Couple of balls left. Both batsmen on one. Peel, though, is absorbed a bat and over. If that is a 6-ball his face, then they'll get a single on the misfield. Hit pretty firmly to point. That's a really good over from Galanis. A wicket and only just 2 runs from it. In fact, he's got 1 ball left. And, it'll be Shahab Ahmed to face it. Steamy conditions now at Vinod. With the sun coming out and the moisture in the ground. Vinny Sandhu getting attacked by a wasp. He's got a lot to take care of. As Vinny Sandhu has just been lifted over the top. 6 runs, nice shot. And just over backward square leg. Pretty economical shot there, didn't try to hit it too hard. And well, that ruined what was a very good over. Just a little bit there. Galanis goes for a 6 on the last ball. Really nice shot there from Shoaib. So let's have a look at the indicator here. It was a good start. It's gone down a little bit, the run rate, and with that wicket as well. But going 9 and over, I don't think they'll be pretty happy with that. Cyprus lost a couple of wickets, including the big one of Raman Mazumdar. But you have a look. Deal is not getting what he wants out of this, out of his batting at the moment. Ahmed 7 off 3 with a big 6, and it is Amarpreet who'll continue. So it's been a really good tournament here. Good to see the Greeks and the Cypriots here in Prague for the very first time. This is his hit down the ground. Galanis will just pick it up and throw it back in, and it'll be a good experience for these sides. Both of them will feature in the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, starting in September, I think on the 25th, and it'll be better for the knock here in Prague with sometimes difficult conditions. This one beats the keeper and would have been run out by a mile if he'd hit. They might look for the second, but they probably won't. So let's have another look at this. Got past the keeper and picks up the glove, throws it, would have been gone. Amarpreet will continue. He's bowling this time to Ahmed. Turns it around the corners. A player out there won't get it. I think it's gone all the way. In fact, it's called for the furthest part of the ground from us. Let's have another look. I thought it went all the way, but it's no, just in front of that rope. So well done by Spring Productions to bring us that replay. And this is hit down the ground. Galanis under it. Should take an easy catch and does. And that's the end of Shahid Ahmed. That was a 12 off 6 for Ahmed. Quick runs, but in the end just didn't go on with it. And that's another wicket down for Cyprus, and a good wicket there for Greece. You saw Shoaib hit a couple of nice shots to the leg side. It's pretty open down there, but hit that one down straight down the ground to Galanis. The keeper's having a chat with the batsman. Not sure what that's about. But it is Lovepreet Sandhu, very tall figure of Lovepreet Sandhu to come in. Talking about Sandhus, I've got one sitting next to me. Vinny.
I wish I had the long levers of the Sandhu that's walking out to the middle right now, because this guy can hit the ball miles. Wouldn't say his striking the ball percentage is very high, but when he does, he gets distance. So this should be exciting. Nothing to lose really either. As we'll have the last ball of the 5th over. It will be Amarpreet to bowl it.
Yeah, it's a bit short, gets away with it. Pushed it through a little bit quicker and deceived the batsman.
End of the over then, and it's 43 for 3. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hootcheck. Well, I've got to say, my time's winding down here. I'm on the clock. I will be leaving a little bit early during this game because I've got to get on the flight to Switzerland, where I'm sure I'm going to walk into something very different tomorrow. I'm really excited because I've never actually been to the Grundamos Stadium in St. Gallen. I've only seen it on TV, so I'm actually a little bit excited as well for that. 11 teams right there. And Danny, gives me one last chance to say a big thank you to you for your company over the last 2 weeks. It's been great, and you must be really proud that Czechia, they did win the trophy.
I'm very proud, but I'm proud of Czech cricket as well. I think it's been a fantastic tournament. It showcased a lot of the talent that we've got here in the Czech Republic, and that's growing as a sport here. So this one's lifted over the top. Yeah, talking about Czech Republic again. I was speaking to Riaz Afridi earlier, and he was so happy about the community that's growing around Czech cricket, and the multicultural nature of it, and it's fantastic. He's found a home in Brno, and Brno Cricket Club. So best of luck to him. He's a fantastic cricketer, lovely guy as well is Riaz.
Yeah, having a breakout start to his international career. This is hit really well. And so DL will get 4 here. This is all about the placement, Danny. It also brings up the 50 for Cyprus. And I was talking about Czechia right then, but let's talk about these two teams as well. They've come in foreign conditions. Neither team has played here before. Okay, both teams a bit of a slow start. I think both have improved a lot. And that really is what these ECIs are all about, building experience in 10-over cricket. And hopefully, the experience they're building here means they can put on an even better show when they get to Khartoum in September and October.
Yeah, absolutely. And well bowled by Galanis, drives the batsman back.
I want to say a big thank you to all the viewers as well that have joined us over the last couple of weeks. It's been awesome. And yeah, you never know what you're going to get in ECS. So the fact that some 2 or 3 points higher per over. Something quite amazing. And right now, Cyprus, they're trying to bring something out of the weekend. And they were in a decent position when the rain came earlier on, so that would be frustrating. But I still think they're putting together a fair enough first innings here. Not setting the world on fire, but something to bowl at. And we know that the Greek batting has been a little bit hit and miss themselves. So I think that 100 plus between these teams might be enough.
I think that, look, there are different levels of cricket within Europe, and I think these are two very good sides. As this is hit through the covers, it's going towards the boundary. There's a fielder there. We see that the Czechs at home were a bit too strong for these two. But there are a lot of sides around the Greeks, around the Cypriots, also around the Czechs. As this is gone, it's a good wicket there for Galanis, and Lovepreet Sandhu gets a duck.
Well, I said he's setting bat speed records, but you know the way he's going to approach it, and sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't. This time he swings all around it. Galanis, I mean, mostly slides onto you more than anything else. That one slides straight onto the stumps. So it'll be a globe for Lovedeep. And so another wicket falls. Derek has been pretty busy over this last couple of weeks, as he normally is in ECN cricket. But I wonder if that's the last time we'll see him. Maybe a couple more to come in this game. But yeah, well bowled by Galanis, and isn't he a prospect? He's still a teenager.
Yeah, look, he's a very good player. I like his attitude. He's a good fielder, but he's also a very, very good bowler, and he'll only get better. But yeah, going back to this, you can see the development going through cricket in Europe, and some countries like Italy are very, very strong compared to others. Germany as well, I'd say. And obviously countries like the Netherlands and Denmark, who've had a strong tradition of cricket. So this is just put it down on the leg side, just a single. Well, actually, it's a bit loose from the Greeks. No one backing that up. Didn't cost him a run. But it'll be good at the ECCs to see actually what level these teams are at, because they're going to be playing good sides. The top-seeded teams. Spain, I know they've got issues at the moment, but last year, I think, how many games did they win on the trot in the final series?
Oh,
it's like 7 or something?
Yeah, something like that. It was probably a no ball. And pretty well blocked, actually, by Aslam. Yeah, so last year, in the ECS, you mean?
Yeah, in the ECC.
The ECC.
There was, I know Spain got to the finals, the championship week.
Yep.
And then I think they win 7, was it 7 in a row?
I think it was 7 in a row. I think you're right. Yeah, 7 in a row to get going. And they kind of lost their way towards the end, but still, that really got the country talking. I just hope they can get a good side out there, considering all the difficulties they're having in there at the moment.
But what it shows you is that, I mean, Spain are a really good side, Italy a good side, Germany as well. We saw them, we saw Italy and Germany, and also Austria competing in the World Cup qualifiers in Scotland last week. And so you can tell that there's a lot of growth in European cricket. So this is hit. Well, just hit. Completely missed by the fielder who dives over it. Didn't cost him anything. But these little tournaments, these 10 over internationals here, are just an extra little step towards the development of cricket in Europe. I think it's a fantastic initiative. And this is just dabbed down towards the keeper. Don't think he knew much about it.
Yeah, Aslam did tell me his background was as a keeper. He played with some very good players back in Pakistan. Like Javed Miandad.
Oh, really?
And Rashid Latif.
Javed Miandad must be about 70 now, though.
Good question. It's a trivia question, but this one is pretty academic because that's hit straight to the fielder. And it's Thomas Zotos who's into the lineup. And he does very well. Makes that look easy, doesn't it? So, yeah, another Greek name in the lineup. He takes this nicely above his head. I think you picked the wrong man because he does look like a tall young man. And yeah, that's a great shot of it there, flying into the hands. Perfect technique as well. And so Cyprus, they're going to lose a 5th wicket here. It's 59 for 5 in the 7th.
Yeah, look, nice catch there. And look, I love that you look at the lineup for the Greeks, and it's native-born Greeks who are playing in local competitions. And I know that back home, I used to play with in a team with, actually I got a few of my mates, my Greek mates, because I used to play in a band with a lot of Greeks, including George Spanos, who, as I said, I've got lots of stories about with his cricket. And Jim Livas was another who played in our side. And they love their cricket in Australia.
Yeah, definitely.
The Greeks.
Well, and Thomas is a guy, I remember him back in 2021. He's playing for Decathlon.
Mm.
And he took 6 wickets in that series as well, including a best of 3 for 7 against Forge. So
that's not bad.
that might have been in one of the lowest scoring games we've ever had, by the way. We'll look that one up in a minute. But right now, it's the end of the 7th over, and the score is 59. Oh, pardon me. What am I talking about? That is a wide, and it's called. Just momentarily lost my ability to see. So let's go again. 60 for 5. Slower ball, hits. Almost catchable, but not quite. And Bogdanos, he's been the ultimate TZ during this tournament because he's had plenty of teasers towards him. Anyway, that is the end of 7 at 61. The score, 61 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, really looking forward to this. I'll be there, and I'll be there tonight, actually. So I'll be leaving a little bit early during this game to make sure I get on my flight. But Alton will be playing the Nomads in match 1, and that is a rematch of the final last time. Alton won every game, but then lost the final to the Nomads. I will also see Power on day 1. We'll also see Winterthur on day 1, and it's all going to start a little bit earlier. Actually, same time as today, believe it or not. 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. Join us for 2 weeks in Switzerland. Cannot wait. And yeah, Tuesday is the big Swiss national holiday as well coming up, so that'll be a pretty festive occasion as well.
Is this going to be a similar format to what we had with the ECS here with 8 teams, or is it going to be more than that?
They have got 11 teams there this time, so it's kind of a mixture. I mean, Czech cricket probably could have managed 11 if they wanted to, but I can understand player availability, all these things you've got to factor in. They end up going with 8, which worked pretty well here. I mean, both formats work okay. So yeah, they'll have 11 teams there, and they're all jumping out of their skin because we were there in 2020. One reason or another, it's been a while since we've been back. Our ECN headquarters are now in Zurich as well, which isn't too far away, about an hour away from St. Gallen.
So I'm sure you see the main man down west and down there. This is bowled. Well, big swing and miss from Silvaradana. It was just across the line. And having a bit of a chat there, the keeper. Not sure what that's about. And is he having a chat to his bowler, or is he having a chat to the batsman? It's
there's a lot of chats.
Yeah, lots of chats.
Couldn't work out how constructive they were. But anyway, it will be a 6 wicket. Cyprus has been the issue, hasn't it? Losing wickets in clumps here now, 63 for 6.
I've got a score on the board. They've still got a couple of overs left, but after a bright start, you would have expected them to try and pump that up a bit. So it'll be the new batsman. Is difficult to see because it's green on green numbers. It's Hardeep Singh, the left-hander. So it's really good to see. ECN Hall of Fame, Lotus totals defended. The Prague Tigers, we saw them in the tournament that just finished. They defeated the Prague Barbarians June 4th, 2022. It's one of their, I think it was their first day on the network.
The reason I put this up, Danny, is that Zotos, he was playing for Decathlon in that defence. I'll bring it up there in a second because there's some good ones up there. And it's something that may have slipped a few of our viewers' minds, or maybe if you haven't been following ECN that long, that week in Corfu. But yeah, the Tigers 60 is very good, but that was back when Decathlon they tied the record at the time. That's what I'm trying to say. Men in Blue defended 63. That was match 5. First day we actually got on the park there in Greece in October 2021. And Zotos, with 3 for 7 off his 2 overs, bowled very, very well. And yeah, so imagine making 63 and winning. That's what happened. Forge were kept to 56. And Forge have some very good players. Some really quick bowlers, actually, in their side. Forge's team, just looking back at it now, they had Shibi Raslan, for example. Anyway, what a shot this is. A bit of swagger in this from Hardeep Singh as well. And in fact, he's created a complication in his own dressing room because that's landed in friendly territory.
Yeah, nice shot that. And he's he's good. He's probably been the cleanest hitter of the ball in this team the Cyprus side, apart from Mazumdar. And he continues to bat down the order. There's 6 down as Cyprus. I don't quite know why he hasn't been pumped up the order, Hardeep Singh. I think you mentioned it as well, Vinny.
Yeah, he's been given 1 or 2 opportunities. Remember a 4 and out when he was set up a bit higher. Coming out at 8. I mean, he's still got time to do damage, so let's see if he can. 2 overs remaining now.
Yeah, it was a bright start, sort of flat line this innings a little bit, going at just under 9 and over. Still 2 overs to go. As Sinan Khan comes back for 1. It's hit pretty well down the ground. Must be a single. So take a little green spider away from in front of my cap. We've been infested with quite a few different bugs here in this marshmallow.
Well, they're like an indicator for the weather, aren't they? There are some worries this game wouldn't take place, but so far it seems to be okay. It's gone around us a little bit. We saw lightning, we saw a few things, but it's quite far away.
Sinan comes in again, bowling around the wicket and hits straight. Go to Bogdanis. That'll just be a single. It's quite dark all around the ground. As Chris and Murad Pierce are here with the young daughter Lara. Also, I can see Venki there.
A few people sticking around, which is nice. Yeah, I just hope we can get a result between these 2 teams, because that's been the issue, hasn't it?
There's
2 washouts.
There's definitely a point to prove between them. It's a bit short, hit away beautifully over the top of cow corner for 6. What a shot that was from Siradana.
Siradana's also been able to bang a few in this series, and that's the thing about the short ball here. And Sinan Khan, probably not quite as paciest here. Kind of comes out quick. People are facing a free were saying to me, it comes out quick, but it hits the pitch and it's slow. So
it's slow.
Not slow, slower than you'd expect. The ball, what do we mean? The ball kind of sticks in the pitch a bit, if that makes sense. So
does Sahil Grover know that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with some exceptions, but I kind of know what they mean. Slow is not the right word, but
how's he going to bowl in Cardamom, do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, we saw him there for Burno earlier in the year. Probably didn't have his best series. It was a tough one for Burno, though. No Dylan Stain in their lineup. Had Paras Kari, they had Riaz Freedy. They probably struggled for depth at that level, but it was a good experience for them.
Yeah.
I think he'll be all right. But the thing is, if he gets it wrong to good players, there's Bogdanos doing a good job throwing from the knees. Great throw, prevents the second run. But yeah, Riaz, when he's bowling to, let's just say, players of a different class level, if he gets it wrong, even his pace won't save him. You know, he'll get whacked away. He'll get uppercut for 6. He'll have some issues. But I like the way he bowled in this series. I liked his tactics. Use the bouncer as a surprise tactic, not as like a stock ball.
Yeah, I agreed. Sinan, the batsman's not happy. So that one, Sinan, he's gone for a few. Have a look at this. It's a pretty good ball.
Yeah.
And have a look at the batsman here, swatting something
Probably
in front of his face.
Annoyed that he missed it in the first place. Probably should have cut that. That's what he's saying to himself. But anyway, it's 80 for 6 after 9. Still think it's something to bowl at here. I think Cyprus, their bowling's been a little bit ahead of where their batting's been at in this series so far. 2 for 14 for Azra Ahmed. 2 wickets also for Galanis, the young leggy. 1 each for Amarpreet and Shabir Arslan.
Yeah, well, it will be, I think, Arslan to take the final over. And, well, he's got a wicket first ball. Really well bowled. And that's Siradana, who missed a good Yorker there from Arslan. Let's have a look at this. Good swinging Yorker. It's very hard to hit.
Just bottle that ball. Where does this pitch? Probably between the feet? Yeah, between the feet. That's the Yorker. We normally talk about the popping crease being the perfect Yorker, but it kind of depends where the batter's standing. I kind of noticed that most Yorkers, they bounce directly between the feet of the batter in their stance, and that one was the perfect example. So 7 wickets down now, 5 balls remaining. It's 80 for 7.
You know idea why it's called a popping crease, Vinny?
Yes, because in very, very old cricket, there'd be a big hole and you'd pop your bat in there, right?
So that makes no sense.
So before there was stuff, okay, I've looked this up a couple of times and I feel like I'm going to get it wrong, so I'll tell you where it comes from. So before there were stumps, you used to just be defending like a big hole, and the ball can go in the hole. We're talking like Rob Kemming time, all right? Okay, this will be a run out. And And I think I can see who's out. Yeah, I think it's going to be Hardeep Singh who's out. Try to cross, but don't quite cross.
Well, there you go. You got a batsman who's just smashed a 6. And I think he's having a chat to his batting partner. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, he's probably saying you had your turn. It's about...
Well, it's actually Hardeep who's
Hardeep's
forward.
out. No, I think Hardeep's out. You see, it's whoever has something closest to that end. And for me, yeah, it's got to be Hardeep. So, thing is, Kanduri's saying, you know what?
Have a look at the bat.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
No, so he's out on the right.
Yeah, but he's not out. Hardeep's out.
Wasn't Hardeep on strikers end? Where are we in this game? What happened to the ball before? I think I've been here too.
So Hardeep was facing.
So it was the definitely non-strikers out.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
non-strikers out, 52.
He's leaning on his bat. That's another look. So he's stopped. He realised. He's turned around and Hardeep's moved forward.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's still...
Have a look where his bat is.
Yeah.
So, and then Hardeep moves forward to make things confusing for everybody.
But at this point, which is probably one frame forward here.
No, it was more because he just held he tempted the batsman on a run. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is hit nicely through the covers. It's going back to the real cricket, and that's 4 runs. Well, he's made up for that run out by smashing a beautiful boundary there. Hit it really hard to the batsman and gave the fielders no chance. So it's a nice shot. 84 the score. This is down leg side, called a wide. Nice take down there by the keeper, Aslam Mohammed. Look at this.
Yeah. Hardeep was at the non-strikers end for that ball, yeah? And so he was the one that was out. So I think everything was done right. Kanduri came out, probably felt that he deserved a chance to face the balls as well. Watch the spin. That's the Doosra. That's the Larkus. Well, he's a footballer, so a bit like a defender that gets a bounce that he can't quite judge. Finds this one behind him. Wouldn't really expect it to spin that much that way. He tries to knock it down, but he can't get down to it. So handy runs coming at the back end for Cyprus.
Yeah, I mean that. Well, he did run his batting partner out, but that's 2 boundaries in a row. Gets the score up to 89, which is okay. And this one will be I think it got the bat. Just be another run. In fact, it might be a leg by. Will be called leg bys. It's up to 90. And I think with 1 ball left here, it's been a pretty good spell from Arslan. He's taken 2 for 18. And 90, it's not a bad score here considering these 2 teams and they're still adapting to conditions. And it's that one to point. Just take us in. That went straight through point. They'll come back for 2. A little bit sloppy there. So
keep going. Oh, another one where no one will know who's out. He's saying, all right, that's unselfish. He's saying, you know what, I'm out. So Kanduri gives one, he takes one. And so crossing and saying, all right, it's only fair that I go as well. I think Aslam there saying, right, who wants to be out?
Well, it protects Gamaj's diamond duck as well.
Yeah, nice. It's anyway, so what was that, 2 and out? So 92 for 8 after 10?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, this is one where I do need the abacus. Probably a sign I need to gather my thoughts and get on the plane because I will probably have to jump out fairly shortly in the second innings. But anyway, let's go back to the first innings. Cyprus, they could certainly use a bit of help. And they came out, for the most part, they're swinging. And I think they've shown a lot of improvement. One thing I don't have is a win so far in this series. I know slightly different looking Cyprus side, but still, they've played with pride and they certainly took the game on in this 10 overs.
Absolutely. And I thought Gialufas batted pretty well. It was not a bad opening stand. So he got a bit of a gift there from the bowler, Gialufas. And that was a nice shot through covers. I think that was the very next ball as well. But, then the first wicket went down. That was that of Mazumdar. And well, they slowed down a bit. That's the end of Gialufas. Just a good ball there from Galanis. But just kept on going, kept on scoring regular runs. I think did Cyprus. That was a nice shot down the ground that bisected the field. But Galanis, I thought he bowled pretty well. A little unlucky there. Nice shot though. And then got another wicket there. That was one of Lovepreet Sandhu. It was a big swing and a miss from the tall Cypriot. So they've got a decent total here, Cyprus, I think. 92. But, it's a little bit short of what they had this morning, which was, I think, 104. It's a nice catch there taken by Thomas Zotos. And again, just another wicket goes down. That was Lovepreet Singh that time. A big hit there from Hardeep. Looked good until he got run out by his batting partner. A couple of big sixes. And then a nice shot down the ground. He's well fielded again there. He's excellent in that position, is Bogdanis. So, saw a couple of late wickets. Nice. That was the run out of Hardeep. But generally, I think a pretty good effort from Cyprus. Greece, I guess, bowled okay. They kept it down to 92. As I said, the final run out of the game. So the keeper there just wondering who's going to get run out as the Cyprus batsmen walk off. It's halfway there for them. Greece, they'll have to bat pretty well to get the 93 they need. Let's look at the scorecard here. So Pritosh Diol was 17, the top scorer, but contributions from Chia Lufus, Shoaib Ahmed, and also Suwadana. And there was only one duck in the innings. That was that of Lovepreet Sandhu, so all the batsmen contributing a little bit at least. 12 extras. So, well, 6 wides and a few byes. 92 for 9. The Cyprus, Greece will have to bat well to get there. See the bowling figures. Sinan Khan went for 11 and over. Sorry, Ahmed, the pick of the bowlers, I think 2 for 7. And wickets for Amarpreet, who was pretty tight as well, 1 for 10, and 2 wickets for Galanis and Arslan. So, 93 to win for Greece. It's a pretty competitive total set by Cyprus. And Greece, as I said, they'll have to have a good start and bat well. They've got some quality in their lineup to Greece. And we'll see in a few minutes' time when we come back from the innings break. In match number 9, the final match of this European Cricket International Series here in Prague, in Czechia. If Greece can get the 93 runs they need, or if Cyprus can defend it. Back soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
And welcome back for the final innings of this this series in Prague and the European Cricket International Czechia match between Cyprus and Greece. Been very competitive as this clash, as was the one this morning. Of course, that was washed out, unfortunately. But pretty decent score set by Cyprus, 92 for 9. And 93 to win. They'll have to bat really well, I think, Greece. Cyprus, just like Greece, a more bowling side. A little bit flat in the field, I think, Greece, after a disappointing loss to the Czechs. But Cyprus, they want to get their first win on the board. And it will be Waka Ali, the first bowler. Souvlakis, the batsman, joined by Sinan Khan. This is a hit just on the leg side for one. Thrown in there by Chialufis. And bring Sinan Khan on strike. We haven't seen the best of Sinan Khan with the bat. He's been very impressive with the ball. Needs a good innings here for Greece. And as you know, the run rate 9.3. This is hit straight. It's a full toss. Picked up by the fielder out there. It's Lovepreet Singh. Just a single. Might have got away with that full toss. It was the first ball he faced in the innings, Sinan Khan. We didn't expect the full ball. So, like what I've seen from both these teams. As the bowler comes in again, Waka Ali. And it's going to be called a wide, got away from the keeper as well. So they'll take an extra. Score now 4. Yeah, started wide, went wider. And Waka Ali, again, been a good performer with the ball for Cyprus. Guess a bit of a local rivalry between these two. We saw a few words spoken earlier. This is down to the mid-offs region actually, and just a single. Feel they hit the stumps, but no chance of a run out. So it's been a nice afternoon here in Vinaj. We did have a bit of a storm earlier. Well, not really a storm, it was more a little bit of thunder, a bit of heavy rain, and that blew over, and it's been okay during this game. It's pretty bright conditions and sunshine, still clouds around. There's a possibility of rain, but hopefully we'll miss it. As Wakali comes in again. This is probably going to be called a no ball, I think. It's hit the batsman. They'll go through for a leg bye, but just have a check. And just have another bit of a look at it. Don't know if the umpires are questioning. Just have a quick look. And, well, that was pretty high to me. Don't know if it's going to be called a no ball. And it hasn't from the umpires. Well, interesting. Comes the bowler again. And this is high in the air. It's gone a long way back at 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Sinan Khan. And that's what kind of power he has. As I said, haven't seen it much in the tournament. Got it towards the end of the bat, but lifted it right over the mid-off region. It's one of the blue crew there. Ducks out of the way. So Waka Ali, it's gone for 11 already. It's a good start for Greece. 12 from the over so far. And yeah, it's an interesting one. The one where it hit him in the hip. I probably would have called a no ball. The umpires didn't even refer it. So anyway, 58 matches since the golden ball. Last golden ball was between Brno and United here in Prague in the European Cricket Series match. last Saturday. It's worth having a look at because there's a fantastic finish to that game. And it was a player who played for the Czechs in this series, Ayush Sharma, who got them to that power ball, to the golden ball in the end. So, okay, Ali, pretty expensive in that over. 11 from it, considering the target. And the Greeks 12 for no loss. Again, as I said, pretty good conditions for cricket. Finally, I think it looks like we're going to get a result between these two. It's been a bit frustrating for everyone around here. As Lovedeep Singh is the bowler to come on, bowling right arm over to Souvlakis. It's a good ball, very sharp, rising outside off stump. And don't know if we understand the competitive nature between these two countries. Of course, they're, I guess, cousins in a way. Cyprus and Greece, with a big Greek population on the island. And this Lovepreet Singh was a really good ball first up to Souvlakis. Coming again. In fact, batsman just walks away. So we have a light plane flying over. The airport's around. Comes in, and this one's hit in the air, up-ish, and just over the fielder. Well, they won't get the two. It was either beautifully placed or a bit of luck there for Souvlakis, as he would have been called a wide. He just tried to hit it over the cover region. He did exactly that. And that's a pretty risky single. Bring Sinan Khan back on strike. He'll probably hit the ball a little bit harder than that if he gets the same one as Lovepreet just bowled to Souvlakis. Comes in and slow ball, hit over the top, and one bounce over the fence. Well, rope for 4, and just hit it inside out there. It's a nice shot. Power play still in operation. It's only the second over, so hitting in the air is fairly safe unless you pick out a fielder. There's a third man is one, and the other fielder is in that region. Pretty square though on the boundary, and this is hit high in the air. How's it going? Subba's going to take the catch and drops it. Drops it. Does Subba Wundavisi over the boundary. Well, 6 runs in any case. Yeah, so let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Puts it down. That'll make the highlights. So, there's a bowler again. And it's down leg side, called a wide. And he's dangerous, is Sinan Khan. 23, now the score, in fact 24 with that wide. And it's, well, Lovepreet after a good start, first up, has it's been hit a little bit from these batsmen. Nice shot from Sinan. Coming again. And, oh, it's a better ball. Squared up the batsman. Get a single. That's, that was pretty sharp and really well bowled. Sinan tried to launch him over mid-wicket again. Had to really change his shot, play defensive, and hit it down just for a single. Souvlakis will now face the final ball of the over. Greeks are now 25 for no loss. Good start for them. And, well, he walks away. Not quite sure why. So look at this here. It's coming in almost to his delivery stride, and batsman backs away from that. As I said, I'm not sure why. The bowler won't love that though. Lovepreet Singh. He'll have to go back to his bowling mark and start again. Comes in, and it's a bit short. Trying to launch him into the car park there. Did the batsman, but I think he might have even rolled his fingers over it. good ball to finish up the over. Here are the standings. The Czechs can't be caught. They've won the trophy. Played 6-1-5, lost 1 against the Greeks yesterday. Greece, they've won 1. That was against the Czechs, but they've lost 2 again, both against the Czechs. There's not been a result yet between these two sides. Reason being that both games got washed out. I think if there's I think it goes past the third over, it'll be a result, and this is the third over coming up, just in case we do get a late thunderstorm, which tend to roll in pretty frequently here in Prague, in Vinod. But let's hope we get to the end of the game with no need to stop. Bowler comes in, and it's called a wide. It's Hardeep Singh, the bowler. I think batted pretty well. So it's a good contest. At the moment, Sinan Khan, he's been a dominant force for this Greek batting. Still haven't lost a wicket. 19 off 7. Souvlakis playing a bit of a role that he does normally. This one's hit down. Backward a square. That's another 4 runs. No one down there, fastest part of the ground. Bit of a dodgy inside edge, but he won't mind, will the batsman. And the Greeks move on. They're on 30 now in the third over. Again, this the power play will finish after this this over, so the Cypriots will be able to put more players on the boundary as Hardeep comes in again, and that's just pushed forward. Nice, nicely played there. Well bowled, just a single. Brings Souvlakis back on strike. Just corrected his shot there. Intelligent cricket. You don't want to play. You don't want a big swing at a ball. You don't want to that you think you're not going to hit well to the boundary. Just checked his shot a little bit, and Souvlakis, he's hit that slightly, and it's gone down there to Lovedeep Sandhu. I think we'll see with the ball very shortly. Good bowler, uses his height well. He's a very tall man. He's Sandhu. And Hardeep, it's been a fairly tidy over so far. 6 from it. Comes in again, a bit short. Gets an inside edge onto his pad and take one. Well, there is someone backing up, luckily, because they keep out of shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Not sure if that was necessary. So he hits it into his pad. The keeper picks it up and throws it in. Well, I guess it was worth the effort. Ball bounced a bit like a tennis ball, though, over the stumps. Comes Hardeep again. Ball to Sinan, who gets that right to the fielder a point, and that's a wicket. It's a big wicket there for Cyprus. The end of Sinan Khan. Tried to lift it over the top of the infield, and instead he found the fielder at point. So as they get together and have a chat, the fielders there for Cyprus. That's a big wicket. Sinan Khan, he saw him get a start. Didn't quite go on with it though, but got his runs pretty quickly. That's the first wicket down for Greece, and Cyprus hitting back after a bright start. Interesting that for Cyprus, Rajwinder Brar is the 12th man. We didn't really see them much in the last game either. Then again, it was cut short, but I hope he's not injured, Rajwinder. So he's the captain at the start of the tournament. Shoaib Ahmed is the captain for Cyprus in this game. So Hardeep gets a wicket. He's got one more ball left in this this over. It's also the last over of the power play. 1 for 7. Pretty good over as the batsman takes guard. It's Amarpreet. Amarpreet is, I think, vital in this Greek innings. He's batted very well. I think he hit 42 in the last game. It's one dodgy inside edge down to the man at that short fine leg area. And just be a single. He retained the strike. It's a pretty good over there for Cyprus. It's got the wicket of Sinan Khan. 8 runs from it. And the Greeks are 33 for 1. Let's have a look at this. So during the power play. 33 for 1, 28 for 1 were Cyprus at this same stage. They started about the same actually. 13 off the first, 11 off the second for Cyprus, 12 and 13 for the first two from Greece. Then just lowering it a little bit. 4 for Cyprus, 8 for Greece. So it's pretty even, you'd have to say, at the moment, at this same stage of the game. Sirodana's the new bowler. He bowled very well against the Czechs earlier. So bowling to Amardeep, who's a really good bowler is Sirodana, but Amardeep is probably the biggest hitter of the Greek team as he launches that onto the Banks field. There's a couple of spectators still there. It's Joe Foster's parents, Colin and Cecilia. Also, I can see Venki Margashayam, who might join me a little bit later in the commentary box. He came out and had a bit of a chat, talked about Czech cricket and about Vinarati as well. So Sirodana comes in again, bowling to Amandeep. Says hit straight and should be out. Drops it. Well, straight to the fielder and couldn't hang on to it, Lovedeep Singh. That's a little unfortunate. Well, very unfortunate for the Cypriots because that would have been a huge wicket. It was straight to him, straight in, straight out, then he fell over. Well, that's European cricket for you in a nutshell. So Pollard comes in again and beats him outside off stump. I am joining the marshmallow by the skipper of Vinarati for this tournament until he got his he decided to break his hand. It's Venki Margashayam. Hi Venki, how's it all going?
Good afternoon, Danny. Quite an interesting situation in this match between Cyprus and Greece.
Mm-hmm. It's a good ball, nicely pitched up to Savulakis and just takes a single. Yeah, it's pretty even at the moment. And
Greece well ahead. We can see the little stat there. Cyprus were 29 for 2 at this point, and Greece well ahead with 41 for 1.
Yeah, at this stage I agree with you. Some good hitting there from Amandeep. He got a life though. Got very lucky with that drop catch. This is called a wide. So you played for the Czech team in an ECI down in Austria. How was the experience with that?
I think it was a really eye-opening experience just coming back here.
So this is hit high in the air. No chance for the fielder. And that's it's Martin Verndl who's out there watching the game. And he'll do the fielding. That's not what you want if you're a Cypriot fielder.
Incredible batting this from the Greece batter. Just not knowing his name here. Oh, Singh Memi. Apologies. Just
it is. It's Amandeep.
Amanpreet Singh.
Amanpreet, sorry. And this is just over the top of the fielder.
Half-hearted appeal that, Danny.
It's called 4.
Oh, it's gone away for 4. Okay.
But, just over the fielder. Nothing really going right here for Cyprus. And Sirodana, 19 off the over. It's an expensive one. You've got to say that that's a huge over in the context of this game. It brings a 50 up also for Greece. As we have a look here. So it was about the same. Good starts for both. It dipped after the second over, so third over was very good for Greece of the Cypriot batting, and then it sort of plateaued, kept on losing wickets. But have a look at the upturn there for
Greek are just above, and I wouldn't say just. I'd say they're well above here, Danny, and they're raring to go here. They need, I think, a little less than 50 now, if I'm correct.
Yeah. So the total score was 92, so 93 94. The target. So 41 to go. They need wickets here to Cyprus. This is just patted down, just on the leg side. 3 fielders converge. Of course, Gianlukas loses his cap again to reveal his magnificent hair.
Cyprus need a couple of good overs here, or maybe maybe 2 good overs, like with a couple of dot balls. Even just keep them quiet, not necessarily take wickets, Danny.
Well, they do need wickets, and they do need Amarpreet, and he did have a life. Did the the batsman for Greece. This is cut behind square. Fielder does well to knock it down. They'll just take a single. They're going to need to save all the runs they can. That was really good out there. Just a backward point. Got down, did enough. Did the fielder out there, that's Vimal Kanduri.
Great bowling this from the Cyprus bowler, Hardeep. Just want to get the name right there.
He's a good bowler. He's a good batsman as well. Oh, that's got to be out. And that's a big wicket. Well, that's Souvlakis.
Just I was praising his name. He gets a wicket. Comes through for his team here, Danny. Important wicket that.
Very important. And not much doubt about that. So, really good bowling. Nicely pitched up. It was going to crash into middle stump. So another wicket down. It's 2 down now for Greece. But
Cyprus slowly bringing it back with a wicket there.
The one they need is Amarpreet Singh, though, I think. And well, as I said, they dropped him in the last over. It's Kanduri out on the boundary. They're having a chat now. How much they would have liked that wicket of Amarpreet. I think he scored 42 against the Czechs. So,
yeah, coming back to the experience in Austria, Danny, it was the reason why I said eye-opening earlier, just before the ball was being bowled, was because you got to see like the kind of exposure that you were always looking for. Because, of course, I've been playing a lot of domestic cricket here in Czech Republic, and I've played amongst our circuits, Division 2, Division 1, in both the Pro 40 format and the T20. And the T10, it's sort of mixed. But when you go to Austria and you play the T10, of course, you're not playing a T20I, but still the T10I, you're still seeing a very high level of cricket, and you're seeing a very ruthless brand of cricket there, where there's no time for feelings or emotions. You're just trying to win and hit the ball.
Well, you're playing against Austria, who we saw in Scotland. They struggled a bit on their turf pitches, but they were up in the qualifiers. They had Germany and Italy, as well as Scotland and Ireland up there. So that's difficult going for the Austrians, but with some very good cricketers in Austria. And it must have been tough going against those guys.
Austria was on the back of 2 weeks of ECS, just like how the Czechia team are right now. They've played 2 weeks of back-to-back cricket on the Scorpage pitch. And one of the key things that we talk about in European cricket is, just as Hardeep comes in here.
Good bowling.
Yeah, one of the things that a lot of the visiting teams don't realize or sort of think over, Danny, is that they play a lot on the cement surface.
Sure. And
when they come to Prague and sort of play on Scorpage field, there's always this like unknown factor, and when they realize that there is no cement, it's a clay-based pitch, they're sort of like, oh, okay, how do we approach this? Because it's low and slow, and there's a lot of adapting that happens. And I think Cyprus are a great example of how in this tournament, despite the rain-affected games, they've sort of really come back well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is turned around the corner. This should go down all the way down to the boundary. In fact, it won't. Good foot fielding there by the fielder. Yeah, look, and I think we've spoken about it because it's the same thing with the CE Cup and with anytime international teams come here to Prague, even Brno to a point, as you see what's going to happen later on tonight. It'll be 3 games from Coimbra. The Coimbra Knights against Lisbon Capitals, and Friendship against Coimbra Knights, and then Lisbon against Friendship, as we see here, their first game, which is it's starting in about 18 minutes' time between Lisbon Capitals and Coimbra Knights. All those 3 teams can qualify for that 3rd place. I think Marlow and can't remember the other team that's in there.
Friendship? Was it Friendship?
Friendship, I think, is still already there, but there's another team that's already qualified, I think, for that 2nd place. But that 3rd place up for grabs. All teams on equal points in Lisbon. So,
yeah, just going back to that tournament in Austria, Danny, the team also, Austria had like a very full strength team, and we saw very energized, reinvigorated Hungary there. We saw a new side of them, and they were a very good side to go up against, and I thought that was a really good sort of intro for some of the new players into that squad on how competitive it can get in a T10I, and I think those are going to be more regular for us in Czech cricket, in European cricket. So I think it was a lovely intro, and I think now with this tournament and the one coming up in Dresden, and of course in the one in Spain, it's a really good build up to the T10. I think the ECC, if I get it correct.
Look, absolutely, and I think it's a nice shot there.
Lovely shot. That
played to 3rd man, just rolled his wrist over it. Lovely shot. Didn't hit it too hard. Just a little bit wide there from the bowler, and it's another 4 runs towards the total. Yeah, look, I think the Czechs lost a narrow game to Hungary, but beat them twice.
Yes.
Whereas the Czechs couldn't beat Austria.
Even
but
once,
then
yeah.
I think that Hungary beat Austria at least twice.
Yes.
So it was a good performance from Austria to win the title.
Of course.
But also the Czechs against. I mean, I know the Czechs love smashing the Hungarians. That's a given, right? There's a long rivalry between those two countries. As this has been turned around the corner, that's another boundary. Nice shot there, and well, they've got to look back at one incident here in this game, and that was the drop catch
Of Amarpreet Singh, man.
Yeah, Amarpreet. He's a very good batsman, and along with Sinan Khan, I think they're the two quality batsmen in this lineup for Greece. If they find another batsman, another good batsman that can travel to Kardama, they'll be very, very competitive because they're really good in the field with the ball. So this is played across the line there.
Yeah, Vimal, unfortunately, not sort of getting the luck or the discipline that Hardeep had in the last over and just conceding 2 boundaries in the first 2. But I'm sure with the dot ball, he'll sort of back himself to come back here. But absolutely right, Danny, that Amarpreet Singh Mami drop is going to be on the back of their minds. Dot ball here again for Vimal Kanduri. Coming back here slowly. But that's, I think, the whole idea that all 3 teams got to sort of play together and against each other and, get that experience, I think was the whole point of that tournament, Danny, for the Czech national side.
Look, absolutely. It's all leading up to the ECC, the European Cricket Championships in Kardama, starting September 25th. Because even though these are really good competitive tournaments, you saw the Czech team sort of flip their order around and
Yes.
give people a go.
Absolutely.
Just to try them out, see who could cut it. This is called a wide.
Yeah.
And it worked, giving people experience. Great to see Martin Verndl in the side, who's a really good player, who I think will step up over the next few years to be a top batsman for the Czechs. Ruturaj Magare as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ruturaj was the MVP of the ECS Czechia 2023 also.
Definitely deserved his chance on the national side. And then people like Vaishak and also Sid Goud, who came back into the side, who were in there just on the recognition of what they did in the ECS, I think was really a positive step. Same as Samira Madaranga.
Yep.
I'm not sure if Samira went to Austria with you, but his bowling in the ECS was really, really good. As I see here, 65 for 2 after 6. They're going on pretty well, Greece. They need Amarpreet, and that's what everyone on this Cypriot side will be saying. We need to get him out. He's 27 off 14. And
I think Hardeep is coming back here for that crucial second over, and I think this over is going to be sort of where the match could be decided, Danny. I think if Hardeep manages to keep them quiet and maybe even get a wicket.
It'll be a good wicket to get this man. This is beaten outside off stump. Actually, it's Arslan who's who's facing.
But it's also not Hardeep Singh. It is
it's Cyril Wardner.
Yeah, it's Mr. Roshan. So apologies to viewers. Yeah.
He went for 19 off his first over. It's brave to bring him back. As he comes in again, bowling around the wicket. It's just dabbed down, and been no run.
I think that's also one of the key takeaways in the T10 format and playing with the CNT abroad and against different countries, against different surfaces, that no matter what happens, you could get hit for 24, 36 as Brody did, and you could still back yourself. You learn how to back yourself, and I think you come back a stronger player because you sort of know that you are going to get hit in this format, Danny, and you sort of as a bowler have to live with that. Roshan coming in here.
Swing and a miss again. Pretty good over this so far. Look, Aaron Ashokan's a very experienced captain now. He came into the national team after Ed Knowles. Well, he was always in the national team. He came in as captain after Ed Knowles stepped aside.
Yeah, succeeded, Ed. Absolutely.
And I think he's done wonderfully. He's growing with every game. And he's a very calming presence over the field, but also over the team.
Yeah, and I think he has a wealth of experience in playing in Czech Republic, and he's also probably one of the most successful captains. Probably you could say even the most successful captain in Czech history. But it's not about the winning, but it's more about how he sort of conducts the team and how he sort of knows where to move when. So he's doing a fantastic job for us.
Yeah, agreed. And got him. Well, that's the end of Arslan, who just couldn't get going in this over. Siridawana gets the wicket.
Yeah, Roshan striking crucially, and something we've seen again and again when bowlers sort of stick to a certain consistent away length and batters have to sort of go out of their way, make a shot happen. You get a lot of these edges which can hit the wickets, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of frustration there, I think, from the batsman. As the new batsman for Greece comes out.
Yeah, Greece don't want to lose shape here and sort of panic and lose a couple wickets because it's still hanging a little bit in the thread here, Danny. We've not seen a lot of 6s and 4s coming out of the batters from Greece, so the bowling has been pretty good from Cyprus.
Well, it's Amandeep Singh Memi who is doing the damage for Greece. But
there's a lot of chatter back in the field here, Danny. The Cyprus have found some life here from that wicket from Roshan. He's really, like given them a lease of life, I suppose, in this game. Some hope again.
Absolutely. And so if they get Amanpreet, that'll be a bit easier for him. The new batsman is Andreas Gastaratos. And it'll be Siriwarden to continuing to bowl around the wicket. I'll come back to bowling around the wicket in a minute, actually. I want to ask you a question about that. This is hit well to the covers, and it could be, that would have been huge.
Touch and go, Danny. Touch and go, the direct hit, and he was probably in trouble there. I'm not sure if he slid his bat there, and he saved him. And nope, I was in the air.
Well, he's ball watching.
Yeah, and he slid over the crease as opposed to into the crease. So just getting lucky there, Greek.
I think you can, as we see what's going to happen tomorrow, Vinny Sandhu is heading to Switzerland tonight, and first game in the European Cricket Series in Switzerland will be between Alton and Zurich Nomads, a replay of the final from last year. That starts pretty early, 8:45 Central European time, so tune in for that. It should be really good and a different experience. It's in a stadium in St. Gallen. And I saw that after the Czech Super Series.
Is it a closed stadium?
So it's a closed stadium.
Wow.
And
not a no balls if they go high.
Oh, no way we could afford a closed stadium. It's, it's a football stadium.
A football stadium, my bad.
Sorry. So they don't have a permanent pitch. They build a pitch for that. But what was amazing is that we had the Czech Super Series here, which is the first ECN series here in the Czech Republic. It's Lovepreet Sandhu to bowl. That's legal delivery.
Every dot ball here is giving them so much hope.
You can hear it on the field.
I can hear it, Danny, and I love to see it because they were a bit quiet there, and the Greeks have had this atmosphere in the fielding side, and I love to see the Cyprians, if I hope I'm saying it correct, come alive here.
Absolutely. As Lovepreet Sandhu comes in again, and this is hit nicely at 6. Lovely shot there from Gastaratos.
Just making the car park there, Danny. Lucky no cars there now. Everyone's left the field. Unfortunately, not catching this nail biter of a game here. Still hanging in the balance, I suppose. But that 6 favours the Greeks.
Definitely. It's a bit of a counter punch to some good bowling in the previous over by Siriwarden. And Lovepreet will have to keep it off the pads.
Andreas doing good work here.
And it's just hit down the ground. Chance for a run out there. Quick though. How quick is Gastaratos? He's just hit it and run and just beaten Usain Bolt's record. Have a look at this.
It's really good work here from the non-striker because he saw the batter commit. He saw the strikers and guy commit, and then he just took off. And of course, he was always at the danger. The non-striker was never at the danger end, so he just had to make the crease.
This is in the air. Player under it and drops it. Never looks set. That's the second time he's been dropped. And it looks like Waka Ali out there, I think. Well, that's disappointing. He made good ground to it. Was never really set. Let's have a look at this. And he was still on the move. So another let off for Amanpreet and for Greece. Gastaratos is the man facing now. Hits it in the air. This is going back, all the way back for 6.
You don't get 2 chances in ECS. You don't get 2 chances in T10. And this is exactly the perfect example. You drop him and he hits you for 6. It's no mercy cricket in this format. And Andreas just putting it off for 6 and just getting the Greeks closer to that target. 13 and 13 now.
Still a couple of overs left.
Yeah, a little safer there, Danny.
Absolutely. Well, 2 big 6s in this over. And it's been a good game. It's called a wide. So This has been a really good game between these two. There's not much between them. As we see this one creeping outside that blue line.
What's been really impressive is to see Cyprus just sort of understand the challenges here, the surface, and come back and put in such a spirited performance to take it close and not sort of give up.
Oh, this is in the air. It's going back. It's over the fielders. I think it'll be 4. And that gets him closer again. This is a really good little innings here from Andreas Gastorados, who just relieves the pressure.
Making the most of his second chance here, Danny.
Absolutely. Well, look, what was actually Amarpreet that was dropped
initially,
in both times, I think.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I might have missed that, Danny. I saw him get dropped here at long on.
I think he was dropped in the covers as well. I don't think that was Gastorados. I think it was Amarpreet, and then Gastorados hit a 6 next ball. I might be wrong as we have a look here. After 8 overs, and it dipped down in the 7th, and it was even, and then it just popped up again. The worm.
They did such fabulous work, the Cyprus bowling unit, by just bringing it back slowly, over by over, not conceding too many, but just not able to handle it in the last 2, and especially this one. Lovedeep just not being able to hit the right areas, and also unlucky as fielders not supporting him, and in this format you need those catches to be taken.
Absolutely. As Wakali comes in for the 9th, settle on the ground, 2 fielders converge, and just be a single.
I still think there's a chance for the Cyprus team to make a comeback. They need a couple of dot balls, Danny, but I don't think the Greeks are not going to run for anything. I mean, they don't want to be stupid and take risky singles, but at this stage, it's so much in their favor that they could even dot a couple of balls.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a message in there for you as well, just confirming. I'll get that in just a moment as Wakali comes in again. And got him that time. That's a great delivery. That's the end of Gastorados, who, well, I think he might have got Greece over the line with a really good innings, but that's a fantastic delivery there from Wakar Ali.
Wakar Ali doing his best. Wakar, oh, that's a lovely ball.
So we have a new batsman come in. It's Aslam Mohammed. We haven't seen, well, actually, Aslam Mohammed, I think, is a perfect man to be here at the moment, the captain. He can hit big if need to, got a lot of experience. Amardeep is still at the other end.
Yeah, sorry, just to finish there, doing his best Wakar Yunus impersonation, I was going to say. Fantastic clean bowl there, just exactly when the team needed it, and delivering, and still, I'm sure Cyprus, each and every player here believes that there's a chance in it for them. New batsman probably might take a couple of dots here, put the pressure on himself and maybe create another chance, but they'll be looking at those drop catches again and again, Danny.
That's what they need at the moment. And that's a pretty good ball, just dabbed down. And they'll take a good single there. No shy at the stumps, and that's really good batting there from the skipper, Aslan Mohammed. He's got Amarpreet back on strike.
Really aware cricket there from the captain. Knew that the single was in play. The bowler didn't go for it. The keeper standing a bit back. Just needing 6. That single is gold for them here.
Well, they need dot balls and wickets here to Cyprus. It's been a really good game between these two. And, oh, it's got through him. It's no run. Yeah, Niraj Tyagi in the chat saying, yes, Venki, Austria experience was amazing and went well for new players. And I agree with you there, Niraj. It's good to give experience to players and just to recognise that what they've done in the local leagues and also the ECS earlier. And Ruturaj Magara is a good example of that.
Yeah, Ruturaj coming back after almost, I think, a year of being injured, and then coming back to such incredible form is just amazing. It's almost like the Bairstow story, like where you sit out for 10 months, and then you just come back to great form.
This is tucked around the corner. Should just be a single. And yeah, Ruturaj, we saw him on the network, I think, in the first year that United were there. He came in as the top batsman, and he got hit in the face. Had to go to hospital and then spent, what you said, 10 months out?
I think basically the rest of the season out, Danny. But I just gasped a minute there thinking that the Greek, I think Amarpreet Singh just sort of got the gap there and got it for 4, but still Cyprus in the game. I don't have anyone. I'm not favouring anyone here, Danny, but I feel like I don't want to give the cliched answer when I'm supporting cricket, but it's such a good game here that I hope Cyprus take it to the last ball, if anything, and maybe a golden ball situation arises.
Well, Nish in the chat saying we couldn't get wins today. It's not over yet, Nish. And another good ball. Just plays it in singles, and that's the experience of Aslam Mohammed, who played very high level cricket back in Pakistan. And now 4 runs to win off 6 balls. They still have a chance. They need to cut off the singles now as well as the boundaries. One shot will win it. And so I think Cyprus are going to have a bit of a chat as to what they're going to do and who's going to bowl it. Looks like it will be Shahab Ahmed, I think. As we see here, the
what would be the strategy here in the fielding, Danny? Would you say get everybody into the 30-yard and make sure they don't take a sneaky single, or keep it out
it's difficult.
And sort of save the boundary?
You need to have someone in the infield. So there's a man there who's at short mid wicket who should be maybe a little bit closer. I would bring the cover fielder who's coming in now like this, and I think that cuts off anything that comes off the pads or anything like that, the sneaky singles. So I think that's about right. They've brought in Gully as well. And this is just, again, it could be a run out of the bowler's end, and it's going to be a dot ball instead, which is pretty much just as good. And that's when you bring in that man there at cover, that short cover, and he fell over, and then that's it. Well, we can't really see it on this one, but there was no one behind the stumps. Not that would have been very useful anyway, because it was quite away from the stumps, but just poked down there. Have another look. He slipped, turned around and threw.
I think the throw would have cost him a run there, but he's lucky not to get away with it. You can feel the nervous energy in the field, and that's a lovely shot, and that'll be the game.
Straight down leg side, and that's the win for Greece. And it was a very tight contest. They took it down to the last over, did Cyprus. They'll be winless in this tournament. And Greece, a very good side. They had 2 wins, one against the Czechs, one against Cyprus, and then there were a couple of washouts. But it was a good game. This very enjoyable.
Very fantastic game of cricket being played out from Greece and Cyprus here. Cyprus, again, like I mentioned a couple of times on the stream, I'm really impressed with them and how quickly they've sort of understood what this pitch has to offer and what the conditions are, and adapting and sort of making the most of their opportunity here, despite having 2 washed out games, Danny. And I think they've taken the brunt of the bad luck here in this ECI, but I still think they'll walk away with a lot of positives here, not feeling too harsh about the losses.
We'll come back to that in a moment, but from Portugal, it started right now actually. Lisbon Capitals against Coimbra Knights. It's going to be a very good mini series between those 3 sides. Friendship also there, so they're all those 3 teams are 3 and 5. Looks like the Coimbra Knights won the toss, elected to bat. So if you want to tune in for that, it's come to the end of the series here.
Interestingly, is there a dew factor in Portugal, Danny? Is there a dew factor?
I have no idea, Venky. There might be. As you see the highlights of this game, this is Big 6 early on. It was a pretty good opening stand from the 2 batsmen up top for Greece. And it was Sinan Khan there with Souvlakis. And I saw this one, and it just tennis ball bounced over the stumps. But Sinan Khan showed his class. Again, didn't really go on with it. But a couple of nice shots and got them off to a bit of a flyer, the Greek team. Then it was LBW. In fact, that was Souvlakis who was gone. Played a pretty good support role, did Souvlakis for the Greeks. But Sinan was the wicket they wanted, the Cypriots. And
we're going to see that costly drop of Amarpreet Singh Memi anytime soon now, Danny.
I think, as I said, he was dropped twice. And this is a nice shot there. And that was hit. Well, was missed.
Yeah, Roshan wickets. Trying to make a little bit of a comeback at the end there, but just unlucky to go through with it.
This is Sinan, who actually it was Sabir Arslan, the batsman. This was the disgust of the bowler, not going to his end. But there was
Andreas making 2 sixes in that over there, Danny. Really helping out his team. But getting dropped here, Danny, unfortunately, in short covers when what could have been a crucial dot ball, but not to be for the Cyprians.
Yeah, Cypriots.
No, I was going to say Cyprians, but then, I said...
Cypriots.
Cypriots. Yeah, there you go.
So some good hitting. What happened was a lot of it, as this was finally taken, actually was the one that was down to third man. It was a beautiful delivery there to dismiss Gastorados, that in-swinging Yorker. We've seen that very effective throughout this tournament and last at the ECS. And this is the final ball of the day and of the game. Congratulations all round for these two sides. So, have a look at the scorecard. And actually before that, we'll see what's going on tomorrow. Alton against Zurich Nomads, the first game, a replay of their final. That will start at 8:45 Central European Time. In the European Cricket Series, Switzerland, Vinny Sandu will bring you all the action. He'll magically appear in Switzerland. And it's again, it's going to look a little bit different because it's in a stadium. So it's a really good-looking ground out there in St. Gallen. See at the top, Savlakis, he hung around for a little while and supported Sinan Khan, and 24 from 10, great innings. Amarpreet Singh Memi with 30 off 18 did most of the damage. As you can see here with the bowling.
Hardeep and Waqar Ali were the pick of the bowlers for Cyprus, Danny, while unfortunately Roshan, Siri, Vardana didn't really have the best day, but still not bad, 10 runs per over. And then you had that very costly over from Lovedeep Sandhu, unfortunately.
He's a good bowler, Lovedeep Sandhu, and he just happened to take him on. As we see, Greece 30 from 18 for Amarpreet, and Sinan Khan 24 off 10. A good contribution and quick runs from Gastorados as well. So Greece beat Cyprus by 6 wickets. It was a very tight game. There were 4 balls left in the contest, but just a couple of big overs and costly drop catches, I think, really told in the end for Cyprus, who were competitive, and as you said, they really did improve in this tournament once they got used to the conditions, as did Greece. But congratulations to the Czechs for winning the trophy. So we're just going to wrap things up pretty much from here. Venki, thanks for coming into the
thanks for having me again,
for the last innings.
It.
I'd like to say thank you everyone in the chat. I can see Dave there, Nish is also there. All you lurkers, thank you for watching this game on YouTube or on Fancode in India, and all the contributors there. Thank you to everybody also who helped out at the ground, all the volunteers from Czech Cricket, yourself, Venki, and Phil, Dan, and Raj for being the managing all the yellow jackets around, and all the people who helped with Czech Cricket.
Shout out to Michael and Prakash also, who've done a lot of work back end, behind the scenes, but unfortunately, not here helping out on the ground.
So did see. Prakash is away at the moment. I did see Michael come down to the ground, especially yesterday, organising that fantastic Czech Cricket Bonanza. Also, thanks to all the ECN crew, the umpires, and mainly the players who have provided all the entertainment here for us. It's been a great 2 weeks cricket.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
So thank you and goodbye from here. There's going to hand over to the main man, Vinny Sandhu, for the presentation of the MVP and the Winners' Trophy in just a moment. But from myself, thank you very much for tuning in. It was great fun, and hope to see you again very soon. Thanks, guys. See ya. Bye.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's been a great couple of days here in the ECI. It's been a great couple of weeks in Czechia as well. And there was one team that stood out from the rest. So we are going to have a quick presentation now. We do have the MVP trophy as well as the ECI trophy. On behalf of our partners at Local Lifestyle, just quickly, big thanks to all of our partners. Once again, we couldn't do it without your support. So to HCL Software, to Bizaway, to Grizzly Bear Sports as well. And everyone else that supports European cricket, a big thank you. I've got to say to the operations team across the weekend and of course the 2 weeks, big thank you to all of those yellow jackets around the ground and everyone that helped get the covers on, get the covers off. It has been a rough couple of days weather-wise, but through it all there was one team that stood out. Now we'll get to the winners in a moment, but first I've got the MVP trophy here, and this goes to a guy, he just for a guy that looked so banged up, he still continued to do his job. It was runs, there were wickets, there were big hits. So I want to say a big congratulations. The MVP for this ECI goes to Sazi Bujan from Czechia. Sazi, congratulations. I hope you enjoy that.
Yes, enjoy.
How has the last 2 weeks been for you? Because for a guy that I thought might need a rest, not only did you not need a rest, you played very, very well.
Yes, thank you.
And are you looking forward to going to Spain in September for the ECC?
Yes.
Now, I know that you guys were a little bit disappointing last year with your results, but I'm sure with the squad that you've got to choose from this year, you're very confident that you can perhaps even win that Group A, I think. Do you think so?
Yes.
Now, look, I'm going to say cheers to you, Sazib. Give me a big round of applause. Sazib Bujan, the MVP of this ECI Czechia. Well done. Well, I do ask the hard-hitting questions, and so now let's get ready for this presentation. And to this team, you know, sometimes home teams, they can struggle a little bit in these tournaments because some of these guys, they played 16 matches in the 2 weeks leading up. They picked a very interesting-looking squad, and in the end, they did the job. So big congratulations. I'd like to invite Aaron Ashokin from the winners to collect this ECI. The winners, Czechia. Aaron, congratulations. And we'll get a nice picture there. So Aaron, I want to say, firstly, congratulations. We were kind of missing you at the ECC last year. These ECIs, I know you've played in a couple now. You played in Austria and you've played here on home turf. Are they very good preparation, I suppose, for the ECC?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. We have been playing a lot of T10s now, not much of T20. So the guys are a bit prepared for that. And we have ECI coming in Dresden. In a couple of weeks.
Yep.
So before the ECC in Spain, so I think it should be a better opportunity for everybody to get in touch and perform better in ECC.
There's nothing like getting the whole squad together. Some new faces in this squad. Was it nice to have some fresh blood in the national setup?
Yeah, of course. It has been great because from the ECS it has been a big headache for the management itself to pick the whole 15. But I think a few injuries missing out. But it has been a great addition. Rudraj, the MVP from ECS, getting in, and couple of more guys coming in, like Sid is back, right? So it has been a great addition to the team. We have got some batting depth now. So moving forward, I think it should be a great tournament in ECC for Czech cricket.
Oh, well said, Aaron. I want to congratulate you once again, for you and your team. In fact, all the teams, all the players that we saw over the weekend. It's been a great tournament, and I guess we'll be seeing you soon. Because only a couple of weeks away from that ECI in Germany, Dresden. We are going to leave it here. We'll leave you with some of the daily highlights. Well, right now, I'm not actually here. I'm on a plane to Switzerland, and that's where I'll be tomorrow morning for a 2-week ECS and ECI there as well. Penny cricket coming up, but right now, here's some of the best bits of a Super Sunday here on ECN. From me, it's hasta mañana.
bowled to some of the bigger names in Europe, and a lot of people have some good raps on him. People forget. I think Atif, how old are you, Atif? 22, 21? Young boy. So, good future. Debuted for us in the ICC qualifier last year, was his T20I debut. Got 1 game for Israel, so he's an international T20 player. And a good kid. Glad to have you watching, Atif. Good to have everyone in the chat. We've got 30 for 3, and well, this is a bit of danger signs because the batsman's not wearing a helmet. Nicely timed. Deku, great pickup, and oh, well, they're going to get an overthrow, but I can't really fault them there. One thing that Lisbon Capitals are doing, their fielding is so clean. They're probably just missing the run out to cap it off. They maybe missed 3 or 4 direct hits, but that's not something that comes very easily. But the ball handling at the moment and the clean catching's been almost 10 out of 10, I have to say. Compared to 4 days ago when they played Porto Wanderers, they look like a different team. It's play and miss, and that'll be 5 overs complete, and the score currently is 32 for 3. So we've got 57 days until the big one, sneaking up on us, isn't it? 56 days until we're at the Empanada store. I'll be going the double chorizo order, followed by I think it's the ribs barbacoa. And there's the groups, there's the teams. I'll tell you quickly, there's going to be an upset this year. It won't be the top ranked teams in each group. Spain, Jersey, Italy, Ireland, England and Scotland all won't get through. It never happens. So I reckon in 2 out of 6 groups, you'll see an upset team coming through. Maybe it'll be Portugal. Portugal-Scotland final would be good. Or Germany, depending what sort of team they bring over. It'd be good if the Germans brought over a full-strength team, but it would be nice. They're the only team that sort of call themselves an A team, but they're not. Anyway, let's hit hard into the leg side. But yeah, that'll be, oh no, the first, well, we call it the commentator's curse or the kibosh. That's probably the first time that there's been a mistake in the field. It's going to cost them 3 extra runs, as they would have got the single. And that's exactly what Coimbra needed. Who else is in Portugal's group? Germany, Scotland. Norway's also a funny team. They've got a couple of freak players. And then Luxembourg, obviously, so that's flicked away, and that should only be 1. Luxembourg probably, no disrespect to them, but in saying that, I'm pretty sure Luxembourg had a big upset or 2 last year. Yeah, but last year in the ECC, they had got their first win. I can't remember who they beat, but it was a pretty big win. I think they beat Belgium. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Luxembourg beating, but that's a massive upset. So you can't count anyone out in T10 cricket. And that is high, and that is 6. And that's a good shot over us in the old, well, I'd say football dugout. That's 6 runs, and well, they're just starting to go the right way. Doesn't matter if you don't have a helmet. That mustache looks fantastic, and he gets that for 6. But yeah, Luxembourg's another team you've got to be wary of on your day. They're a disciplined team, good fielding side. Comes down and gets that as well. Well, Kumar has come out and done exactly what someone needed to do. And he's got a couple out the screws. The mustache is looking $1 million. And Rohit Kumar's having a timeout. That was a proper golf swing. He's 14 off 4, and he's thinking one thing right now. He's thinking 6, Carnival 6. Yeah, he tries, but can't get it. Get frustrated with himself. Yeah, interesting. Group F. Who will win Group F? That's a good group, actually. I'd be curious to see who Scotland brings. Scotland aren't going to the World Cup now, so they might bring another couple of decent names and then some development players again. I mean, they had Leask play last, and certain players play at the ECL. Will they come? Because that's a dot ball. And it hits the keeper in the chest. That hurts. 6 overs done. 49 for 3. Yeah, the Callum Garden, that Jarvis. Scotland a good team. They came 4th last year at the ECC, just behind Spain. Portugal, I imagine, will have a pretty good team. Portugal go. You want more bowling. You just need bowling. Who's your 10 overs? That's the big thing. You find a good 10 overs, game on. You're not bowling, Conrad. The bowling days are done. You're keeping, I think. Better keeper these days for the national team, if selected. As 4 overs remain. I reckon dark horse team in the whole comp. France will depend on who they bring. I don't know what they're doing, but they are. If they bring a couple of those things, they're beyond a dark horse. They could be one of the favourites. If France bring Nabi and some of the players that have won the ECL, they will go into. That's scare game for Spain Group A. They're a good team. They're a good team. But I reckon dark horse. You can't count out Belgium. If Belgium bring the right team as well, they just hit 6s for fun. Also, who else is there that could be a good dark horse? Denmark are another team. And teams are taking it more seriously. I actually think Ireland's going to come back really hot. As that is playing. Seamus Lynch played last year. He opened the batting and was an absolute freak. And then after, I reckon, that previous ECL where you saw someone like Mulder, and you had the opener Verdenberger. It wouldn't surprise me if we see them come for Ireland. So that's hit down the ground, and if they come for Ireland, all of a sudden Ireland's stacked. And I have a feeling that Ireland were the only sort of big team not to make the finals league out of the bigger known nations. So they'll come like, nah, let's go and show them what we can do. So it'll be interesting when the squad lists come through, which I think will be in the next month. Back to the action though, Kumar. Doesn't get it. That was in the slot. He'll be disappointed. As there's some pretty bright shoes out there being worn by Deep Long On. Some new wheels. Yeah, 51 for 3. Oh, there's that one. Cannot do a thing. It's cricket, and well, credit to most of the players as they've been able to just get on with it this week. Been a few hairy moments, but doesn't get it out the screws, just gets it to Deep Long On, who's doing some pretty good work out there with the funky shoes on. 52 for 3. Good comeback this from Coimbra, but I think that at the moment Lisbon Capitals, if you said 52 off 6.5, you'd take that. That'll be a dot ball as well, so pretty good over in the end. That one didn't go for many. Patel finished with none for 8 off his 2. That's good figures, and very good figures actually, not just good, very good. 8 off 2 overs, and after 7, it's 52 for 3. So back to the action. We're going to go back to Hitman, and that's clipped away. Well, it goes out to the one man out there at deep backward square leg. You feel a little bit disappointed that he couldn't get that away. Just the one. What have we got? We've got 17 balls. They're on 53. 2 a ball will get them up to 87. So I want 90, I think. 7 wickets in hand. Kumar is 15 off 8. Keeper comes up, also risky. I think dead balls should be penalised. Just you have to bowl it. I don't have time for a dead ball. Gets that okay, but he's going to pick out the fielder again, who makes sure he smothers it. This outfield can be variable on that right side, so sort of get it, but he keeps it to 1. Job done. Singh struggled a bit, you have to say, 24 off 20. That's when you face 33% of the balls and you're on 24, need a few more than that. And that's in a gap, actually. That might go. 4, 6, 6. Well, it does go. I didn't think he got much of it off the bat. If there was a fielder standing straight there, he would have caught it. But that ball's gone under the grandstand. That's the shortest part on this boundary. Right there, exactly where it's gone must be maybe 46, 47 metres, and he just lollipops it. Maybe even less. Wow. That makes me want to get my boots off and come back into out of retirement. But 6 runs nonetheless, exactly what you have to do. This was a football field back in the day. So 6 runs to the total. Just wait for that new ball to be thrown on the field. I don't think we're going to get that one back. So, yeah, no, we did get it back, and Shub's just taking his time throwing it back. Forgot that we usually throw the ball back. Old Shubby, it's probably been on the road a little bit too much. How much is too much on the road in a year? Vinny Sandu standards set 37 weeks. Hit hard down the ground and, well, just the one. Still. Coimbra desperately trying to get up to a big score. Oh, I can't believe that's bounced over the stumps. It basically was a half volley on middle and it's bounced over middle. Quite remarkable. Hitman bowling well here. Last ball of his spell. Oh, I reckon that's an underneath edge off the pad and almost ballooned up and got caught. So 8 overs complete. And despite that 6, Lisbon Capitals in complete control, you'd say, of this one. 61 for 3. And then when Conrad Greenshields went bonkers on a poor 7th bowler they decided to use yesterday. It could have gone back to their spearheads, but thought, no, let's take a risk, and it cost them about 60 runs. So Dar is going to come and bowl the all-important 9th over. First over 1 for 5, good figures. Pulled viciously and 6, exactly what they need. So can they get an injection right at the back end here? That's handy, that's a good start. And Singh maybe playing a bit of catch up from a steady start, gets the first ball of the 9th all the way. Can Lisbon Capital stay calm out there? Slow ball, well bowled up there. I think that's touched his leg, and they'll try scamper through for 1. And well, it's good running. It'll be given a bite. So did it go over the leg stump? Let's have a closer look. Oh, it's like, yeah, it's gone through his legs. Good umpiring from Krut Patel. He knows what he's doing. Shot straight, dead straight, but fielder there, just the 1. So fighting hard here are both teams. Shot, but straight to mid-off. And that is exactly why I'd always have mid-off in the ring. I think it's a spot that can use and be used wisely. And well, they keep mid-off in to have someone else deeper elsewhere. And he tries to get it over, but this isn't a natural shot for a lot of players trying to loft it over mid-off. Not in cricket in Europe anyway. As that will be out, and well, this is good from Lisbon Capitals. They'll still be pretty happy with their efforts. They'll feel they're ahead in this one. there is different angles that can be exploited. I don't know about 3 different fields that are better, but no one else uses them yet, but it's been proven. You know who took the most catches last year at ECC? Second most? DDC, because they're both in different spots, but that's only because we have mid-off in. This is what's coming up. Switzerland is our next big event. I believe Tyrone's just flown out for that, so looking forward to seeing all the Swiss cricketers soon. Oh, wow! What a ball! It's the old sucker ball. That has dropped from the sky. That was a gigantic full toss that just went... Watch this, sucker ball, and lands it next to the stump. So, yeah, that's a proper moon ball that's dropped. Well bowled. If he meant it, I'm not too sure. He's going to be on a hat-trick, 3 for 12. But yeah, funny old shot that, and funny old delivery. Dar doesn't mind. He's on a hat-trick. So, hat-trick delivery. Will he go for that sort of... I'll just describe it as a moon ball again. Here we go. He does, and that's super close. Just high. And it just saved him, that loopy ball. Look at the swing in. Here it comes. Here it goes, and it's bouncing over leg stump. Good decision from Krug Patel. Didn't get caught up in the moment, which I would have done. I would have given it out. I like hat-tricks. As that is 9 overs complete, 69 for 5. Looking at that scorecard, everyone's bowled pretty well, haven't they? No one's been dispatched too much, and good economy rates all round, besides maybe Raheem, a little bit expensive, but everyone else under 10s. Summer Khan will bowl the last. So start of the 10th. Field's all in place now. That's gone underground, and that'll be a bye. Pretty tough for keeper and batter. Just a bye to start the last, but yeah, Lisbon Capitals are in control of this. They'll be happy to chase anything under 85, really. They might not even get to the grade 80s. So a huge opportunity for them to win, and also look after that net run rate a little bit if they can win in quick time. Splattered away. Another one. Well, nice shot. There we go. Well, he got one in his zone, did Kumar, and just throws his hands at it, and will get that away for 4. So a much needed boundary at the back end. Get them up into 75 territory now. That's the first boundary for Kumar in a while. He came out and hit 2 big 6s to start his innings, but he'd been choked up for a while. He's 21 off 14. Playing this time. That'll be a bye. Yeah, it is. So 76. One more boundary will get them into the grade 80s. That'll make them feel a little bit better. Oh, there's that one that takes off, and that'll just be the one bouncer for the over. So luckily that wasn't online with the old dome. It's pretty high.
Very well, boy.
I suggest that that's just the one for the over. Last ball of this 10th over. Last ball of the innings. Yeah, toes it. Should be an easy run out. Will be an easy run out as long as he doesn't do anything silly. He doesn't. So that will take us to the end of 10-0. 76 for 6 in the end. Good work from Lisbon Capitals. I think they bowled well, they fielded well, and they're in control of this. They'll believe one good partnership at the top. They can kill this game early. As well, you got to run on that last ball no matter what. You can't do much about it. Got it straight back to the bowler. It's good work by the Capitals. They look like a pretty switched on team today. I was very impressed overall with their 10 overs. Let's have a quick look at the highlights and scorecards before we dip out for a quick break. Have a quick look at those highlights. Well, it started promising. There were some nice shots, but overall the wickets were tumbling and just a couple of dot balls in that power play hurt. The Mazarandani going. Listen, a run of ball will be disappointing for him. Good catch in the end. He had to go. That one stayed a little bit low, and when they do stay low, if it's on line with the stumps, you're always in a little bit of trouble. That's what we saw there. As there was some good catching overall. That one was high, spliced away, and what a nice catch that was over his right shoulder. I think the Lisbon Capitals, obviously they had a talk from the other night about their fielding standards because they look much more improved today. They've given themselves every chance to get a win here. That was the moon ball. Before we got the wicket. That was the highlights. Cheers, thanks for coming. Have a look at that batting scorecard. No one really got going too well. 37 off 25 for Singh. 37 looks good, but 25 balls. Yeah, it's a bit so-so. And 21 off 15 also. Looks good, but I guess those two were the only ones to make runs, so you can't flounder on them too much. 76 for 6 feels like it's 30 runs under par. Have a quick look at that bowling scorecard, shall we? And everyone did pretty well. 3 for 12 for Dar stood out, and a 1 for 18 for Singh as well. Everyone bowled very economical, and a good job by Lisbon Capitals. So do join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Sorry for that slight delay. It was just divulging into some beautiful fruit that's been provided out here by Portuguese Cricket. They've been gracious hosts and I've really enjoyed my time out here for this night series. As we're almost set to go for the second half of this one. It's been a good start from Lisbon Capitals, who overall came here with some pretty high hopes, and at the moment they're delivering a good bowling display. If you did hear anything in the background, that's Conrad Greenshields, who's joined us here, but unfortunately we don't have the 2 microphones set up, so won't be able to get on. He might do 5 overs on his own in the middle game today, he said, so we'll see if we can treat you all to that while I take an extended lunch, but we'll have to wait and see, as we're almost set to go. Gurjinder is the opening bowler. No last name on my sheet, just one name, like Seal. Here we go. No, we don't. Yeah, number 9, I've got him listed as Gurjinder. No last name, or that is his last name, no first name. I don't know. That's definitely not Gurjinder, because I'd have that on my sheet. Just Gurjinder, so it's a bit like Seal the singer here, just one name. You got to respect it. There it is, Gurjinder's on your board. Bowling to Dar and Patel. Ball 1 of the run chase. Pulled away, and I've been super impressed from Dar. That stayed low, but he's got this good ability. He tracks the ball the whole way onto the bat. I don't know if he's been in the Portuguese setup at all, but I don't mind the way this guy bats. He's got natural timing compared to some others I've seen, and definitely someone that you could look at in the future, especially in T10 cricket anyway. We are playing T10s. There's that one that stays low again, and Gurjinder will do the mopping up. Yeah, I wonder what it means if you only have one name. I know in the Spanish setup we had a guy with one name, Prince. One name, just Prince. Demand he made up, it's just Prince. Driven sweetly, and good fielding. Well, I thought that would have been 4, but he saves 3 vital runs. Basically, in a match like this, you have to do everything right. If you're Coimbra Knights in the huddle, they would have said, we've got to create 10 opportunities, but we've got to take the 10 opportunities as well. So, bits of fielding like that do make a big difference, because now you've got Patel on strike and a new batsman for the mighty Gurjinder to bowl to. High in the air, this is an opportunity, you've got to get there. Well, he doesn't. This is why I still think mid-off should always be in the ring. That's an opportunity gone. How many times do people clear mid-off? It should not be a boundary rider in the power play. Anyway, it's an opportunity missed. That's going to be 1 run. Nice bowling from Gurjinder. Just putting it in the right spot. Miles in the air, and what a shot from Dar. Well, the thing is, in a small chase, you actually don't want your players to play within themselves and try and nudge their way there. You just get on with it. You get ahead of the rate and you take all the pressure off. And that's exactly what Dar does. That was full, that was straight, and he goes, yep, thank you. Nice timing. Does he qualify for Portugal, Conrad? Yeah, he's qualified. Might be a smoky for you boys. I like the look of him. He seems very still at the crease. It's a little bit more loose, but that was pretty wide outside off. Gets away with it though, and 1 over, complete hit, score is 12 for none. I guess the big thing for a lot of these Portuguese batsmen is just being able to bat at the next level where you're facing more serious bowling. That's the big thing. Get them on the bowling machines against some... Who have you got? Germany? Yeah, they'll have their captain's actually not a bad seam bowler. Every team always at national level have a few good spinners as well. Scotland as well, they might have Ali Evans and that leggy. That's where you start to... Yeah, Hogarth might play for Scotland. Yeah, if Hogarth plays, he's very good actually. So that's when you're starting to get into the tricky stuff. And then even Norway, I know they've got that Sardar and Sahar, some good bowlers. So if Portuguese cricket get the batsmen in form, they've got a chance this ECC. As we get back to it. Oh, takes off. Or bowled. Welcome everyone back in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see Chris Smith there. Dave is there as well. Everyone jumping. Nishay. All our moderators. That one's pushed into the offside. And just the one. And this is probably where I think that when you're in a position to, when you're defending low scores, point and cover are the two spots that need to be tight. But yeah, this is the groups we're talking about. We're talking about Group F a little bit at the moment because obviously we're in Portugal. It's an interesting group that. Some would say that might be the toughest group because Germany, depending on who they bring, Scotland as well. Norway I wouldn't put out of it. And even Luxembourg. It's a good group, Group F. And that team that wins that group will actually have the luxury, I think, is that's spliced away and that will be 4 runs. So Dart continues his merry-go-round and 4 more to the total. But yeah, a lot of good teams have found benefits of actually playing in the final group because you sort of carry on your flow. Teams that seem to go away for a couple of weeks, when they come back, you've got to restart everything. I think Pack Care were the first team to sort of show that. They stayed on and won the first ECL. Drew didn't stay on the whole time, but a lot of their players stayed the week and sort of stayed in that mojo, which I also think wasn't a bad idea, as that's edged away and caught. So Dar has to go, and look at them, they're pumped up, Coimbra Knights. Well, they start to believe as they really get in there. Sponsored by KFC, I believe, the old grey and red. Now that was a loose ball. Darby disappointed. He just tapped it a bit, didn't really put his hands through it. A miniature Chakadefate style celebration. And that's the first week gone, 17 for 1. But yeah, I think Tunbridge, no, who's the team that stayed in the ECC last year? Netherlands, right? Did they not? Did the Netherlands, I think the Dutchies did stay. They stayed in Spain, but they didn't go. Yeah, I do think you'd want to be in Group F. I reckon being in Group F's good, or either Group A, because then you get an extended time at home. If you're in the middle, I reckon it's actually it's a tricky one for work, partners, fly there, fly back. But I guess with the format now being 3 days, that changes everything, because players you get 3 days off, and then you go back to work on the Thursday, or you take the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So depending, you're not taking too much time off work, which is probably better. I think we worked out last year that a couple of the Pack Care boys had who played T20s for me, ECC, Pack Care tournaments, had like 60 days off work last year in cricket. It's too many. Anyway, especially if you're in the national system. Anyway, 2 balls left as Short gets away with that. Good to see Coimbra Knights fighting here. You don't like to see a team put their head down and say, we haven't got enough runs on the board. I'll take a minor miracle, though. They've only got 60 more to defend off 8 overs. Cut away again into the gap, and it's a little misfield. Got to chase it, get up. He does set himself, good running. And it's a good arm in, but little misfield, concedes the extra run. That will be the first 2 overs complete. Score is 19 for 1. Look at that table, and it's all to play for. You see the 2 teams raced away at the top at 6-6-6. We haven't seen Friendship today. Lisbon Capitals, a win here and a good net run rate boost would make it pretty complicated for Friendship CC as well. Friendship CC might think they need to win 2 then. A bad loss here for Coimbra. It gets pretty precarious for them. If they are to lose this game, at least try and get it to the 9th over. It's over number 3 though now, and Gurjinder fights that one up and crunched out to deep cover. Oh, he's come running. Direct hit's gone. Oh, it would have been. I reckon we've seen 7 to 8 missed run-outs in this game. It's something that maybe the players out there can work on, direct hits. They've attacked the ball well, but just haven't been able to hit the stubs. That was Patel at the non-strikers end who was backing up too much. be a wide, tough call as he shuffled across, but it is still a wide down the leg side. You've got to call them as you see them. Cut in the air and in the gap. Nice shot from Singh just for a brief moment. I think he might have thought he picked out backward point, but that will be 4. So good batting, gets that away for 4. Good, Jinder's bowled an okay spell here, just hasn't had much luck. Hit straight. Oh, he gets a hand on it. Just misses Krup Patel, the umpire. That would have been one that you don't want again. So it hits him almost on the body. So despite that 1 wicket, you'd have to say Lisbon Capitals looking pretty good at the moment. Miles in the air and 6 runs. He went for the slow ball, did Gurjinder, and this time he gets collected. So 6 to the total, and good batting from the Capitals, who have looked good today. .32 for 1 now. They've just raced away with this, haven't they? Pushed into the offside. Should just be a single. So 3 overs have been bowled. The score at the end of the power play is 33 for 1. Have a look at that comparative power plays, and you can see that it's a much better start for the Capitals compared to Coimbra earlier. Looks like the field will spread, obviously, now that the power play has completed. Well, pushed in the air, and well, it will find a pocket of space as Andani will do the mopping up, and that will just be a single. He hits the stumps. They'll think about a second. Well, aggressive running, and it pays off. Very good running indeed. So good alertness there from Lisbon Capitals. They ran on the direct hit from the outfield, and they'll sneak through for 2 runs as Kumar's been brought into the attack. Full toss and gets it. That'll be 4. It was there to hit and he got it away. So a 2 and a 4 to start, and right now this is just getting away from Coimbra, and more importantly they have to be careful of that net run rate, because a bad loss here, you imagine that it probably takes the potential away from them making the finals. And this time he goes for a lavish stroke again, but not out the screw. So good from the Capitals. They're in control of this. Was it 37 required off 6.3, so they've got it to less than a runner ball. This would take a pretty monumental effort, you'd have to say, from Coimbra to win this game from here. As you can see, the batsmen now have the potential and opportunity to be a bit more selective about their shots if they choose. Dave saying maybe all over in the 8th. Yeah, could be. Well, maybe sooner. They might be thinking all over in the 7th or 6th, because they're going at this total. And it's good batting, actually. They've got nothing to lose but trying to boost their net run rate. It's exactly what they should do, as it will make it more difficult for Friendship CC, who we haven't seen today just yet. they'll still have to be wary of beating Friendship CC. If they lose to Friendship CC, Lisbon Capitals, then Friendship CC beat Coimbra also, that will mean Lisbon will finish in 4th, and 4th isn't enough in this tournament. And that is, he swung himself off his feet. That is the proverbial slog. That is slog with a capital S. I don't teach that in cricket school. 4 overs complete, 46 for 1. Let's have a quick look at that comparative worm. And, well, tale of 2 tapes, isn't it? Almost a knockout down there for the Coimbra Knights with the bat. And Lisbon Capitals have been winning every round, 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, it feels. To it, and Dani's going to come into the attack, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. And so Andani comes in with his right arm mediums, and this is probably last chance saloon unless he can take a couple of wickets. You'd imagine this game's going to end pretty soon. We've had too many blowouts or earlier finishes. That's high in the air. This is a chance. Has to be caught considering the situation, and he does catch it. I think the keeper called for it at first, but he was called out of it last moment. Doesn't matter as long as the catch is taken. And Andani does pick himself up a wicket. He picks up his team a wicket. And will that just open up a little bit of a window for them? Good catch. Went miles in the air. You've got to hold on to it. He doesn't like that. That was Manjeet Singh who took the catch. He called out his keeper, Ravi Saini. 47 for 2 now, 30 runs to get. That might slow proceedings just a little bit. New man to the crease is Huda now. Will he come in and get on with it as well? You'd imagine if they have thought about net run rates, they all should still be quite positive here. The quicker they win, the better the boost you will get. Not timed too well, but not bad for a first ball. Seems like some ironic cheers from the sheds. Maybe he got a duck in the previous game. Well, that's a lovely shot, and that is 6. What a shot that is. And, well, they've woken up in the dugout, haven't they? They're pretty happy with that. I'm not too sure why they've gotten so boisterous, but they are. And that's a good shot, full, outside off. He just lofts it gorgeously over wide extra cover for 6. I do believe Andani might have played for Lisbon Capitals. He used to captain them, so maybe there's a bit of fire under the belly. Well, that belly's getting full. That's going to be 1 run. And Andani, though, did pick up the wicket and didn't really gesture much to them, so that doesn't matter. 22 required. Capitals net run rate's going to get a boost here. They'll want to finish this probably by 7 overs, you'd imagine. Pulled, just the 1. They'll think about throwing this. He pings it. Oh, it does hit the stumps, and you've got to watch the ball. It's going to go for 5, I think. Oh, good fielding. They've stopped running. Well, why have they stopped running? They're running now. This is going to be tight. And they're going to get back for 2, but we're going to have a look at this run out. This might be close. So I believe we've called for the 3rd umpire on the run out. Let's have a look here. The throw came flying in. This will be hard to catch, I reckon. He's running well. Does he get his bat down? His bat's sliding. That's a good start. He's in. He's safe. And then it hits the stumps. And really good work from the boundaryman to just keep it to not a 5. We almost had a 5 there, but that'll be 2 runs to the total. And good fielding overall. So that's 5 overs complete. The score is 57 for 2. MSTV once again. All right. They're just on it. I don't know what happened week 1, because week 2 they've been good. We love you, crew note. As we get back to it. Oh, yeah, have me some of that. That's a shot and a half. And, yeah, Capitals getting pretty vocal. It's always good to get vocal when you know you're going to win. There's a beautiful scene in The Last Dance. I don't know if you've watched The Last Dance. Michael Jordan, best sport documentary in history. Phenomenal, best sport athlete of any sport. It's a freak. There's a scene where he has a cigar in his mouth and he's holding a baseball bat. He's like, any man that talks or chirps while they're leading ain't a man. When the score's 0-0, that's when you come at me. Then it's on. And I love that. It's so true. You've not seen it? Ridiculous you've not seen it, Conrad. When you go home and you spend some time with the loved ones, make sure in your private time, start The Last Dance. Great series. Seriously, one of the best sports docos I've ever watched. 9 episodes. Back to the action. That'll be a dot ball. Anyway, back to the action. We've got 14 runs remaining. Well, in the air, doesn't really get it, but he's in a big pocket of space as Ndani will do the mopping up. Yeah, it's a matter of time, isn't it? What is the time, actually? It's 4:40 local. So we might have a little bit of a delay before our next game. We haven't had that all week. All the games have come pretty back-to-back. That's pushed into the offside. What is the time? The next game, actually? 5:30, right? Yeah. Might have a bit of a break. Niche saying not even sure he's the best basketball player. Absolutely ridiculous. By a mile, there's not many people that can go win a three-peat, MVP 3 times, then go and play a different sport, and then come back to another three-peat and get MVP of the finals 3 more times. That's edged away, and that'll be 4 as it crashes into the camera. So 4 handy runs. That'll be 73 for 2 as we get to the crescendo of this game. Loose shot, but doesn't matter. Runs are runs. Yeah, it's a pretty unbelievable 2 sports, basketball and baseball, to go into. Have you ever heard of Bo Jackson? Bo Jackson was NFL and baseball, and he was built like a certain type of houses. That's a play and miss. He was... You should look up Bo Jackson's flat foot throw, about 90 metres flat. It's the best throw of any, but baseball's unreal. I do love my baseball. 6 overs complete, 69 for 2. Yeah, Niche in the chat. Where are you from, Niche? Because he's coming up with some American stuff here about 30 for 30 ESPN docs. Yeah, they are good. The other one of the best sport docos I've ever seen is Icarus. I don't know if you've seen that, about the cycling, and then he uncovers the Russian good one. I mean, imagine you're going to go just do a sports doc on some cycling and some drugs, and then you uncover the Russian Olympic propaganda. Yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, plenty of good sports docos, as Ndani's going to bowl this, and I reckon this might be the last over of the game. Let's see if I'm correct. 1 run, meaning 7 runs to go, and yeah, there is a lot of noise from the sideline there. I'm going to say there's a little bit of bad blood. I'm not too sure the backstory, but definitely a bit of spice in this at the end. Seven to get. Shot. Oh, almost a pretty good catch. It'll just be a 1. Very peculiar field. Never seen a field like it, but almost got the wicket. You got 45 in the ring, square leg in the ring, deep mid on in the ring, and backward point in the ring. It's an odd 4 to have in. But anyway. High in the air, and that will be 6. That will do it. So game, set, match, and it's a win in 6.3 overs. That net run rate takes a beautiful boost. And for me, I reckon that might spell the end of Coimbra's tournament. I can't see them winning the next game by enough to get their net run rate up. It will either be Friendship CC win 2, or Lisbon Capitals might have booked their chance. Nishay quickly in the chat says he thinks that there's a certain player in his 20th year. He's obviously a LeBron James fan. I love LeBron James as well, don't get me wrong, but he's a machine. He's like James Anderson in a way. James Anderson's a good bowler. He's played for 17 years and got 600 wickets, but he's not the best for longevity. You don't get the best for longevity. But no, Michael Jordan is, I'm sorry, country mile ahead. No one touches the Black Panther. And look at the highlights, a few 6s, 4s, and it was a good innings, wasn't it? As we debate some of cricket and basketball's best ever. Maybe we can get into that in the next innings. Sports bests ever. Who you got, Conrad? Conrad's in the background telling me. Give it NFL. Best QB, go. Patrick Holmes, you are honestly, get out of my dugout and you go for a walk and go get us more fruit. Just get it. You can't be the best in 2 years as we look at the scorecard. 77 for 2 off 6.3. We see there 37 off 18 for Patel. Everyone else chipping in a bit. Game, set, match. Thank you for coming. Look at those bowling figures. And yeah, 1 for 19, 1 for 19. They tried, they couldn't conquer. Game over. We will be back in. Have we actually got an extended break? Whoop-de-doo. I'm happy about that, as we have 45 minutes till the next ball. Do join us back for that game. We'll be back with all the live action, and it's a bye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Portugal. It's game 2 on Super Sunday. We had Simon, who is the match referee today, with the captains for the coin toss a little earlier. Well, that doesn't look like a coin toss to me. That looks like the lineups. That did a little who's-doozy on me. Friendship CC versus Coimbra Knights in a pretty big game for Friendship CC. They need to win this and make sure they stay in this game, in this competition, I should say. As Coimbra Knights had a pretty tough loss just then. They'll be looking for a quick response. Expected scores 106 to 97. Not too sure if we got the coin toss on film. I've been led to believe that one of the captains was a little bit late, a little bit naughty, so maybe we didn't get it. Either way, I can fill you in that Coimbra Knights won the toss and they have elected to bat first. I'm going to blame Simon for that, our token Kiwi. Put all the pressure on him as the players will make their way out to the middle. Sun shining and a beautiful day on our hands here in Portugal. In the beautiful region near some mountains and lots of walkways and some beautiful restaurants. It's been a lovely week so far, and the cricket's been good as well. So we're almost set to go. Looks like Taj Muhammad's marking his run up, so he'll bowl the first, and he'll be bowling to Azran Dani, who, well, they'll be desperate for a good innings here. We know how good a player he can be on the network. Just maybe lacking a couple of runs just in the last few innings he's played. It does give me a good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers. Hope you had a nice little bit of an extended break that time, due to the thumping the Knights had compared to the Capitals. Yeah, I hope you're ready for this one. We're almost set to go. Adnan and Dani out there. And Dani facing the first ball. Muhammad with the ball in hand. Umpire says play. Here we go. Well, pulls that down into a gap and a bit of foot fielding to start this one. Just the single. Taj Muhammad just digging that one into the pitch. As I just see the message there, Corey, there's no coin toss. Yep, thank you. Doesn't matter. We got the players on the field and that's all that matters here. So, big game this. Coimbra Knights could do Lisbon Capitals a massive favour. If they end up winning here, it makes it very complicated for Friendship CC. Bowled. Well, Taj Muhammad just goes straight. It wasn't that much variable bounce on that one. It's a pretty loose shot. And no, it wasn't that low. A lot of people gesturing that might have skidded on, but not awful compared to some I've seen. That's just a wild shot. Even if it didn't. Look at that pitch there. Yeah, okay. Maybe a little bit low, but still. Wild batting. Goes first ball. And he's out. Realistically, if Friendship CC do get up, that means we have a de facto, I would say, semi-final. So there's almost a de facto semi-final where it will be Friendship CC versus Lisbon Capitals, and the winner would then get to play in the preliminary final versus Gamblers to then get into the final. So it's funny how things work out, but we can't say that Coimbra Knights are out just yet. If Coimbra Knights win this by a huge margin, they'll go to 8, but it would actually make Friendship CC's job a lot harder. They would then have to win the last game against Lisbon Capitals by quite some distance, I think. So Coimbra can play party poopers here. We'll have to see. Long way to go in this one, only 2 balls in. So 2 balls remaining. Oh, no, 4 balls remaining, 2 balls in. Here we go. Gone. Well, Saini came out at number 3, and I think he's missed that by a country mile. His bat was not even close to that. Have another look at this. It was full, it was straight, and yeah, he's missed that by a journey. So maybe promoted up the order. Maybe Coimbra trying to take this opportunity to give other players a bit more of a hit, but Taj Muhammad has the ability here to get himself a hat-trick. 2 in the first 3 balls of this game, and you can understand why there's so many smiles on their faces. So that technique definitely has to be looked at. He missed that by a foot, maybe even 2 feet. Doesn't matter though, Taj Muhammad would be happy. He's got 2 for 1 at the moment. So, hat-trick ball. Don't often get too many hat-tricks in the first over. He's got a red-hot chance. Can he get this straight? Can he get a little bit of that skid? Here we go, Taj Muhammad on a hat-trick. Oh, he'll be so disappointed he didn't get that on the stumps because Singh's backed away there. If that's straight, you almost say he's probably odds on to get it. It doesn't matter. Friendship aren't being very friendly at the moment. They're playing some good aggressive cricket. Still one of the funnier names you'll ever hear. Friendship CC. They've got a good story as to why they chose Friendship. Well, that's got to be 5 wides, I imagine. That must have ballooned well over. Yeah, it is. Well, that ruins the over a little bit for Taj. I don't know if he tried to dig that in. It was a short ball, but it took off as well. Yeah, that's not even... Who's the tallest batsman to ever have played the game? Mohammed Irfan. He's pretty big, 6'8". I don't think he's hitting that. Joel Garner, wasn't he something... Joel Garner was big bird, 6'9" maybe. I don't think he was hitting that one. So 5 wides to the total. That one then carried. So, yeah, Friendship CC many years ago when the club was founded, probably from the legend Rana, they went to the Portuguese Cricket Federation and said, look, we'd like to be named Fighters CC. And the Portuguese Federation said, well, we've already got a Fighters CC, which is also quite remarkable because never heard a team called that. And they turned around, they came back and said, well, if there's a Fighters CC, we'd like to be Friendship CC. It's one of the complete opposite changes of a team you've ever heard. It's bowled. Well, it's 3 in the over. That one's chopped on, and Coimbra Knights are flying the white flag early. He gets this one full and straight. I reckon if he had every ball full and straight, he could have got 6 wickets. This time it's an inside edge, and that is T10 cricket. Six for 3, and with 5 wides in there, that is an extraordinarily funny over. It's an odd-looking scorecard to get 6 for 3 off 1 over. Good effort. But yeah, they wanted to be Fighters. They turned into Friendship CC, and the rest is history. I've actually got a Friendship CC shirt back home. One of the only ECS shirts I've ever collected, because I thought it was the funniest thing I've ever heard. I can't think of any other name in ECN cricket. I know the Talon Hippos are a popular one. That's pretty weird. I like the Italian team Fresh Tropical. I think that's a great name. But yeah, it's a bit Adam Sandler feeling, but I do feel like Friendship CC is the #1 name on the network, as Rahman will bowl to Andani. Well, Andani's probably thinking, what do I do here? Do I get on with it, or do I think... Yeah, he might be in a situation now he actually probably could take it easy and bat the 10 overs and make a 50 not out, potentially. Let's see. But yeah, let me know in the chat if you've got any team names that you've seen on the ECN that you think stood out. There's definitely been a few. I reckon one of the worst names is Farmers. Hate that name. Oh, that's out, I reckon. Gone. Good umpiring. Well, he gestures that it skimmed his head, but for me, I thought that was glove. We'll have a closer look. It's a vicious ball. That's glove. That's great umpiring by Krut Patel. That's not his head. And he should be proud of himself, even though he had a bit of a fall and a tumble last night. It's good to see that he's, well, he's on it. Yeah, everything upstairs is still working. That was glove. Once again, that is a rip snorter of ball. You've got to feel for the batsman here, but have a closer look. This doesn't touch his head. This is far away from the helmet, actually. glove. Great decision. He gestured and pointed to his helmet, but oh, now the new batsman's not wearing a helmet. I don't know if that would be one for the over. That was a rip snorter. I actually feel sorry for the guy who just got out, because a lot of people have had those balls this week and they've just missed them. He's actually somehow got glove on that. That's taken off. 7 for 4. No helmet from the new batter who wants to take life into his own hands. Here we go. Kumar. Well, Kumar gets one that goes the other way. Rahman's delivered 2 identical deliveries that have gone the extreme opposite. Well, I don't want to be the guy that says it, but I'll say it. If this, not about the helmet, this pitch, I think before we come back here in the future, either needs to be relayed or looked at. There has to be an adjustment. I don't know if you bowl from the other end, what would... So maybe we could try from the other end, but I just feel like there's... I don't mind the grubbers, but the ones that go head height scare me too much. So that's a 1 to 3rd. But, I mean, credit to the players. I haven't heard them complain. I've probably been the one that's been most scared of it, only because I don't want to see it. Like, it's the ones that take off a good, where a batsman's drawn forward and they're taking off. That's just so... There was a delivery years ago, South Australian batsman. I'll put it in the chat. Worst bouncer ever, and it was vicious. Play and miss. And almost at the end of the over. So 9 for 4, that scorecard, not looking great. Shot. Well, that's come from absolutely nowhere, and he's got that absolutely miles. Good batting, and handy runs. They needed that. We'll go all the way for 6. That means after 2 overs, the score is 15 for 4. Yeah, I found this video. I'm going to put this in the chat. I don't know if this will work, but this is probably the worst ball I've ever seen take off. It's in Australian cricket. It was South Australia versus Tasmania. It's South Australia none for 8, and just watch this ball take off. I've put it in the chat. So you want to enjoy it. When you see the side-on view, you've never seen anything like it, and worst thing, he gets given out. Anyway, back to the action. 15 for 4. That's down the leg side, and that's going to be a leg by. Yeah, so if you do watch that video, wait till you see the side-on view of it. It is one of the worst deliveries you'll ever see rear up off a pitch. And unfortunately, the batsman was given out as well, so it's a double whammy, but I've never seen anything like it. If you go to a minute 13 in the video, that's when they show the side-on. Oh, what a shot that is. Like a bullet from a gun. 6 runs. They desperately needed that. And, well, that does make things a little bit better. So, Kumar's come out. 2 big 6s for him. And are they starting to get into this game? Play and miss. Yeah, Niche in the chat saying an underrated name on the ECN is Amdocs. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Gamblers isn't a good name. Not a big fan of the Gamblers. Sorry if you're listening, but nah, it's not exciting. It's a bit weird. Well bowled, unlucky, and that's going to go for 4. Well, Kumar didn't know where that was going, really. Just swung that bat hard. He'll get 4 for his trouble. you'd have to say right now, Coimbra, despite the 4 early wickets, not giving up here. Was angled in, gets it away. That's a wild play and miss that time. Oh no, it's got past the keeper, so they'll get a bye. Yeah, what other names have we had on the network? Yeah, Fresh Tropical I know is up there for me. ECL names are usually pretty stock standard, I think. I don't think I've seen any crazy ECL names. That's a slow ball, respected from Ndani, and that will end Taj Mohammed's belt. 3 for 17 for him. The score after 3 overs is 27 for 4. A fun fact about the ECL, that only 2 teams will go back again. They've been at every event. Can you name them? 2 teams will be back at the ECL next year, and they've been to every ECL. VOC's one. Testing Conrad here, if you're listening. And it's through. The champions, they're coming back. So those 2 teams have been at every edition. Denmark were the other team. What was the team name again? With the Henriksen brothers. Oh, they wear yellow and maroon. We know this. Who were the Danish ECL champs last year? I do know this. This is bad for me. Anyway, back to the action. Rahman will continue. There's that one that's a little bit scary. It was Fun Home. My apologies. But they haven't won their, so we'll have a new Danish team for the very first time, which is exciting. I imagine we're getting a lot of that filtering through now about who's coming from a lot of countries. I don't know if the robot's listening out there, but if you do know who's coming, maybe give me some insight. High in the air. This is an opportunity. Keeper should call for it. Keeper does call for it, and he completely loses it. Well, I have no idea. That was proper Benny Hill music. Nazrul Islam got completely befuddled, and that's a bit of comedy cricket. This went miles in the air, and he ran. Watch him go. He's going. It's like Wile E. Coyote trying to get Roadrunner, and no chance. And he has a big smile on his face, but I tell you what, the bowler doesn't. Rahman should have had the big wicket. Dani's just pushing himself into his work, but yeah, Kumar gets a life. Yeah, I can understand I have heard some cricketers say before, when it's perfect blue skies, it's very different. I was in Zimbabwe, Harare once. Trying to take a high ball in Harare is tricky when there's no cloud cover, trust me. Yeah, it's bright, so maybe we'll trying to give him a little bit of something, but yeah, not too many excuses we can give him. We do need to remember most of these cricketers are professionals. This is a hobby. But I honestly think cricket might be one of the worst hobbies in the world. Very frustrating. It takes 10 hours. Your partner's not happy you left all day. And caught. Nice catch. Well, it doesn't matter. The keeper doesn't cost him. And that's a very good catch in the end. Made it look a little bit easier than it was. It was hit pretty hard. Rahman does get the breakthrough, which he deserves. Into the deck, hit away on the offside, and nice safe catch. I'll just make sure as he fell that he hadn't spilt it out, and he gets himself a wicket. 29 for 4. But yeah, what do you reckon? This is a question to the viewers and you, Conrad, in the background. What's the most frustrating sport in the world? Because for me, it must be cricket or golf. Have to be the 2 up there that people pull their hair out. Cricket's pretty high up. Like if you're a batter, just a batter. If you're a bowler, you're an all-rounder. That's fine. You get 2 goes. Even if you're bowling and make mistakes, you can always correct your wrongs, as that almost takes him out in the jugular. But if you're just a genuine bat and you have a bad day, you're only maybe hitting a 50 every 4th innings if you're good. If you're not good, you're hitting a 50 maybe every 10th. That's a tough sport. And then most times in cricket, you get out for 50 and you're like, oh, why didn't I go on? Then when you get out for 100, you're pretty frustrated as well. You're like, could have made 150. So I don't know. I think cricket's right up there for frustration. Blocked into the offside. 1 run, Jaku, and 4 overs completed. Scores 30 for 5. Conrad's just asked me if I've ever thrown a tantrum on a golf course. Not myself per se. I played a little bit of golf, but not one that I cared enough about it. It was always just a bit of hidden giggle. Thrown a tantrum in other sports though. Tennis and hockey. Hockey was my second sport growing up. I was good at hockey. I love hockey. Quick sport hockey, underrated. Water polo. It's your second sport, was it, Conrad? Wouldn't mind seeing you drown in a pool sometimes as we get back to the action. 30 for 5. How are the Portuguese in water polo? You're Mr. Portugal, aren't you? Portuguese in water polo. Anyway, Hayder. 6 runs. Thanks for coming. It's a full toss, and that's an easy one to get away. And you can see the boys up there enjoyed that. Nice shot. As it goes the whole way. For 6. Low full toss. Just had to clip it, didn't he? Easy shot. You got to use the pitch. I've got the top 10 sports in Portugal in order. And I don't reckon... That can't be right, really? Okay, this is the most popular Portuguese sports. 1's football. Everyone would get that. What do you think set 2 is? Hit hard into a gap. That could be 4, you know. Will it get there? You betcha. 6 and 4. They want some more. And they're coming back, Coimbra. Number 2 for popular sports in Portugal, basketball. Really? Never really heard much about the Portuguese in basketball. 3, futsal. 4, water sports as a collective. 5, athletics. This can't be a right list. Let me find something else. That will be signalled to wide. Okay, let me find a better list. Most played sports in Portugal. Okay, as we know, football, cycling is apparently there. I mean, it keeps saying athletics, but I couldn't tell you one Portuguese runner or anything like that. I never see them on the medal tally, as that's a no ball, and that'll be a no ball and 1. So we're going to get a free hit. 10 million Portuguese, I'm being told. Golf, motorsports, bullfighting. Is that allowed still? They're not even the best at that sport, not the Spanish. As we got free hit time. Well, and Dani, it's time to open your shoulders. Immunity cloak on. That's a terrible shot off a free hit. That is just selfish batting. It's a free hit. You have to be trying. He's trying to hit that down. Maybe he didn't realise the signal, but you have to be trying to launch that for 6. And it might sound critical, but you can't get out. Maybe 1. They'll think about 2, but settle for the 1. And so good from Coimbra though. They've fought back. The rate's okay. The wicket column's a bit of a scary one for them. That one's not going to be... No, it is signalled to wide. He moved across a bit early. I think Gert was weighing that up, but I think it was still probably too wide with the movement as well. Conrad, could you name the top 3 sports played in the world? In the air, and no, he drops it. Well, it's a big moment. He probably should have held it. And well, just in the last 10 minutes, a couple of bloopers coming in for Friendship CC. Spliced away. Yeah, football is one. This is most played, not most popular. I don't think you get 2. slow ball, and that is boom shakalaka. Well, all of a sudden this game takes a violent turn. 53 for 5. They're going over 10s, and well, game on for me. Badminton, 220 million. Number 3, field hockey. 4 volleyball, 5 basketball, 6 tennis, 7 cricket. That's most played. I think if you went most popular supported, pretty sure cricket's number 2 in the world. Okay, I'm going to look up most viewed sports, is what Conrad's asked me to do. And yeah, you've got football first, and cricket is second. 2.5 billion fans for cricket, and then 2.4 billion for basketball. Basketball is right up there. Hockey, 2.2 billion. Tennis. I do like my tennis. Table tennis, 7th. Good. Yeah, get around the table tennises. That's off the pad. Just a 1. Yeah, interesting to see that list. Basketball 3, 2.4 billion. I would have guessed that. I guess so. I guess spreads pretty. Boys, I live in the Netherlands, right? The Netherlands have the tallest race in the world. I've always wondered why they don't do basketball. They're the tallest race in the world. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Especially the tall ladies. They would be a very good team. That's clipped away and unlucky. Well, sometimes things don't go your way. He actually hit that pretty well. He picked out the one man that is just chilling out there. And that is out. A wicket that was much needed for Friendship CC. Nice safe catch facing the sun. You got to hold on to him, and they needed that, Friendship. Just in the last 10 minutes, things have gotten a little bit pear-shaped. I got a question for you, Conrad, who's in the back. We were talking earlier about best sportsman ever. Who would you be in any sport, any category? Who's yours?